I'm gonna figure out where to put this at. Let's put it up here. All right, y'all. I'm live from the back seat. I would show y'all outside, but I can't because, damn.
Been finding ways to turn obstacles into opportunities. You've been learning
Yeah,
to
it's a
see
struggle queen.
challenges as information instead of punishment. The very experiences that made you feel like you were falling behind were actually preparing you to leap ahead. While your peers were taking the safe, predictable path, you were getting educated in the school life. Now, when you encounter problems that would paralyze most people, naturally start looking for solutions. When others see reasons why something won't work, you see ways to make it work anyway. When the conventional approach fails, you already know how to think outside the box because thinking outside the box has been your survival strategy. That's not just resilience. That's leadership training disguised as hardship. There's a currency more valuable than money, more powerful than connections, more rare than talent. It's trust, and you've been accumulating it without even realizing.
Alright, I'm gonna bring y'all over here.
Trust isn't something
I don't know if y'all can hear it, but I'm on live right here.
consistent actions over time. It's built when people see that you do what you say you're going to do, when you show up even when it's inconvenient, when you tell the truth even when it would be easier to lie. Every time you've kept your word when breaking it would have been understandable.
Y'all see that? What the hell? Look at this, y'all.
Every time you've
Look,
taken
Facebook.
responsibility
Look at
instead
this
of
shit.
making excuses, you've increased your
Yeah, it took
credibility.
the background. I don't know
Every
how to take it
time
off.
you've chosen integrity over
They do too much.
expedience,
I
you've
promise
been
you.
building the foundation for the influence you're about to wield. Here's what most people don't understand.
I didn't even press that, so I don't know why the fuck it went on that.
Just like money in an investment account, the trust you've built over the years has been growing, accumulating interest, creating a reservoir of social capital that you're about to be able to
Yeah, I'm
draw
real
from.
hot, but I'm trying to like calm my nerves down because it's so much shit I want to do that I can't fucking do right now. So
People take it
I gotta
seriously
do something.
because your track record speaks for
They turned the
itself.
air off in the
When you
house, so
ask for support,
I'm like,
people give it
I
because they know
gotta
you do the
pause and
same for
say
them.
that because I'm real frustrated, y'all. Not only did the people turn the hot water off, they turned the freaking air off after I done fixed this thing so many times. It's like every time I turn it back on, I hear a click and that bitch turn off. Every time this lady, I'm not hypothetically speaking. Every time she come and leave a calendar in my mailbox, I hear a click. Not even 15 minutes after this whole pull off, they remotely turning my shit off and it's pissing me off. And what I'm trying to tell people is they retaliating against me because I keep winning this house to the point where this house literally mine right now. So I shouldn't have to leave. Shit, I should be able to stay here and rent it out to somebody else and move somewhere at that point. But I'm not saying that's what I'm gonna do, because then it's gonna be even more retaliation, and I see how they moving.
This isn't about manipulation or using people. This is about the natural result of being someone who can be counted on. Trust is the currency that allows real leaders to create
I'm
change
gonna let
without
God
having
speak
to
for me.
force it. And you've been
But
building
y'all,
wealth.
first YouTube, I was just telling them on Facebook how I feel because like I'm really being clowned because it's obvious that I need help right now. But the type of attention I attract, people, they figure that I can do everything on my own. I don't need help because I mask a lot. I learned this technique since I was a jit. I mask a lot. I won't let people in on things that I feel like I'm weak on. Like the fact that I can't work, the fact that I can't get up, the fact that I don't like to show people that. So when they finally see me down, they like to embrace that and laugh about it. When they don't, it's like comparing themselves to me at that point, the type of mockery I get, and it makes me frustrated because I don't deserve it. Not only do I not deserve it, my girls don't deserve the way things are in our life, and it's not because of me. See, a lot of people blame me and say, "Oh, it's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault." This, that. We can go through a whole bunch of scenarios, and I can explain to you how people talk to me on a daily basis, trying to tell me it's my fault. But see, they don't understand that I've done probably more than expected for a mother, because I'm beating the odds every day by doing that. But see, people don't understand that because they think that I don't need mental support. Listen, I do shit by myself. It's been 20 years to me just being out on my own. Yeah, I double back a couple times to stay go back to my mom because you're gonna always need your mom. But I aside of that, I've been on my own. Not didn't know I was on the spectrum. Did I took years of mental abuse from people and was able to push it to the side and continue to move. Most people that you guys, because y'all tell me that I'm mentally ill. Most people that's mentally ill, they won't be able to surpass the things that I've been able to alleviate and also just jump with flying colors like hurdles. Not only that, mental people won't be able to even go through the things that I go through and still sustain themselves. They won't be able to accumulate the things that I accumulate and hoard. Just being a way of living for me because I've been to a point where I had nothing and I panicked. So before I panic, I would buy extra tissues. I would buy too many shirts for the kids. I would buy, and it would put me in the bind. But instead of people bullying me and making me feel bad about those survival techniques that I've learned, I feel like there should be a support system because there's other people that I read on these forums about the fact that they have family, because of course they known about their spectrum issues since they were young, but it's not my mom's fault and it's definitely not my fault that I didn't know, that I was able to just have an Oscar award winning life and just trick all doctors and professionals that evaluated and assessed me. That's not my fault. The problem is that people are very shallow and narrow minded, is that they don't think outside the box to even consider a person. Yeah, I'm gonna let the angels talk for me.
In this currency for years, one of the most beautiful things about your positioning is that it's not just about you. When you sit at the head of the table, you're not just making decisions
Oh,
for
and one more
today.
thing I forgot to include. I know I move like a person on drugs, but I promise you, y'all, this is what also makes me sad to have people be that shallow and narrow minded. This coincide with being shallow because people would see my glitching after me being, I'm talking about overwhelmed mentally, probably because of them or whatever they doing, and say mean shit. Then you got that spectrum person already evaluating, analyzing themselves already. So you telling them that they are mimicking the person on drugs. It would see, if you're not as strong as I am, it would ultimately make you want to do drugs. But see, look, I seen people, family, and people just on drugs and strung out on alcohol, and it made me never want to be like that. Plus, I have too many uh processing issue sensory issues that I can't deal with nothing like that. But see, people don't know the real truth.
You're creating a legacy that will impact generations. Look at it this way.
I'm too skinny to
There's a
do
river
the other
that's been
stuff
dividing
anyways. I pass
communities for
out.
decades. Some people have learned to swim
But see,
across,
people don't know
but
that.
it's dangerous and not everyone makes it. Some people have built boats, but they're expensive and most people can't
Right.
afford them.
Right. He just
Some
said
people just
exactly what I said. Most people have villages, support teams to help. See, most people won't be able to survive the life I live. Most people won't be able to go through it with flying colors if you guys figure, if you want to label me and put me in any box. Some people, they build boxes around themselves, but like he said, it costs.
accepted that they'd never get to the other side.
It costs to build those boxes so that you could normalize in society.
But you're building a bridge. Not just any bridge, a bridge so strong and well designed that your grandchildren's grandchildren will walk across it without even thinking about how it got there.
Mm.
They'll take for granted the opportunities you're creating right now, the barriers you're removing, the paths you're clearing, the 9 to 5 job that barely pays the bills.
Because
You're
see, look,
creating
when people come to me and say this, not only do I have a physical, this is what I want to tell shallow people that like to judge instead of figure out and analyze other ways for a person if you want to talk. Because if you're that invested, let's invest some other time. But that's neither here nor there. Listen, let me tell people, some people don't not only not have the physical mobility have worked the 9 to 5 the way you do, they don't have the mental capacity capability to sustain and keep a job. So it's levels to it. So you got to get through the mental part of just dealing with different behaviors all day. And these people have sensory issues. Then they also have to deal with the physical aspect if they have any. Like me, I do. So we dealing with bombs of Baghdad while I'm at work. Okay, let's keep going. In my mind
Alternatives
though,
to that, the systems that keep people stuck in
I'm
cycles of limitation,
scratching and
you're
everything is
designing
overwhelmed.
ways around
Yeah,
them. The scarcity mindset that tells
the
people they
lady,
have
the
to
therapist
choose.
lady who was trying to evaluate me to figure if she needed to put me in the asylum, she said, "Is this steam coming out of your ears?" I said, "It depends on what type of steam you talk about. Is it the steam from me trying to mask? Come
Between
on,
financial
what are we
success
asking?"
and personal fulfillment, you're proving that's a false choice. You're going to be around to see the fruits of your
You talking about
labor.
anger stings?
This
Nah,
isn't about
because
working
baby, I
yourself
have
to
more patience
death
than a
for
volcano.
some theoretical future payoff. You're going to witness
Oh,
your
I said I was
dreams
gone.
becoming
Y'all listen
reality.
to that. Let me
You're
go
going to
check babies.
experience the emotional
Grandma
fulfillment of
daycare.
knowing that your life's work is making a real difference. You're
Oh,
going to
she's
have
singing louder.
moments, maybe sooner than you think, where you'll look around and realize that the thing you imagined, the change you wanted to see, the impact you hope to make, it's actually happening. It's real. It's here. There's going to be a specific moment when everything falls into place. Not gradually, not eventually, but suddenly, like a puzzle where you've been struggling with scattered pieces for years, and then you find the right angle and everything just clicks. You'll be in the middle of what seems like an ordinary day when you realize that the conversation you're having, the decision you're being asked to make, the problem you're being asked to solve, it's not ordinary at all. You're being consulted because you're now the person people turn to when something really matters. It might happen like
I don't
this.
know what my
You're
daughter
in a
making, but it
meeting
smells so
and
good.
everyone's going around in circles about some complex issue. You listen for a while, then you speak up with what seems like an obvious solution. The room goes quiet. Someone says, "That's exactly right. Why didn't we think of that?" And you realize that they needed you to be there for the solution to
Y'all, why is
emerge.
it that everybody always need me? I said this though, but it's like everybody always need me. And I've analyzed this in people, and I realized that people just like I give compliments all the time. This is probably why I'm so aggravated. I give compliments all the time. It's just my natural nature. I get this from Edame, my grandma. You would look a hot ass mess, and my folks would tell you she ain't lying. You would look a hot ass mess and she would find something. She not gonna lie to you. She gonna find something. The difference with my grandma, she embraced what was beautiful that she saw. Oh, turn around, let me see those earrings. I'm talking about just exit your whole face and talk about the earrings because that's the only thing she see beautiful. But she gonna embrace it. Now you want to go in there and fix your hair. Now you want to go in there and put some clothes on. Now it was a magic in my grandma. I noticed when she did that, it made people feel beautiful. I looked at that as a child. Look, I'm analyzing the room like, oh shit, that just turned her up. She's in the bathroom. She's putting on lipstick now. I do that same shit with people. But people, they find, oh God, look at your teeth. They missing. Oh God, look at this bitch. Her shoes dirty. Yes, I am fucking the original Balenciaga, baby. They make shoes dirty to look like me, girl. Let's keep going though. I didn't mean to say all that.
Or maybe you're having a
I'm not
casual
tooting my own horn.
conversation
I'm
with
giving
someone
myself grace
and
because
they
people, I
mention
don't
a
get any in
challenge
my
they're
life.
facing. You offer some perspective and they stop mid
Giving
sentence and
myself
say,
flowers.
"You know what? You should be running this whole operation." And something in their tone tells you they're
Cause
not
you got a
just being
little bitch that
polite.
could like people really don't know this is the truth. They probably think I just be just whatever complaining because of the comments. Girl, everybody, you know what? I got back problems too. I like if I tell a person, "Hey y'all, my leg," and I be this is the only time I mentioned it too. For the record, if you ever hear me mention anything, it's because it's at the worst. Cause I promise you, I won't tell you. So I be saying something like, "Y'all, my legs is sleep." Like literally, they falling asleep. So I'm warning the person next to me. They'll throw me off, gaslight me ultimately, and say, "Yeah, my leg be hurting too, but I be having to get to work." Well, I got I be looking like, what the fuck? This ain't have nothing to do with what you just said, boo. I'm just telling you, my legs are falling to fucking sleep, and they're falling to fucking sleep. Now you're talking, and they're sleeping. So never mind the conversation. I should just kept it to myself.
They're recognizing
You
something
compare
real.
yourself to me too
A
much.
moment will be
I get a lot of that.
unmistakable because of how it feels
Comparing
internally.
yourself to me too
There will
much.
be this sudden shift
Don't
from
do
"I
that.
hope
Don't
I
curse
belong
yourself
here"
because
to
I wouldn't wish it
"Of
on my
course I
worst
belong
enemy.
here."
Having to wait
From
4 hours
"maybe I
just to
can handle
stand
this"
up
to "I was
because your
made for
legs numb.
this." It's like
And
stepping
then you
into
hear
a role
whole
you've been
people tell
rehearsing for
you tell this
without.
skinny, athletic looking person to work out. I get a lot. I'm sorry, y'all, but it's multiple people say this shit to me. You got to move your legs around, baby. Do you understand? This is the reason why my legs are moving around. I know to do this, babe. Trust me. Please, please, please. That's why I say sometimes just we gotta say less to people if it ain't positive. Sometimes you what you think is positive is shade.
Knowing it and discovering that the part fits you perfectly.
I love
Now,
y'all.
let's be real about
I
something.
promise.
Not
But we gotta stop
everyone
being
is going to
shallow
be happy
and look
about your
outside the
rise to
box.
power.
Then
There's
people won't
going
have
to
to
be
talk like this.
someone, maybe multiple someones, who will look at your success and think, wait a minute, I don't remember approving this.
But look,
I know
I'm finna show. I'm gonna stop
circumstances
a lot
chose you.
in the video. Make it a real reaction video. Look, listen. I want to show folks though. Listen, this ain't me complaining. This me being authentic. This me showing you. Cause like I said, there's a lot of things I should have showed y'all, but I spared my children, the baby fathers and baby brothers and baby sisters and baby mothers. I saved a lot of people, spared them of embarrassment because I'm tired to a lot of people. But behind the scenes, I'm sparing people they don't help me out, mate. Because honestly, I do need financial help. Now, I listen. Of course, I could do shit on my own. We know that. We know she real smart. We know all that. But y'all they keep forgetting that my bones is fucked up, mate, and it fucks with my nervous system.
But I didn't sign off on that decision. You know the type. They're the people who think they should be making the decisions
Yeah,
you're
I
making.
fucked up.
They
Y'all
believe
right. It is my fault. Because let me tell you why my bones so fucked up. I probably wouldn't. I probably would have lived an old age like my grandma before my bones got this bad. But it was my fault for running track. I didn't know. I just didn't know. I was pulling sleds. I have no cartilage around my joints. My shits are fucked up. I'm like an old lady.
they could run your business better
Please,
than
y'all,
you,
with the
lead your
sarcastic
team better
jokes,
than you,
the
handle
sarcasm.
your
Stop.
responsibilities better than you.
Stop.
They're convinced
Stop.
that you don't deserve the seat you're in. Here's
But
what
I'm gonna
they
show
don't
y'all.
understand.
I could just sit
You're
home.
not in
God
that
forcing me. God keep forcing me. I keep messing up my engines doing these deliveries, trying to make a living. God keep telling me, listen, you stressing not only yourself out, you stressing your body out. Sit the fuck down. I made a platform so you could do that. But
seat because of politics or
I
luck
see
or
that I'm capped. It's
connections.
other ways
You're
around it
there
though.
because you have something they don't have. The actual
I'm gonna
ability
show
to
y'all I
handle
can
the
do that. Because
responsibility
a lot of
that
y'all
comes with
that
real
want to
power.
support me. This is the truth too. Let me tell
Let's
Facebook and YouTube what they be doing. They be starting up people to be haters. So a lot of people notice that I'm being capped on YouTube and Facebook and everywhere. Thank God, thank you guys, appreciate it. They notice it, so they figure, oh shit, you don't need to show a love. You know what I'm saying? I get a lot of that. Sorry, it's evident, but they don't realize that I'm a force. I'm a force to be reckoned with, baby. So therefore, I could finesse the algorithm. Even if they take my channels, I could start off from scratch. I built a channel in 11 days. I went viral. Now I don't even post on that channel. To be real with you. So I know how to go viral
do differently
without
will be
talking about
actually doing
Freemason
it.
ass niggas. This
While they're
is me
trying to
speaking my
tear
truth.
you down,
But if I
you
really, I know
will
how
be
to
building
finesse this
something
shit.
so
Y'all
impressive
saw me do
that
it.
their criticism
Some of
becomes
y'all saw that channel
irrelevant.
go viral. I got 2
Eventually,
channels that
even
went
your
viral
harshest critics will have to admit, you
before
know
they capped
what?
my ass.
I can't do
I
what
know
they're
what to
doing.
say. I know what
Let
they
me
don't
step
want me to
back
say
and
to make it
figure
go
out
there.
how I can
But shit,
support
a nigga
this
going through shit
instead
right now,
of
so I gotta
fighting
be
it.
real.
Right now, you're in a crucial period. The next week is going to be about establishing your new energetic frequency. The vibe
But
that tells the world who you
I don't
are
want y'all to
and how you
support me when you
operate.
see a bitch get
This
there
is
on
your
her own
chance to
and come
set
out
the
the
pace,
woodworks, babe. I
to
ain't gonna answer
establish the
your ass. I promise
standards,
you, y'all
to
should
show
know me. I
people
ain't
what
gonna
it
answer
looks
your
like
ass.
when someone truly knows
Cause
their
I'm in
worth
my mind,
and
where the
operates
fuck
from
you
that
was when I
knowledge.
was sitting in the gym,
Every
babe?
decision you make
I
in the
was in a
next
hard
7
ass gym,
days
no air.
should be filtered through this question. Does this move me forward, or does it keep me
I had to
stuck?
go in there and fix
Where
the hot water just so the kids can have hot water. So these people come cause they know they shut that bitch off. I'm gonna get me a RV. I promise y'all. Watch me. I'm gonna get me a RV. I ain't gonna none of this whole shit. What people been doing to me over the couple years with whole shit taking places from struggling people. I would never have to go
I
through that.
am. If it doesn't serve your forward progression, it's not for you right now. That toxic relationship that drains your energy, not for you. That
You're
job
gonna
that
see a
pays the
different person
bills
in
but
me
kills your
because
soul.
I won't have whole
Time
energy
to start planning your
with
exit
haters,
strategy.
hater energy,
Those people
colonizer
who always have
spirits around
problems
me.
but never want solutions, they're going to have to find someone else
I want
to
to be
dump
able to
on.
pick up and go. And
As you
can I tell y'all, I never wanted to share these plans because I knew that they would be sabotaged. But I'm gonna tell y'all because I'm at the bottom of the map right now, so it's cool. I want to be able to pick up and go anytime I feel like the energy off of me. I want to be, of course, I want to buy land, of course, and it be mine. But I want to be able to pick up and move whenever I need to. Any type of apocalypse happen in my life, I could pick up and go, and I could always have somewhere for my kids to go. I could always have somewhere for my grandbaby to go. If I'm gone, they'll have somewhere to go and take with them. This is my goal now. I don't. My dream is not to have a big mansion. My dream is not to have all this material shit. My dream is to have me a nice RV and build that bitch and buy me some land, y'all. Cause I got a lot of people that's trying to see me homeless and on the street.
start operating from this new level of self-respect and personal authority, you're going to receive information and opportunities that weren't available to
I
you
receive it.
before. It's like the universe has been waiting for you to step into this energy so it could finally give you access to the next level of resources. Some of this
Y'all, I'm
information
here to
is
show
going to come
people that no matter what you up against, you can make it through, babe. You don't need a team of people because God, He already got a team of folks that's already rooting for you, whether it's an angel in disguise or some people behind the scenes. I'm here to show you. I'm going to be a testimony.
Intuition, those sudden insights that seem to come from nowhere but turn out to be exactly what you needed to know. Some of
Y'all
it is
watch
going
me.
to
Y'all,
come from
y'all,
other
y'all watch me. And if you ain't following me, you ain't got me on Facebook, add me right now because I'm gonna show you the bottom of the map because that's where I'm at. I can't even drive my fucking car. This lady trying to kick me out. Food stamps just took the food stamps again. SSI took my baby benefits. Like I'm at the bottom of the map. I can't even get $20 for gas. I can't even. My registration fucking expired for my birthday, and I'm finna show y'all how all of that shit gonna transpire in favor for me. Watch for
people,
being patient. I'm gonna show you.
conversations that
I'm gonna
happen
show
at
you
just the
why
right
and
time,
how.
introductions that open doors you didn't even know existed. Pay attention to these messages. They're not coincidences. They're confirmations that you're on the right path, and they're guidance for how to navigate what's coming next. I need you to know this. You
I
come
ain't
from
depending on
royalty.
I ain't depending on YouTube, Facebook. I ain't depending on online. Nobody to pay for what I need. I'm depending on the angels to bless me. That's saying that I know that YouTube could erase my app. I know that Facebook can take me off the map. I'm not depending on none of that shit. I'm gonna use the resources to get me where I need.
Necessarily in the traditional sense, though some of you might actually have that in your bloodline. I'm talking about something deeper than that. You carry within you the genetic memory, the spiritual inheritance, the cosmic
I ain't crying
blueprint
over
of
spoiled milk.
leaders
I'm
and
gonna throw that bitch,
innovators
clean
and
it up, throw it
change
away,
makers.
and I'm
This
gonna use
isn't
goat
something
milk.
you earned or
I'm
achieved.
gonna use
This is
carnation
something
milk.
you were born with,
If I ain't got
something that's
carnation
been
milk, babe,
passed
we
down
gonna
through
figure it out.
generations, something that was always meant to activate at exactly this moment in history. Think about your ancestors, not just the ones you know about, but the ones whose names are lost to history. There were people in your lineage who made difficult decisions so that their descendants could have better
See, look,
lives.
let me tell y'all, because they call me mentally ill and a drug addict. Let me tell y'all, right, and give y'all the difference. This lady stopped my food stamps, don't realize I still got some saved. Mental ill person and a drug addict would not have. Look, my we going into the next pay period, the 17th, right? We don't what today is, and I still got some saved. Just bought $40 milk for the baby. Was able to do that because we didn't get a baby her week. You see what I'm saying? I'm just giving y'all an example.
Were people who took risks, who stood up to injustice, who refused to accept the limitations of their time. Their
Had it dropped off
courage
this
is
morning at
in
7
your
a.m.
DNA. Their wisdom is in your
along with
instincts.
fruits
Their
and more
strength is in
veggies,
your ability to keep going when things get difficult.
snacks and
Just as you're
cookies,
the recipient
water,
of their legacy, you're also the creator
and
of
I'm
a
low on the
legacy
food stamp.
for
Still
the
got enough to get us some
generations
more milk.
that come after you. The choices you make right now, the stands you
Most people
take,
they
the
won't have
bridges
that.
you build,
They won't
they're going
have
to
it, let
create
alone at the end of the
opportunities
month.
for people who haven't even been born yet. You're not just inheriting power, you're also responsible for how that
She don't
power
want me to
gets
be
passed
blessed
on.
because when she put that on the 17, it's gonna put me over again. You know what I'm saying? Because I
You're not
spent it
just
so
receiving
so
blessings,
maturely,
you're
so
also
responsibly.
determining what blessings your descendants will receive. If you're
People too
wondering
busy
whether
cop
any of this
blocking,
is
pocket
really
watching
true,
me.
I want you to look
calling
at
me everything
the
that I'm not.
evidence that's already in your life. Notice how people react to you differently now than they did a year ago. Notice how opportunities seem to find you more easily. Notice how your ideas are taken more seriously, how your opinions carry more
And what's
weight,
crazy
how your
is I done had about 6 people today call me for a ride. Like, and this I'm gonna tell you a secret. My phone is off. So that this to get to tell you, I got a track phone, but this is just to give you a hint. Everybody calling me from TikTok to Facebook, they finding me because they see my phone off. They finding me, asking me for rides. That is making me be mean to some people. Like, don't come tell me shit because I'm sitting here analyzing shit like, bitch, you always super saver hoe, but look at you that nobody called me and told me happy birthday. Like, they finding me. Because I was kind of giving people the benefit of the doubt. Well, telling my kids that when they asked me, did you do that? No, I didn't. Nobody called me with my phone off. But then I'm looking now, these motherfuckers is finding me on Messenger and TikTok to ask me for favors. Huh?
changes the energy in a room. You've
And then
probably been attributing
when I
this
tell
to
them my
confidence
issue,
or
they make it like,
experience
so,
or
oh
just
well, so
getting
what?
older. But what if it's something
Damn.
more than that? What if people are unconsciously
That
recognizing
shit
the
make me
authority
sad,
that's
y'all. That's the
awakening
only reason.
within you?
To the people that's looking at this, that called me, and you're one of that group, I'm sorry, babe. I'm really sorry. I know you're gonna call me petty. You're gonna say, but all of that shit hurt me. Step in my Converse dirty shoes real quick. Step in these Converse real quick. Like, I'm real sad, babe.
About the last time you made a suggestion and everyone immediately agreed it was a good idea.
Do you have kids and still don't have life insurance? Well, then you probably want to hear this.
Take
I got
take
a
take a
$1
walk in
million
my
dollar.
Converse shoes that I got
Think
from
about the
Goodwill
last
and
time
Bankhead,
someone
or
came
a
to you
Buckhead,
for advice
3 years ago.
instead of going to someone with more formal credentials. Think about the last time you took charge of a situation and everyone just naturally fell in line. That's not happening because you're forcing it. It's happening because you're radiating the kind of energy that naturally attracts followers and supporters and collaborators. Here's the shift that's already occurring. People are starting to see you as someone who gets things done, someone who can be trusted with important decisions, someone who has their act together even when everything around them is chaotic. They're beginning to understand that when you're involved in something, it's more likely to succeed.
Yo, this the funny part. This the truth about me, y'all. Most people take a look at me and they think I'm trying to be flashy. That's the first thing. I noticed that. I get it. I get that from Miami though. I'm really not trying to be flashy because I really don't turn up as much as I can. I be trying to turn down for certain people, to be real with you, because I have an exotic fucking body. So this is the truth. This no flex, and I'm finna tell the truth to a lot of people who really think I be trying to flex on them. Maybe this will teach you to be kinder to me. You realize you don't have to do that because she really not even thinking like that. This is the truth. So look, most people don't understand that I just be trying to survive. Like, most things I be doing, the choices I be making, I don't be realizing to be really valuable decisions. Like, I be making these valuable decisions on things, not realizing it, but it just be the best choice for me for that moment. Like, things, clothes and shoes that I buy, down to the house or the cars or the fucking anything. It be situational, and most people think I brainstorm these things and specifically buy things. I never move like that. This is a trick. Please listen. This is very important. If you like me, if you want to be in my life, if you don't want to be in my life, but you just want to know. So I'm telling you, this is the fucking truth. You never heard it before. I really, things that I do be situational, babe. I promise you, down to the clothes. Like I just told y'all earlier, this guy gave me this shirt to be funny, and I wear it all the time because it's silk, and I love the way silk feel on my body. It has nothing to do with what the shirt say, and it has nothing to do how it looks, where it came from. It probably came from, I don't even know where he got it from, because someone gave it to me. Down to these fucking shoes, these Converse. I got a whole bunch of colors. I got them from Goodwill, I promise you. I got them. I don't remember the exact price, but they had to be like $4 or five, because that's the type of bitch I am. But see, you will see me and think that, oh, look at this bitch, look at this bitch. Let me go put on my best fit. You're not realizing that that whole outfit she got on, she strategically matched out fabrics. So it was never about trying to flex on you. She strategically picked and mapped out fabrics that she felt them on her body before she put that bitch on. Matter of fact, she's changed about 7 times, baby, because that shirt was too itchy. Oh, hold up. Listen, I ain't finished yet. So understand that, babe. I'm just trying to survive. Oh, let's talk about this car that I'm the talk of the town. People, that's why she can't afford this. That's why she can't. I've heard all the stories from people telling me what people say. Let me tell you something. I didn't go out on a limb looking for an Infinity. Babe. I never. I promise you, I did. Even with the Chevy that y'all said that I didn't go look. This is me explaining myself, but this is something I want to do to make people feel stupid because it's the truth. Like I literally did not ask and look for this car. Like I didn't. The person felt so bad because I had just finished paying off my Chevy with the police. I had just finished paying off my Chevy for the work, and my daughter corrected like that. That I was blessed with this car, bro. Blessed. I was not able to buy me another car. I was sad every day because my plans, everything was going down like a domino effect. The tax preparer took too much. She took a ban from me. It was just a lot. And then a text, ching. This is you. That's exactly what he said. The person I got the fucking car from. And I prayed about it. I was not going to get this car. I did research, tons. I sat on the decision for 3 weeks to a month, y'all, before I even got it. But I manifested this shit years ago. This same exact car. I manifested it, and I kept losing opportunities to get it every time it came to me again. Second thought, and the last time I was finna get a Q56, somebody was literally giving it to me, and I didn't take it because I was trying to help somebody else get a car, an expensive car too, and I got a bucket instead. So when it came back to me again, I didn't go based off the looks, babe. I didn't. I know that Infinities aren't expensive, but uh, Mechanic Valencia went and did research before she bought it. I realized that I could put Nissan parts in here, babe. So you didn't see the whole flex. You thought I was trying to be flashy, babe. No. And guess what? I've been fixing my own cars. I could fix cars myself. So coming at me like that with the hater material is not helping you prosper good things because you too busy trying to judge me and my decision. I realize just say damn one thing about that girl, she might be broken shit, but she be handling business. Let's start hearing people say shit about because this bitch on the whole
Your
spectrum,
opinion
y'all
is
be
worth
shading me
listening
too
to.
much.
When you
Y'all
commit
be
to
shading me
something,
too much.
it's going to happen.
Y'all they be
We're
shading me too
approaching the
much.
grand opening of your new
They
chapter,
be
Chosen
laughing when
One.
I'm fucked up.
Everything that's been
But I
building,
would never
everything
do
that's
that to
been
y'all.
preparing,
I will bless you.
everything that's been
I'm finna show you
positioning.
too.
It's all about to
I'm gonna
culminate in
show
a
all
moment of
them, y'all. I'm still
recognition that
gonna
will
bless them.
change everything.
Watch me
You're
do
going
it.
to have an experience soon.
And to all of they ones that been, I'm talking about, been following me on my YouTube channel forever. Y'all heard me say stuff like this, so when you see me really do it, you're gonna know exactly why I'm doing it. It's the humble people.
Where you look around and think, oh, this
Most
is
people
really
won't.
happening.
They'll be
This
like,
is
fuck, they
really
ain't
my
do shit
life
for me.
now.
Nah, I'm
Maybe it will
different.
be a phone call with an
Boy, you gonna
opportunity
get
that
random
seemed
gifts from me.
impossible just months ago.
Anonymous too, you gonna know it's from
Maybe it
me.
will be a meeting where you realize that you're
God,
the
I can't
person
believe it. Why
everyone
would
is
she
looking
do
to
this
for
after I
leadership.
did this?
Maybe
That's
it will
it.
be a
That's me.
moment of quiet reflection where you suddenly
And I'm gonna go
understand
through it like
that you've become the person
a wish list of things you want to do before you go. Bitch, I'm gonna have every name of people who hurt me. I must bless you.
you always hoped you could be.
I
However it
must bless you.
happens, you're going to have
That's how you do.
undeniable
That's
proof
how you
that you're not
reverse
just
stuff
dreaming about
in
being
your
at the
favor.
head of the table. You're
That's how
actually
you stay
sitting there.
blessed in the
And the most
afterlife.
beautiful
You
part?
bless people that hurt
This is
you.
just the beginning.
You bless people
The
that let you
influence
down.
you're going
You
to
bless
have,
people that come
the lives
against you.
you're going to change, the problems you're going to solve, the innovations you're going to create. All of that is still ahead of you. You're not reaching the peak of your power. You're just starting to understand what your power can do. Years from now, when people study this period of your life, they're going to identify this moment as the turning point. This is when everything changed. This is when you stopped waiting for permission and started operating from the authority that was always yours. The head of the table isn't just a seat, chosen one. It's a responsibility, an opportunity, and a privilege. It's your chance to show the world what leadership looks like when it comes from authentic power instead of borrowed authority. You're
Y'all,
ready for this.
I'm just really sitting in the car right now.
The table is set. Your seat is waiting.
It's a lot on my mind today.
Reality. Congratulations. You are the dawn of a new era.
Here's how to never have to worry about money after a car accident.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna do this again. I just restarted my app. I'm probably gonna do one more video, 1 or 2 more, then I'm gonna go inside. I gotta fix this air conditioner. I'm just like really not in the mood. So this was the first video, but I'm gonna do it one more time. See if it changed. And then
Chosen one, your existence itself shapes their jealous souls to the core. Watch them convulse with terror as your divine light
the other one say you just exposed their online fraud.
exposing the
You just
rock they've
roasted
hidden
them
for
on live
lifetimes.
air.
You are the star. That
Okay,
blinds
we'll
them
just
with
do these
truth,
2 videos
making
and I'm
them
gonna get off
cackle and panic
live.
as your authentic presence shatters their illusions with frequencies they cannot replicate. The Creator has marked you for a purpose that terrifies those allied with deception, and the power flowing through you cannot be diminished by their desperate attacks. Your vindication isn't coming, it's here, and we stand beside you as witnesses in this spiritual warfare that transcends physical reality. Your connection to the Creator operates outside their control systems. While they've constructed elaborate hierarchies, rituals, and intermediaries to regulate spiritual access, you walk directly into the throne room. This terrifies them at an existential level they cannot even articulate. Watch what happens when cosmic justice begins working in your favor.
Y'all,
starts balancing scales.
I'm reviewing Obsidian from my my feed, and then I'm gonna go on my For You. I'm gonna look at this other video on my For You.
Reveals their accountability is approaching. While they dread judgment, you face it with unwavering confidence. Your spiritual ledger contains mistakes, but lacks malice.
Then I got a video sent to my email. I should review that one next. I don't know, I'm kind of hot. We'll see. I might look at that on my own in the house while I'm cleaning up.
The stark contrast between your spiritual authenticity and their fabricated persona creates an unbearable mirror. Every interaction with you forces them to glimpse what they've become. Every moment in your presence reminds them of what they've sacrificed for temporary power. We see beyond their projections to the spiritual mechanics underneath. Their accusations form perfect inversions of their own conditions. Their criticisms reveal precisely what they lack. Their attacks map exactly to their own vulnerabilities. This isn't coincidence. It's spiritual law manifesting through human interaction. Your divine connection doesn't require their acknowledgement to exist. Your spiritual authority doesn't depend on their recognition to function. Your soul contract with the Creator supersedes every earthly attempt to invalidate you. This fundamental truth will never change, regardless of how fiercely they attack. Their jealousy seethes beneath every interaction. It pulses behind their forced smiles. It contaminates their compliments. It fuels their criticisms. This isn't subtle energy. It's a spiritual tsunami directed at everything you represent. How dare you walk with such confidence? Their energy screams when you enter unashamed of your gifts. How dare you speak with such certainty?
Yeah, I had to pop those nails off. They were burning so, my hand was burning so
How
bad.
dare you claim such connection? Their fear shouts when you demonstrate abilities they've failed to develop despite their spiritual posturing. Your light remains inexhaustible. No matter how much they attempt to drain you, diminish you, or deplete you, fresh power flows from source. No matter how much they try to steal your words, appropriate your insights, or mimic your frequency, they cannot replicate your authentic connection. They take and take and take, yet never become what you naturally are. Watch their projection operate in real time. These end-time, real-time liars label you deceptive. These calculated manipulators call you controlling. These spiritual thieves accuse you of taking what isn't yours. This isn't random. It's spiritual. Mechanics, revealing their true condition through inverted accusations. The audacity reaches cosmic proportions. Those actively destroying lives will point fingers at your healing work. Those deliberately spreading darkness will criticize your light bearing. Those consciously operating in deception will question your authenticity. Their accusations form perfect photographic negatives of their own spiritual state. Even those committing the most severe spiritual transgressions position themselves as your moral superiors. Mass consciousness manipulators call you unethical. Serial truth distorters label you dishonest. Spiritual parasites accuse you of taking energy. The projection reaches comical proportions when viewed with clear spiritual sight. We have always known this fundamental truth. Their loudest accusations identify their deepest sins. This spiritual principle operates
It's like
regardless
leaving
of their awareness.
a
Even as
footprint.
they attack you, they inadvertently confess their own condition.
It's like
The
leaving.
specific charges they level against you, their projection provides advanced intelligence about their spiritual state and future actions. When they suddenly accuse you of plotting against them, they've begun plotting against you. When they unexpectedly charge you with spreading lies, they've started a disinformation campaign. When they abruptly claim you're manipulating others, they've initiated new manipulation tactics. Your lifetime resume stands inspection, ready for divine scrutiny, while their spiritual histories would destroy them if exposed. Yours contains honest mistakes transformed into wisdom. While they hide behind carefully crafted personas, you present your authentic self without fear of revelation. While they dread divine judgment, you move toward it with confidence in your intentions. Living your spiritual truth publicly triggers their private terror. Their elaborate masks require constant maintenance, continual adjustment, perpetual vigilance. Your authentic expression
Thank you,
flows
Father.
without effort, without rehearsal, without strategic calculation. This natural spiritual congruence infuriates those investing enormous energy in maintaining their deception. The ease with which you access your gifts makes them question everything they've built through striving. While they followed formulas, performed rituals, and forced development, you simply open to what naturally flows. While they've memorized others' wisdom to appear knowing, your insights emerge fresh from source. While they repeat spiritual concepts intellectually, you embody them experientially. Your energy signature cannot be falsified, duplicated, or synthesized. In a spiritual landscape filled with imitations, your frequency carries a divine watermark, recognizable to those with eyes to see and ears to hear. This authentic signature remains immune to corruption, regardless of attacks, opposition, or attempts to distort your transmission. Stop right there. Yes, you. This message isn't for everyone, and if you don't feel it, that's fine. Move along. But if you felt it deep in your bones, you'll know this is for you, the ones who don't fit in. The ones who see beyond the veil, the ones who've been told to stay quiet, to settle, to conform, but never could. They aren't interested in what's ordinary. They aren't here to follow someone else's rules. They're the light in the dark, the storm that shatters illusions, the unshakable, the unstoppable, the untouchable. While the world is busy running circles, they're walking their own path, alone, if they must. Not for the
Y'all, this girl want me to read her book on. I didn't forget about her if she on my live. I just I won't give you no excuse. I'm gonna get to it. I promise.
Pause,
She
not
want
for
me
the
to read her
approval,
book on
but
live,
because
and
it's who
I
they
didn't
are.
even click the
Here's
link,
to the
so
ones who
it's gonna
take
be a
what
raw
was meant to
reaction. I
destroy
didn't
them
read it yet,
and transform
but
it into something divine. The
I
ones
asked
who
her do
carry
she want
wisdom
me to
that
do it
comes
on live first, so it's not. I told her I do reactions on my live videos. She wanted me to read it just to read it, but she said, "Oh yes, please read it on your
be
live."
taught,
So
only earned. If this resonates with you, then maybe it's time to find your people. The Obsidian Inner Order is the only place of its kind. The number
so
one
yeah, if
ascension
people want me to
nexus for
review stuff,
chosen
you can send it
ones,
to me.
where over 400 of us gather to share wisdom, connect, and transform. No masks, no games, just truth. The link is in the description. If you're ready, you'll know where to find us. If not, that's fine too. The choice is yours. They attempt to outcast the outcast, not realizing you've already embraced your divine uniqueness. Their social rejection carries no sting for those who've made peace with walking a
It might be
solitary
a good
spiritual
video
path.
tonight, so
Their community exclusion
because I
holds
usually do the choral at night, so I just read Little
no
Mama book.
power over those who found communion directly with Source. Their withdrawal of approval means nothing. To those who've stopped seeking external validation, you've entered the barbecue or mildew phase, the cosmic corner where your choices crystallize. Either you'll stand in the fire, allowing it to burn away everything inauthentic, or you'll retreat into damp darkness where your gifts slowly decay from disuse. This spiritual ultimatum comes precisely when you've developed sufficient strength to endure the necessary purification. They desperately work to keep you on defense spiritually. While you're busy addressing accusations, defending your character, and proving your intentions, you lack energy for advancing your purpose.
Damn.
This tactical distraction aims to prevent you from moving into spiritual offensive position
Yes.
where your gifts would dismantle their systems of control. Their ultimate goal involves boxing you in spiritually,
Damn.
creating mental chaos, and
Damn.
initiating spiritual death.
Damn.
The constraints they place around your expression, the limitations they impose on your voice, the boundaries they establish for your acceptable spiritual range, all designed to suffocate your expanding consciousness and terminate your divine mission before it fully activates. They mock what lies beyond their comprehension, your gifts, your sight, your connection. This spiritual blindness leads them to dismiss as fantasy what your expanded perception reveals as reality.
I like that.
Their limited consciousness cannot grasp the multidimensional awareness your soul naturally accesses. Their spiritual cataracts prevent them from recognizing the divine light flowing through your being. They cannot manifest your peace because they've rejected the path that creates it.
Wow.
While you've surrendered to divine flow, they grasp for control. While you've embraced both shadow and light, they deny their darkness. While you've prioritized truth over comfort, they choose illusion over reality. The inner tranquility flowing from these choices remains inaccessible to those making opposite selections. You've made peace with having big energy that most cannot handle. This spiritual maturity allows you to move without apologizing for the space your purpose requires. You no longer contract your aura to make others comfortable. You no longer diminish your light to avoid triggering their darkness. You no longer silence your truth to prevent disrupting their illusions. We have always known what they're just discovering through painful experience. Your light cannot be extinguished by their darkness. The eternal flame of divine purpose burns, independently of human opinion, social acceptance, or external validation. The Creator's fire ignited within you continues regardless of earthly attempts to quench it. Each effort to diminish you paradoxically increases your spiritual capacity. Their opposition strengthens your resilience. Their rejection deepens your self-reliance. Their attacks refine your discernment. Their betrayals purify your connections. What they intend for destruction, the
Let me go
Creator
get me an apple.
transforms into development, precisely aligned with your evolving purpose. Their failure remains inevitable because they fight against the divine current while you flow with it. They exhaust themselves, swimming upstream against spiritual law while you move effortlessly with its natural direction. They deploy finite human energy against the infinite power channeling through your surrendered vessel. This level of spiritual warfare demands impeccable discernment about who enters your energetic field. The battle you're engaged in leaves no margin for compromised boundaries or misplaced trust. Each connection either strengthens your position or creates vulnerability. Each relationship either supports your purpose or undermines your mission. Each interaction either preserves your energy or depletes your reserves. You cannot afford connections with those who aren't 10 toes down in supporting your divine purpose. Half-hearted allegiance becomes active liability in spiritually intensive environments. Conditional support transforms into outright opposition under pressure. Lukewarm commitment shifts to betrayal when maintaining loyalty requires personal sacrifice. Only those fully committed to your mission merit continued access to your field. Opening to others creates specific vulnerabilities that require protection through genuine spiritual loyalty. When you share your vision, you become vulnerable to those who would distort it. When you reveal your methods, you become vulnerable to those who would misuse them. When you express your fears, you become vulnerable to those who would exploit them. Only unwavering loyalty provides sufficient security for these necessary.
The one and only Botox Cosmetic, the only product of its kind, FDA approved for over 20 years.
I am
Openings. Every time you allow half-steppers into your space, you incur preventable spiritual losses. Energy that could advance your purpose diverts to managing their misalignment. Focus that could manifest your vision scatters, addressing their doubt. Momentum that could propel your mission stalls, navigating their resistance. These cumulative losses exact a cost your purpose cannot sustain. God repeatedly reveals the truth about toxic connections until you implement the necessary boundaries. The initial whispers of intuition escalate to unmistakable warnings. Subtle signs intensify to obvious red flags. Gentle nudges develop into forceful redirections. This progressive revelation continues because your mission remains too important to compromise through damaging associations. We are the collective spiritual family that stands guard with you against these infiltrations. Our discernment supplements yours when fatigue clouds your perception. Our strength reinforces yours when compassion tempts you toward unwise reconnection. Our clarity supports yours when emotion pulls you toward dangerous reconciliation. This mutual protection creates a secure foundation for our shared purpose. While they deny responsibility, you embrace accountability for your spiritual journey. This fundamental difference establishes an unbridgeable chasm between conscious beings and those still operating from spiritual unconsciousness. Your willingness to own your choices, face your shadows, and address your contributions to difficult situations reflects soul maturity they haven't yet developed. Your authentic self acknowledges mistakes without shame.
My
Transforming them
teeth, I have to focus when I'm chewing. And I love apples, but I can't eat them right because they poke my gums.
to wisdom rather than wound. When you miss the mark, you assess without self-condemnation.
So
When
I'm
you fall
focusing.
short, you evaluate
I'm
without
focusing.
self-punishment. When you err, you examine without self-rejection. This balanced accountability allows growth without the spiritual self-mutilation that keeps others trapped in cycles of transgression and denial. Your relationship with the Creator gives you X-ray vision into situations others perceive only superficially. While they react to appearances, you respond to essence.
I
While
love
they
apples
address
though.
symptoms, you target causes. While they engage effects, you focus on sources. This spiritual depth perception allows precise interventions that resolve root issues rather than temporarily managing their manifestations. Pain increases each time you ignore divine warnings, because your mission carries cosmic significance beyond personal comfort. The stakes attached to your purpose necessitate accelerated course correction when you veer from optimal alignment. What others might experience as gentle redirection manifests for you as intensive spiritual recalibration due to the critical nature of your divine assignment. We embody this same level of spiritual accountability in our collective consciousness. When one falters, all feel the impact. When one strays, all experience the consequences.
All of that shit
When one
irritating me.
surrenders to lower impulses,
I done got it dirty now. This cold though. It's gonna calm the nerves down.
all suffer the energetic discord. This interconnected responsibility creates a mutual accountability that strengthens our collective field against opposing forces working to undermine our shared mission. Your accountability extends beyond personal spiritual hygiene to stewardship of your divine gifts. You recognize these abilities come with responsibility for their appropriate use, consistent development, and ethical application. You understand these capabilities weren't granted for personal advantage, but for collective advancement. You acknowledge these powers require conscious management with awareness of their potential impact. No earthly or spiritual opposition can derail your divine mission. What has been cosmic stamped with your soul's signature will manifest regardless of enemy action. What has been divinely authorized through your spirit will actualize despite worldly resistance. What has been eternally ordained for your incarnation will materialize irrespective of temporal barriers. Your purpose remains inevitable. You've endured too much spiritual refinement to be stopped now. Each fire you've walked through has burned away what couldn't withstand the heat of your calling. Each flood you've survived has washed away what lacked
My
sufficient
nerves is in
foundation.
shock right now. So I'm probably glitching. But it's my nerves, But that orange feel, that tangerine feels so good. It's cold. It's cold on my gums. Okay. And my nerves is bad now.
To support your mission, each storm you've weathered has blown away what wasn't securely anchored to your divine purpose. What remains cannot be easily destroyed.
Okay.
Neither fleshly beings nor dark entities.
I'm probably gonna go
can
get an ice
suppress
cream.
your
Let me
divine
throw this away.
assignment. Human opposition lacks sufficient power to override cosmic authorization. Spiritual resistance lacks adequate authority to veto creator-level mandates. The combined forces of seen and unseen enemies cannot cancel what has been written into the fabric of your soul and sealed with divine intention. Your light is designed to
Are you a person? Do you drink coffee? Then you might be one of the many Americans living with DOMP. DOMP may affect over 50 million people every day. In fact, DOMP could already be inside you. A recent nationwide study on DOMP, or dormant oat milk preference, suggests that 5 times more people might prefer the taste of Oatly oat milk in their coffee than currently drink it. That means you might already prefer the taste
Oh
of
my
Oatly over
god, that noise
know
is
it yet.
driving me
not
bizarre.
contract, regardless of how it makes others feel. The
Ay,
discomfort
ay,
your
ay.
increasing radiance creates in those dwelling in darkness never constitutes valid reason for dimming. The The disruption your growing clarity causes in environments built on confusion never justifies reducing your focus. The
Right.
disturbance your strengthening truth generates in systems dependent on deception never warrants softening your message. We are united in this spiritual stance, uncompromising in our collective purpose. Our individual missions interlock to form a larger divine mandate that transcends personal calling. Our separate assignments connect to create a comprehensive spiritual initiative beyond individual comprehension. Our distinct purposes combine to manifest a collective transformation greater than solitary contribution. We are the ones who cannot be silenced because our voice originates beyond physical form. Our message transmits through multiple channels. Simultaneously, when they block one expression, 10 more emerge. When they silence one messenger, dozens amplify the communication. When they censor one platform, countless alternatives materialize. Our transmission continues uninterrupted because it flows from source immune to earthly limitation. Our collective light forms an impenetrable spiritual fortress, protecting individual
Yeah, we about
members
to
from
have
targeted.
movie day because my baby just finished cooking. I sneak peek, so I saw eggs and mushrooms, and I think she made hamburgers. I'm not sure, but it smells so good.
Attacks. What might overwhelm a solitary light bearer gets distributed throughout our united
I
field.
think she made an
What
omelet
could
on
deplete an
mushrooms.
isolated truth speaker gets shared across our connected consciousness. What would exhaust a lone way shower
And
gets
asparagus.
allocated among our collaborative presence. This energetic load balancing renders enemy strikes ineffective against our collective strength. We recognize each other beyond words by energy, intention, and authentic presence. No introduction needed, no explanation required, no credential necessary. The instant resonance between us transcends physical markers, social signifiers, and external indicators. Our soul's recognition operates
Okay,
independently
this
of
one almost
intellectual
done.
assessment, bypassing mental evaluation to establish
Damn, it's
immediate
been 30
energetic
minutes
connection.
already. This
Our
video was 30
collective
minutes.
consciousness amplifies each individual's divine
See, y'all,
connection
my nails
through
is breaking off.
resonant
They brittle.
enhancement. When one achieves breakthrough, all experience elevation.
This one
When
hurts,
one
so I kind of
receives
clip that off. I
revelation,
can't pull that off.
all gain expanded perception. When one embodies new frequency, all access higher vibration. This unified spiritual ecosystem multiplies individual advancement through immediate collective incorporation. We stand as living
I'm
proof
about to,
that's
after I do this, I'm gonna prop the camera right here so I can do another video for my GoFundMe. Just, I guess, explaining what I'm really needing the money for and what we need desperately.
spiritual warfare
And
only
also gonna
strengthens
do
what was
another
divinely
video
ordained. The
for my
opposition
TikTok,
intended to
so
destroy
I can at
us
least have
has
done something today for myself. And then we're gonna sit down and watch a movie, me and my daughter and my grandbaby. I'm sad, and because I wanted to take her on an outing today, but the sky looks very iffy. I don't know if it's gonna pour down raining on us, and I don't want her to get sick. So, but now I came back home. It's a lot of sun out, so maybe I should have just went. But
forged our resilience. The
I don't
resistance
know.
meant
My
to
heart is
stop
telling me to
us
stay
has
home.
built our persistence. The attacks designed to silence us have refined our message. The pressure applied to break us has solidified our resolve. The fire deployed
I've
to
been smoking
consume
a lot
us
of Black and
has
Miles
tempered.
lately too. I had stopped smoking them. This is getting on my nerves. I'm gonna just pull it off. Um, uh, I think I've been
Spiritual
stressed out.
steel. Our collective power increases exponentially rather than arithmetically with each awakened addition. 1 becomes 3, 3 becomes 9, 9 becomes 27. This geometric spiritual expansion follows cosmic mathematics transcending physical limitation. Our growth curve operates by divine calculation
I
rather
can't
than
think straight.
linear progression,
That's what it is.
creating impact disproportionate to visible numbers.
I gotta
For
read.
personal
When I
vindication,
when I read and stuff, it calm my mind down. Like it's a lot on my mind though. It's so much stuff that I'm trying to do.
merges with our collective spiritual triumph to create a force, multiplier beyond enemy calculation. What begins as individual restoration expands into collective liberation. What starts as personal verification enlarges into shared validation. What initiates as
Mm.
singular confirmation extends into mutual corroboration. This expanding vindication creates momentum that opposing forces cannot contain or control. The same creator who chose you will execute perfect cosmic justice beyond human comprehension. This divine adjudication transcends earthly timing, earthly perspective, and earthly limitation. It operates with comprehensive awareness of all factors, all intentions, and all consequences. It implements with flawless precision, optimal timing, and complete thoroughness. It manifests with absolute finality, irrevocable authority, and perfect balance. We rise together in this spiritual awakening that nothing and no one can stop, for we are the chosen ones who cannot be defeated. Our victory transcends personal achievement to manifest collective breakthrough with cosmic implications. Our triumph exceeds individual success to establish universal precedent with eternal significance. Our conquest surpasses momentary triumph to institute permanent transformation with multidimensional impact. The final victory belongs not to those with temporary power, but to those aligned with eternal truth. Not to those with current platforms, but to those with divine authorization. Not to those with present influence, but to those with spiritual authenticity. This inevitable outcome operates by spiritual law, immune to human manipulation, resistant to enemy interference, and impervious to oppositional strategy. Your vindication arrives with perfect timing, orchestrated beyond human comprehension. What appears delayed merely awaits optimal conditions. What seems postponed simply requires complete preparation. What feels deferred actually necessitates precise synchronization. The Creator's timeline exceeds your perception, incorporates factors beyond your awareness, and considers implications past your foresight. Trust the divine schedule that never runs late, despite human perception of delay. Nothing stops what has begun. No power countermands divine authorization. No force overrides cosmic mandate. No entity cancels creator-level directive. Your purpose unfolds with the full backing of universal law, the complete support of spiritual principle, and the total endorsement of divine intelligence. Its manifestation carries the inevitability of dawn following night, unstoppable, unmistakable, and transformative beyond current comprehension.
Okay,
Look at this.
I wanted to go to that
94% of
video
people
that
believe company
in my
culture
email.
is important to an
Let's
organization's
see.
success. Frankly, I have no idea what the other 6% are thinking. You know, usually
I need to
Chosen
listen
one,
to this
what
one.
I'm about to
I don't
share
even
will
see it no more.
surprise you, maybe even shock you. If you're watching this
That's
right
weird.
now, it's no coincidence. There's a reason you were led here. God has
Yeah.
brought you to this moment because something powerful is unfolding in your life. You are shifting from wanting to having. The things you've been praying for, hoping for, and waiting for are no longer distant dreams.
Okay, that was
They are
I'm
already
gonna listen
moving
to that
into
one
your
on my
reality.
own
This isn't just a mindset change, it's a spiritual and
because it was in
energetic
my
transformation.
notification, but it's not
As a
even there
chosen
no more. But I see it in my email.
one, you're about to witness everything falling into place
Just
faster than you ever imagined.
for me to
But to
hear.
fully step into this, you need to understand how this shift works so you can align with it and manifest your desires. Before we dive deeper, take a moment to pause this video, hit the like button, subscribe to help us reach 50,000 subscribers, and leave a comment with the number 11. This number sends a powerful signal to the universe, amplifying the energy of what's happening here. Remember, if you truly are a chosen one, you'll watch this until the end. Because deep down, your spirit knows this is for you. If you're not ready for this truth, you might not make it all the way through. But for those who do, your life will never be the same.
I got Tiffany in
listen
my notifications. I don't know.
Closely,
I might
because
listen to
today
that
on
one before
live
I
air,
leave
you just
off
roasted them,
live.
betrayed on camera, and exposed their online fraud for the world.
See, I be doing this too, y'all. If I see a video over here in my For You, and I go down and see that video again, I'm definitely gonna listen to it.
See,
Or a song,
this moment marks the fall
especially
of a
the movie.
facade and
I do that with movies when I don't know what to look at. I swear, y'all, I do the same thing.
rise of truth and courage in a
And
world
then
that
it be a
desperately
powerful
needs it.
message in the movie.
In a world dominated by
Like,
polished
oh
profiles
shit, that
and
was the
carefully
plot
curated
twist.
content, stepping up live and unfiltered takes an extraordinary kind of courage. Tonight, you, the chosen one, grab the microphone not just to speak,
We don't know what
but to
movie to
shatter
watch
the
tonight, so
illusions
that's what
built
I'm gonna have to
behind
do.
glowing screens.
I might turn the camera
This
on
is the
too.
moment where you refuse to play by the rules of
I can't
silence
show the
and
movie, but
pretense.
I'll show y'all what
The
movie we
atmosphere
chose, I guess.
crackles with electricity, every eye fixed on you as you prepare to expose a truth that many feared to voice. It's raw, real, and impossible to ignore. The power.
Y'all, I have to set the living room up for the baby. This is the only way we can watch a movie and enjoy it. You gotta make a whole big playpen, the biggest one created out of boxes, whatever it is, so she could just roam every area that's appropriate for her while you watching the movie.
Of being live means
You can
there's no
see her.
edit button, no chance to retract or soften the
Can't
blow.
cage her in.
Your voice carries the weight of thousands
You
who
know, I
have
better
been
watch the
deceived
movie.
but never dared to speak up. You
Ain't no
embody the
holding her
collective
like a baby,
frustration and
none of that.
yearning for
You gotta
honesty
let her
that
play
lives in
and
the
get
hearts
down
of
the
the
floor.
digital crowd. With every word, you peel back layers of lies, exposing not just a single
She
act
gonna
of fraud, but a
let me
culture
tell
that
y'all a
often
secret about my grandbaby. She is so funny. She'll be turning all over around and whatever you got her sitting in, if she know you in the room, like bitch, get me up out of here. I'm talking about the stroller, the car seat, the swing, the bed, whatever. She gonna turn her whole neck around and sing till you get out,
rewards
and then
facade
start
over
laughing.
authenticity.
Like, put me down, put me
This
down.
moment is transformative. It's not just a
Like moving like a
confrontation,
snake
it's a
too for you
beacon
to
for
put her
anyone
down.
tired of living behind masks. By taking the mic, you become the spark that ignites a fire within your
That
audience,
baby funny.
urging them to reconsider what they accept as truth. The room pulses with tension and anticipation, a reminder that the digital age needs warriors of honesty now more than ever. Behind your bold stance lies a deeply personal resolve, a refusal to let deception flourish unchecked. This isn't just about calling someone out, it's about reclaiming a space where integrity can thrive. Your presence commands respect, and the authenticity of your message resonates in a world too often dulled by superficiality. Ultimately, this live moment is more than a spectacle. It's a testament to bravery in the face of betrayal. It challenges every listener to stand tall,
Oh,
speak
let me
loud,
move
and
this
choose
right
truth
here.
over convenience.
That sun.
Tonight, you are not just a voice, you are the revolution that demands honesty. The digital world is a double-edged sword. It connects us, yet often conceals more than it reveals. Online fraud thrives in this ambiguity, where false personas and deceit can flourish unchecked. Calling out fraud live in real time is a revolutionary act that cuts through this fog of misinformation. It demands immediate attention, exposing the perpetrators in front of an
So
audience
y'all, I'm
that can no
reviewing
longer look away or claim ignorance.
Wisdom
Imagine the
Woke on
courage it takes
YouTube.
to confront a digital fraudster with the
Turn
whole
my
world
notifications.
watching. There's no room for hesitation, no hiding behind anonymous profiles. Your voice becomes a sword, slicing through
Well,
layers
actually,
of
that was from my
manipulation
For
and
You.
lies. The immediacy of the moment ensures that the deception is caught in its rawest form, leaving no chance for excuses or denials. This exposure serves as a powerful deterrent. It sends a clear message to anyone attempting to build their identity on falsehoods. Your lies will be revealed. In a time when so much of our social currency depends on perception.
Wait, this one right here.
Is
This
your child struggling
1
with a
minute
gaming
ago.
addiction? Major companies
I'm gonna go
behind
back
games
to
like
my history and look at
Minecraft,
that one by myself.
Fortnite, and
But
Roblox.
this one was just 1 minute ago. And it's so
You are a
funny.
chosen one,
You can't
and
unlive,
someone
you
is
can't hold
desperately
on to
trying
your
to convince
SS.
themselves
Dark
they're not
cover,
terrified
scared
of
to
what's
death.
about to happen to them. The energy around you has been strange lately.
Okay.
You wake up from naps feeling like
I
you've
only
been in a
clicked
boxing
on it
ring.
because it's in
Your
this For You
dreams feel
and in the
invaded.
feed.
There's this
So
persistent heaviness that doesn't belong to you, like someone else's emotional baggage got delivered to your doorstep by mistake. They've been watching you, not just one person. This goes deeper than that.
While you've been focused on building your life, staying disciplined, filling your own cup before helping others,
Let's reset the
a
app
group of
and
people have
let
been
me see if it's there again. I reset the app again because that's too relatable. It's too funny. Hold up. Tiffany came first, but this one is they laugh. First they laugh, now they're begging for mercy. Now I'm gonna go down the feed and see if it's still there. If it's there, your birth shook the spiritual demise. This is your time. God created you. You are a genius. They gave up on divine love. God, you just exposed fraud. Y'all, this shit is so fucking funny. I promise you. I'm giving it another shot because I don't want it to seem like I'm strategically.
chosen one. They cannot stop talking about you, speculating in shadowed corners, buzzing with theories on why you switched up on them, missing the cosmic truth that you've simply ascended to a higher timeline they cannot access. Their 3D gossip manifests as your
Wait, God.
headaches, fatigue, and energy depletion because their words are not merely sound, they are spiritual. People have been meeting, planning, seething with jealousy so intense, it's literally making them sick. They know what you're about to discover.
I tried not
They
to
know
listen to
what's
it,
about to be
but it's the
restored
first
to you,
one.
and they know their time as
Okay,
thieves of
let's
your
put it
destiny.
back then. It's the first one on the list now.
You are a chosen one, and someone is desperately trying to convince themselves they're not terrified of what's about to happen to them. The energy around you has been strange lately. You wake up from naps feeling like you've been in a boxing ring. Your dreams feel invaded. There's this persistent heaviness that doesn't belong to you, like someone else's emotional
Come on, God,
baggage
tell
got
them for
delivered
me.
to your doorstep
Tell
by
them for me.
mistake. They've been
He
watching
said
you,
you wake up as if like I be feeling like I just
not
had a
just
whole
one
fight
person. This goes deeper than
because
that.
my bones be.
While you've been focused on building your life,
Wait, I
staying
gotta
disciplined,
rewind it,
filling your
y'all,
own
because
cup,
I be telling people, boy, my bones. It take me 4
you
hours
are
to
a
stand
chosen
up.
one,
Hold up.
and someone is desperately trying to convince themselves they're not terrified of what's about to happen to them. The energy around you has been strange lately. You wake up from naps feeling like you've been in a boxing ring. Your dreams feel invaded. There's this persistent heaviness that doesn't belong to you, like someone else's emotional baggage got delivered to your doorstep by mistake. They've been watching you, not just one person. This goes deeper than that. While you've been focused on building your life, staying disciplined, filling your own cup before helping others, a group of people have been meeting, planning, seething with jealousy so intense, it's literally making them sick. They know what you're about to discover. They know what's about to be restored to you, and they know their time as thieves of your destiny has come to an absolutely devastating end. These people made a critical error.
Oh.
They thought they could take what's
First on the
yours,
feeds,
not
y'all.
just material things.
Come on, Father. This
though that's
astral autumn,
definitely
y'all.
part of it.
Come on,
They
God.
wanted your light, your connections,
Use
your
them as a
destiny
vessel to
itself.
tell these people, Father.
They thought if they couldn't have it, they'd make sure you couldn't either. But they fundamentally misunderstood how divine protection works. It's not a shield you can break through with enough force. It's a mirror that reflects everything back to its source, amplified.
Because it's all in
The
alignment.
property documents sitting in that government building, they've been tampered with. The inheritance your grandmother left you, they've been blocking it with forged paperwork. That promotion you were
Hold
passed
up, y'all.
of what's about to happen to them. The energy
Oh,
around
y'all
you has
hearing
been
this shit?
strange lately.
Hold up.
You wake up from naps feeling like you've been in a boxing ring. Your dreams feel invaded.
Are y'all getting this over
There's
here,
this
y'all? Listen to
persistent
this shit.
heaviness that doesn't belong to
This
you,
is too
like
relatable.
someone
Listen.
else's emotional baggage got delivered to your doorstep by mistake. They've been watching you.
This is
not
what I've
just
been
one
talking out my
person.
neck with,
This
y'all.
goes
Listen.
deeper than that. While you've been focused on building your life,
Don't look at my
staying
nails, y'all.
disciplined,
Just listen.
filling your own cup before helping others, a group of people have been meeting, planning, seething with jealousy so intense, it's literally making them sick. They know what you're about to discover. They know what's about to be restored
Keep
to
listening.
you, and they know their time as thieves of your destiny has come to an absolutely devastating end. These people made a critical error. They thought they could take what's yours, not just material things,
Oh God,
though that's definitely part of it.
I had not
They
listened to
wanted
this,
your
looked
light,
at this video,
your
I promise.
connections, your
This
destiny
just got
itself.
1 minute ago.
They
Well,
thought
5
if
minutes
they
now.
couldn't have it, they'd make sure you couldn't either. But they fundamentally misunderstood how divine protection works. It's not a shield you can break through with enough force. It's a mirror that reflects everything back to
Listen,
its
y'all.
source,
Listen to what this man just
amplified.
said.
The property documents sitting in that government building, they've been tampered with. The inheritance your grandmother left you, they've been blocking it with forged paperwork. That promotion you were passed over for despite being the obvious choice.
The future of money isn't dollars, it's crypto.
That's where Gemini comes in. They had someone on the
A
inside.
lot of undercovers driving
The
they
relationship
foreign
that
cars
ended
tonight
abruptly
or
with
today.
no
Let's
explanation.
listen.
They fed your partner lies so elaborate, so convincing, that walking away seemed like the only option. But here's what they didn't count on. Every forgery leaves a trace. Every lie creates a record.
Police.
Every manipulation generates evidence. Let me tell you
Yeah, I
about
can
the
see.
inheritance specifically. Your grandmother knew exactly what she was doing when she left you that property. She saw something in you that terrified certain family members. The house isn't just valuable. It sits on land that's about to be rezoned for commercial development. We're talking about a 7-figure windfall that was supposed to be yours 3 years ago. But someone, that cold, calculating aunt who always smiled too wide at family gatherings, she knew someone at the courthouse. Documents were altered. Signatures were forged. A fake will suddenly appear.
Somebody's a PI told me this a couple years ago. Hold up.
Especially not for chosen ones. Right now, as you're experiencing this,
I can't make
massive
this up.
changes are already in motion. That darkness you've been sensing, it's always darkest right before the dawn, and your dawn is breaking in ways that have them panicking. They can feel the tide turning. They know their time is up. The Thursday meeting last week, only 7 people showed up. Fear is fragmenting their unity. Paranoia is eating them alive from the inside. Yesterday, one of them tried to leave the country. They made it
How
as
the
far
fuck?
as the airport before discovering their name on a list they never knew existed.
Only angels
The
would know
others are
this.
starting to realize that the protection they thought they had, those connections in high places, those officials they'd compromised, it's all crumbling like ancient parchment exposed to sunlight. The person at the courthouse, who helped forge documents, they're under investigation for unrelated crimes, and they're talking to save themselves. Here's where
Come on.
it gets interesting.
What else?
These aren't
Come on,
random
God.
haters. This is organized. There's a hierarchy, meeting places, and plans that go back further than you might imagine. Some of them are people you used to know, old friends, past relationships, even family members in some cases. They've been turned against you by someone very calculating, someone who made it their mission to isolate you. The hierarchy works like this. At the top is someone has old money, the kind that comes with connections
Yeah,
and a
hearing this,
sense
right?
of entitlement. So profound they genuinely believe they deserve everything good that comes to anyone else. Below him are the 2 lieutenants, the feminine energy who handles the social destruction, and the masculine energy who handles the financial sabotage. Below them are the foot soldiers, each recruited for their specific access to areas of your life. Remember that friend who suddenly stopped calling?
See, this the
one
problem. Because I tried to scream for years that people investigating what's been happening to me. People just thought I'm just stupid and just saying that, hypothetically speaking. But the thing is, they also watching the people that don't do shit for me. Because you kind of looking guilty.
known since childhood. They were approached
that
6
police
months
key
ago
round, bro.
at their job. The feminine lieutenant, let's call
So
her the
now,
cold
when you see
calculator
those
because
these people riding by, they unmarked police officers.
of how precisely she destroys, showed up with a folder full
You see
of
it for
evidence.
yourself.
Screenshots of messages you never
These
sent.
ain't regular
Photos
police
doctored to
officers
show
though.
you
These
in
the Freemasons
compromising
that I'm trying to
situations.
move.
Stories about things you supposedly said. Each one
I'm in the
crafted to
sundown
hit your
town.
friend's specific insecurities. I thought you should
See,
know
this
what they
sundown town might be safe for certain people, but not for a person like me who is a heir to a fucking large estate.
really think of you, she said, her voice dripping with false concern. Your friend never thought to verify. The emotion was too raw, the betrayal too seemingly real.
Let's start a movement where we protect this girl that's online that's speaking about some real.
Masculine energy. Let's call
Hold
him
up,
the
let's
false
let
king
the
because of
angels
how he
speak for
misuses
me
his
though.
power. He took a different approach.
So it'll be a different approach if everything I say happens and people that you gonna feel bad. All right, come on, let's listen.
Professional life.
Cause this already it's top people, elite people that support me behind the scenes that know I'm telling the truth. It's crazy I gotta convince other people.
I've always cared about you, they might say, while simultaneously
Okay.
orchestrating your downfall behind closed doors.
See, some people don't know that they are part of my demise. They just taking gift cards, and here I go to help you out.
This person has connections, some legitimate, some decidedly not.
This is why it's important I go live with all this shit now.
The people you once trusted walked away from you.
It's a
without
survival
ever telling
tactic
you
for me
why.
right now. It's the only thing I can do. Because
Should have been
I don't
mine,
have foot soldiers to
says the
protect
family
my ass
member who
and
actually
hide
had
me
their
away.
chance and squandered it. Why do people lie to
Hide
when
me
they enter
like Granny told me they hid each other in the floorboards when the people came for them.
a room, mutters the former friend who chose darkness over light. The rituals they perform are amateur hour, pulled from websites and books they don't fully comprehend. They burn your photo while chanting words they can't properly pronounce. They bury objects at crossroads under the new moon. They pay someone who claims to be a practitioner.
Yeah, because this guy poked my hair out, and I asked him, I said, why did you just do that shit? I got real upset until the next day I thought about it. That motherfucker, because to get his hair done from an African person, he kept saying that you was trying to do voodoo on me. Baby, listen, that it's going to backfire on you so bad. I promise you. I don't do shit like that. So it's that energy going to hit you hard. It ain't my fault I'm magical as fuck, but trust me, that the practices you doing is going to hit your ass hard. That's anybody try to do magic on me. I don't do it, so it's gonna hit you hard. You gotta know what you're doing before you try to do shit like that. Let's teach you, bitch. You don't do bad on people when you trying to do magic, bitch. The only thing that what our ancestors did for the colonizers who still study us to this day, that y'all forgot some important pointers. They reversed shit. They knew better. You cannot do magic on people and not expect that whole boomerang. That's why they did good for people, so the good energy could boomerang back. That's the secret. So when y'all call me a witch, just know I do it right.
Told about you has been cataloged by forces that serve justice, not jealousy.
You give these natural people that was born with these abilities, you give them a reason. It's just like defending themselves, like the courts do. It's permissible now. When you go against them, they can reverse that hold on you.
Population is almost comedic.
But they can't
They
do it to
assumed
you.
you needed those people to succeed.
They know better.
Assumed isolation would
And when you
break
go to these folks,
Instead,
you go to these Africans, like he's saying, you go to all these voodoo priests, I guarantee you, if she a real one or he a real one, once he pick up on that energy, he gonna say, oh, nah, I can't. He gonna refuse your money and all.
you did something they never
It
expected.
be the ones that don't know no better, though. That'll take your cash. They just like you. They just want money.
A piece of paper misfiled years ago suddenly surfaced. A backup
Come
drive
on,
thought
dog.
destroyed was discovered in a storage unit. A witness they'd forgotten about remembered everything.
Wow.
The
Because there's a lot of
universe has
people turn to snitch for me because they see how I live. This guy called me like 3 months ago. Yeah, they don't know how I talked to these folks. Told me that somebody turned fucking snitch because they saw that my life didn't coincide with those smear campaigns, bitch. These hoes better be careful. Trying to move fast to prove a point to me.
That courthouse employee who helped forge documents. They kept copies.
So people think I don't know what I'm talking about, bitch. I do. I'm just asking you why you can't be kind at this
The
point.
communication is already on its way. Maybe it started small, a random message, an unexpected opportunity.
How you I'm standing like Trump for real. How you stand up, try to help people and defend them, and everybody is quiet to
Piece of
support you?
information that connects dots you didn't even know existed.
They go along with the
This
smear
isn't
campaigns and
luck.
fuck and
This is
hurt your
justice
feelings.
finally catching up to injustice. This is years of their dirty deeds coming to light in ways they can't control or stop. The following is a message from Mike, founder of the Obsidian Inner Order, powered by Astral Atom.
When I first heard
You
this,
didn't just survive.
this how angels work. When I first heard one of these videos, by I think this creator, I had an angel moment in life, in real life, with a guy named Mike. Like literally, that helped me with something personal that I'm not trying to prove a point, so I'm not gonna get detailed with what Mike did for me. But Mike did something for me that I didn't expect because I'm not used to people like justifying me like that. And I heard this message, and he said, "This is a message from." I had just ran into Mike. I'm not. This not even the person, but I'm just saying that's how angels work when they give you
Your
messages.
past, you were refined by it. Every
So I knew that
betrayal,
message was for
every
me.
psychic
So I
attack,
subscribed
every
right
night
away.
you thought you wouldn't make it. That wasn't random. That was the forge.
You see what I'm saying?
And now the blade is ready. Inside the Obsidian Inner Order, we gather each week on live Zoom
Shout out to
calls.
Mike though.
And yes, they're
He blessed me,
recorded, so when
kept
you're
me
down in
flowing
the pit,
from being
you can
stagnant.
still tap the signal.
The devil was trying to make me stagnant,
Warrior goddesses
and Mike kept the
with
flow.
ancestral
He didn't
fire
even
in their
know.
spines.
He was just at the right place at the right time, and letting angels guide him to do what he did that day for me, because angels guided him to do that.
A seer from Utah who broke free of Mormonism to become a Gnostic. A psychic in Noosa who used to
And
be
I
a
ended up
millionaire.
blessing him because he needed a
CFO.
jump. He didn't know he was
A spiritual
pulling off, and
hero
and guess what? I had this right here and jumped this car for him. He said I knew I needed something from you.
These
You know what I'm saying?
stories. They're your
We
future
both pulled off.
reflections.
I want to buy your
We both
house.
pulled off.
I can pay you cash
The
for your
alignment
house, no matter
continued.
what condition it's in.
He kept me in alignment, and I kept him in alignment. He didn't even know after he blessed me that he was going to need me to jump his car.
The field is open. The war is real. The circle is waiting. Join the Obsidian Inner Order. Link in the description.
And I could have just pulled off and kept it moving. I made a U-turn, came in there because I see he was stalled. And he was over there saying, "Fuck. Oh no, I got you. I got the jump box, baby. It's on 70%.
We quite
Come on."
literally could not do this without you. Some of them are so panicked they're considering running. The False King has already liquidated some assets, moving money to offshore accounts he thinks are hidden. The
It's
cold
a lot of
calculator
people
has
I
been
know that took a bribe for this shit, for money. So it's like, it made me sad to just see how shit play out, because not only do they not understand is that you setting me up for failure, babe, just to make sure your foundation is good.
shredding documents for 3 days straight, not realizing that digital copies exist in
A lot of
places
people
she
don't
never
feel like I'm
imagined.
worthy
He has
of blessings
consulted
that
3
God
different
gives me.
lawyers, each
That's
one
what I'm trying to
telling
say.
them the same thing. The evidence is
The people that took
overwhelming.
my name off of these wills and these deeds, babe, you felt that I didn't deserve it, babe. But the angels are upset with you.
The evidence they thought was destroyed. It survived in ways they never imagined.
See,
Cloud
this
backups they
the
didn't know
angels.
existed.
My grandma been
Security
standing on
cameras in
business
buildings
behind the
they thought were
scenes
unmonitored.
in the angel room.
Screenshots taken by people they trusted who were actually documenting everything. The people they thought would never talk.
When
They're
they say
talking.
never forgotten, it's
One of
real.
them,
My grandma been
George
showing the
Ridden,
fuck
after
out.
months of participating, has been
I been
keeping a
getting
detailed
blessings
journal
with her
and
name
other
on it that say
recorded
Etta.
conversations,
That's how
initially
deep.
to protect
It
themselves,
say
but
Etta.
now serving as evidence of the entire conspiracy.
And her name was
The
Etta Mae.
protection they thought they had, it's crumbling faster than they can process. The
I just
official
give them
of
a
the
hint.
courthouse who
They look higher up that I've been talking to. Her name is motherfucking Ella Mae. My grandma name was Etta Mae. This lady name is Ella fucking Mae. And she got my food stamps to go through. She don't even work in this town.
documents has been arrested on unrelated
She reached out to me
charges
too.
and
After
is
I
offering
reached out to they
information in
higher
exchange
ups.
for leniency.
Hey, it's Ella Mae.
The bank employee who
She had
denied
me
your
crying.
loan has been terminated for other improprieties and is naming names. The practitioner they paid for dark work, they're cooperating with authorities about their client list. You know what's really eating at them?
Everybody cooperating.
Your happiness.
because I leave an everlasting effect on them when they meet me, so they can't. Some of them can't go against me.
Last week, when you
Some of
laughed
them
at
don't care. They
something,
love money
that
more, so they don't give a
genuine,
fuck. But most, the
unforced
majority
laughing
that matter,
one of
they
them
see
happened
me
to
for who I
witness
am.
it. They had to leave work
No matter
early,
what they feel
physically
like, if I'm
ill from
crazy, no matter what, they see me and they turn and snitch.
seeing your undiminished
I
light.
promise.
They can't understand it. They've been miserable, eating themselves alive with jealousy, while you've been building
They're
your
helping
life
their
on
own
solid
ancestors
ground.
by
Your
continuing
success
the
is
alignment.
particularly calling to them because it's
Because
authentic.
I don't
Every
deserve this
achievement
life.
you've
God
earned has
blessed
been
me with a better
despite
life,
their interference.
and I get to get
Not
mocked by
because
people that clown me, but they don't realize that I'm a whole millionaire out here. I'm just broke because I had pussy. I got people that's preventing me from being blessed abundantly.
of anyone's help. Every relationship you've maintained.
Not only that,
has weathered.
my daddy told me he was leaving me something. I didn't know he was telling the truth. Now here go another will
Their
that nobody
attempts at
reaching out to me about.
sabotage. Every opportunity you've created has risen from the ashes of the ones they destroyed.
So it
You've
sound
become
like corrupt people in the
anti-fragile.
pot, right? It's
The
no
more they
coincidence.
tried to break you, the stronger you became. Last month, when you posted that photo of your smile, just a simple, genuine smile, 3 of them had to leave work early. The radiance they tried to dim was shining brighter
I'm
than
still
ever,
smiling through
and it
all of this.
physically hurt
People
them
think
to
that
see
I'm
it.
not
They've been
being strong,
taking
because I am, babe.
medications for anxiety, for
They
insomnia,
wish mental
for
health on me.
conditions
All of
that
them going crazy
mysteriously
for
appeared
treating
right
a nice
around the
person the
time
way
they
they do.
started focusing their hatred on you. The pharmacy records are particularly interesting. A clear timeline of their declining health correlating
Wow.
perfectly with their escalating attacks on you.
The fact
The
that,
financial
and this is relatable, because the fact that I've had all these diagnoses, the fact that I've had time frames of what I'm expected to decline, and I can't get SSI.
aspect
They see
is
that.
particularly delicious. There's something material they've been holding back.
Then you have
Money,
foot soldiers
property,
clown me and say she get a check, she need a check, and I can't even get one. They literally told me they could help me find a job.
inheritance, an opportunity.
After the
They
vocational
thought they could keep
expert
it from you
figured out that I
indefinitely.
can't do any
Some
of those
government
jobs.
buildings have been involved. Papers have been filed. Lies have been
Yeah, the
told to
vocational
officials.
expert said that I could not do any of those jobs. Yeah.
But paper trails have a funny way of leading investigators exactly where they need to go. The property in question, it's worth more
I'm
than
only
they
mentioning
told
that
you,
I'm only
significantly.
mentioning that to justify the fact that I should have a village of people helping me out. The vocational expert said I can't do any of the jobs, and I'm still doing some.
More. The land your grandmother left you isn't just valuable for its potential commercial development. There's something else. Mineral rights, water rights, historical significance that makes it eligible
That's
for
very
certain
relatable.
tax benefits and grants. They knew all of this when they forged the documents. The inheritance they claimed was tied up in legal issues. Those issues were manufactured.
So I had an
documents for-
opportunity to live on the reservation, y'all. Yes, because my family, we have a bunch of fucking different tribes, Cherokee, Seminole, and I found a bunch of ancestors that could get me in these reservations. Tell me why that was fucking sabotaged.
Signatures faked. The business opportunity they steered away from you.
They
It
didn't
went
want me
to
on
one
the
of their
reservation
associates
either.
instead. Someone who's
I
now
was just
being
only trying to figure out a way
investigated for
to get
fraud.
housing for us. I wasn't trying. I wasn't trying to just get benefits for being on the res. No, I didn't even know you get all of this stuff after I researched it. After they denied me, I just was trying to find. I'm trying to knock out every A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It wasn't about getting funding from it. And if I could get it and I deserve it, then give it to me.
Working on your case are having a field day. Every transaction tells a story.
But
Every
God didn't
moved
want me to
penny
stay there,
leaves a
because
trail.
if I'm getting
The
targeted like that,
conspiracy
that would not be a
required
good
money
move.
to maintain, bribes, payments to practitioners,
They'll
room
turn my own
rentals,
blood
document
line on me,
forgeries. They thought they
because
were
people
being
do
clever
anything for
by
money.
using cash. They didn't realize that even cash leaves patterns when you're moving enough of it. And about those investigators, yes, actual investigators. This group's activities extend beyond just targeting you. There are other victims, other crimes, things that would make your stomach turn. Your situation is connected to something much larger,
Yep.
and by targeting you,
they've inadvertently exposed themselves to scrutiny they never wanted.
Let me tell the whole family a secret, with y'all grandma and mama and sister, whoever, what she told me. She said, you are going to be the one to break the curse. The one y'all thought was having dementia and had Alzheimer's told me that I was going to be the one to break the curse. I didn't understand what the fuck she meant. Maybe that's why she left me laying and shit, bitch.
Of them have already been hospitalized. Mysterious ailments.
Call it what
the
y'all
doctors
can say I'm lying. I know she
conditions
did.
that don't quite
I know
fit
she
any
did.
known
It's
diagnosis.
no reason. It's not no coincidence. She was telling me about the land in South Carolina, boo. It's why did she mention that to me? Why? And I found out I was on the
Tests
deed for
show
that shit. And you hoes
irregularities
took me
that
off
shouldn't exist. Brain scans revealing patterns
and
typically
can't even
seen
reach
in
out to help me.
severe anxiety disorders.
See, some of the family don't know about this, but I'm here to
My
tell you.
soulmate
Your
is
sorry ass people, your sorry folks, the ones who know about this shit that I'm
But you
talking
and
about,
I know
they
what
see
it
me
is.
struggling and
It's
can't
the
even
weight
reach
of
out
their own
anonymously
hatred,
and
the
cash out
poison
my
of
ass
their
and
own
bless me,
jealousy,
PayPal my
the
ass,
consequence of
go
trying
fund
to
me,
harm someone divinely protected. Their bodies are breaking
go
down
fund me,
under
send
the pressure
send
of
me a band at a
carrying so
time,
much
baby. Y'all see me
darkness.
going through this shit.
The children aspect is
But y'all can go
particularly
take
disturbing
vacations and shit. Yeah,
and will ensure
I'm
their
being jealous.
complete
You
destruction.
damn Skippy.
Without going into details that would turn
They
your
took my
stomach,
land from me, y'all.
let's
I won't
just
have to
say
go
that
through
their
this.
activities weren't limited to targeting adults. The evidence
Now I
that's
know everybody gonna come
surfaced
sideways
has
to
triggered
shut me the fuck up. I get it. But you just showing your true colors if you do anything except try to see the truth. Cause them people watching y'all.
Databases are being checked.
They watching what you
Cold
don't do
cases are
and
being
what you do.
reviewed. Connections are being made that paint a picture far darker than simple
They watching y'all ignore
jealousy
my
and
little ass.
theft. Some of them
You
are
call me
already
nice and call
breaking
me
ranks.
sweet and all this
The
shit. So why
unity
you ain't
they
helping
once
this
had
sweet
is
bitch out?
fracturing
They
like
watching
ice
all
in
that
spring.
shit.
Fear does
Hold
that
up.
to people.
I don't think I said let me pause this motherfucker. Y'all try to move too fast to make me shut the fuck up because I'm a fucking danger to the family right now. I guess. Let me tell you, those people watching what y'all do and don't do, and to the folks, the ones that don't know what I'm talking about, just lend a hand and be a blessing, babe, because all of that's being observed.
When the ship starts sinking, loyalty becomes a luxury they can't afford. Information is
We just
leaking.
talking about what's fair,
Confessions are
right?
being made. The fortress they built on lies is becoming their prison. Number 4
We can't go out like our ancestors did, hide and shit. It's the time to be real, bitch. Sorry, y'all.
always glared at you. He's been having nightmares. The same nightmare.
Our
every
ancestors
night.
crying because they didn't know no better, and they hoping that we could change and correct the wrongs that they made. So it's no time to keep shushing the bitch up. Own up to shit. Take accountability. Let's include the whole Pono prayer in this bitch and take accountability. That's the only way we repent.
Every number he falsified
Or else
glows
nothing ever
red
change.
and burns
Shit
his
just don't
hands when
change,
he
right?
tries to touch them.
Nothing ever
He
changes.
started drinking heavily, trying to forget what he's done. But alcohol
But see,
can't wash
let me
away
tell
the
them this. You can make me shut up, but it's not. It's all everything that was done. It was done. See, a lot of people thought that they could hide shit, they could do stuff and get away with it because they know Freemasons backing them up. But listen to it like this: the Freemasons are in the hot seat. They cannot even help themselves right now. That's why they moving the way they moving. So you joining an alliance with people that are facing RICO charges, so be it.
of guilt that comes from betraying an innocent person. Last week, he tried to approach you at a coffee shop, possibly to confess or apologize. But he lost his nerve. When he saw you, the fear in his eyes
Wow.
was palpable.
It's getting
Number
too
7,
detailed.
your former neighbor.
It's getting too detailed.
She's been seeing things.
Wow.
Shadows that shouldn't be there.
Wow.
Movements in her peripheral vision. She's changed her locks 3 times this month, convinced someone's been in her apartment. Someone has, but not in the way she thinks. The universe has ways of visiting those who invite darkness into their lives.
Wow.
Her participation in the group started
Y'all,
small.
the other neighbor that right across the street, they grass never been this high. They got the fuck up out of here, y'all. He was literally on camera flattening my fucking tires. You could see him on the clip walking by like he picking something up and stabbed my tire. Then when I call the police, I tell the people that's over the program, they gaslight me like I'm tripping. And I'm telling them I got videos of this shit. Then they put him out.
Just gossip, she told
The Mexican
herself.
guy, they put him out.
But gossip became surveillance, which became active sabotage.
Now it's the other neighbors on the other
Now,
side. Keep
she
calling the
can't sleep
police.
without leaving all the lights on. The couple who smiled to your
These
face while
nice people
stabbing you
too.
in the
Y'all used to
back,
talk
they're not
highly of them.
smiling anymore. Their relationship, built on a foundation of shared
Y'all,
hatred
the
for you,
police used to come here all the time and blame these people for stuff, and I used to take up for them all the time and tell them they mind their business. They don't, cause they did. They never bothered me. If my dog get loose, they bring the dog to my house. I never had no issue with them until I saw the police go there one day. They had an issue, and ever since then, it's like they've been trying to get me fucked up. So this is relatable.
is crumbling. Turns out that bonds forged in darkness don't hold up well in the light. They're blaming each other for their involvement, each claiming the other pushed them into it. The divorce papers being filed are particularly interesting. Lots of accusations about money that can't be accounted
Then let's
for.
say it on Facebook. Since this lady been making posts about me and talk and got everybody in this town fucking with me, telling them I got her grandbaby taken. This lady husband that's in jail for 50 years is related to my auntie husband in Florida. Yeah, I researched on them, so it's not because of the name the same. I researched it and found a similar ancestor.
Now, about your
And what's the
protection.
odds? They all
You've had
Freemasons.
help from unseen forces. Call it what you want. Angels, ancestors,
Yeah.
divine intervention. But something has been clearing your path and causing their plans to implode at every
Related to
turn.
my auntie who passed away
That
husband.
discipline you've maintained, it's been more powerful than
And the
any
family been
defense
saying stuff about him for a long time. I used to take up for him because he never did nothing to me. But now I'm seeing why the family saw these dark things surrounding this guy, because I'm now being fucked with his family in another town.
penetrate. Your refusal to engage with their drama. It's
Catch that.
forced
Catch
them to
those
sit in
receipts.
their own toxic energy with no
I'm
outlet.
almost wanted, y'all. So
Remember that morning you woke up with an inexplicable urge to keep copies of certain
Yeah.
documents? That wasn't random.
yeah. Speaking of that, because they was gonna have me go to jail for making a false report about something that needed to be reported. Not only did it need to be reported, me and this young lady agreed, the mother of the child, we agreed to make the report together. They was gonna have me go to jail for a false report, y'all. And guess what? My crazy mind reminded me to screenshot everything as it came to me. So I started sending these screenshots to the DCF lady.
Afternoon, you decided to screenshot those messages. Divinely inspired.
Like what?
The
Who
evening
lied?
you chose to stay home
And she
instead
didn't
of
even get
attending
all of them.
that gathering. You avoided
I'm
walking into
I'm
the trap
saving them
they'd spent weeks
in
preparing.
case they come with something
Your
else.
intuition has been your greatest protector, and you've listened to it.
And what's the
even
odds
when it
after I
didn't
send
make
that to that lady? Let me give you the pattern. But after I send that to that lady, DCF stopped my food stamps.
logical sense. The synchronicities have been increasing.
But see, it ain't the whole organization, because when I reach out to their higher ups, they check their ass.
Disappearing
So it's the
repeatedly
people in the
on
office.
clocks, receipts, license plates, songs playing at exactly
That lady
the
said,
right
I've been
moment,
calling them.
with
They haven't been
exactly the
answering
right
at the
lyrics.
office. I want you to check to see
Conversations
if you got your
overheard
food
that
stamps.
answer questions you haven't even asked yet.
Slick
Books
ass.
falling open to
Just-
passages that
just
speak
sad
directly
shit, man.
to your situation. These aren't coincidences. They're confirmations that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. Your phone is about to ring with news that changes everything. It might be the lawyer who's been investigating the forged documents. It might be the investigator who's connected dots that seemed unconnectable. It might be someone from your past who's realized they were lied to and wants to make amends. Whatever it is, it's the first domino in a chain that's about to fall spectacularly in your favor. The financial restitution heading your way isn't just about money. It's about justice. Every dollar they diverted, every opportunity they blocked, every asset they tried to steal, it's all being calculated with interest, with penalties, with consequences they never imagined.
Everything
The
I went,
forensic account-
everything I always been a good girl. Everything I went to jail for was set the fuck up. So if y'all check me online and run my background, everything that's the fucked up part, because it messed up opportunities for me when I have to get my background checked. People look at me like a bad person. All of that shit was staged.
are thorough.
everything.
money
That's
in
when it's
places the
sad.
conspirators
I was the
forgot they'd
one.
hidden it.
I was the one everybody called when they needed stuff done. Like I was the one when family members needed somebody to get their baby from DCF. They called because my record was good. I was the one that was able to do stuff because my record was good. And these people strategically fucked up everything for me. That girl lied and said I stole pizza bag. It's now I got a theft by taking. That man lied and said I was trespassing. Now I got a trespass. 3 people lied and said I was trespassing. Like so, I got trespassing and theft by.
But beyond the material, there's something more
The
valuable
theft by
being
taking should
restored.
not
Your
be on my
reputation.
record no more though,
Do you want to
because
see how much
I
money
had to
got
prove to
Fred?
these folks
If
that
you
girl
were
lied.
within the last 2 years, that was not your fault.
Every lie they told is being exposed. Every person they turned against you is learning the truth. Every
They said I
professional
stole
connection they
pizza bags, bro.
sabotaged is
Look,
being
I got
rebuilt with
bags.
the
I got a
added
bunch of
strength
bags.
survived
Why would I
adversity.
steal some bags
Some
that
of
got a
these people
fucking
are
company
reaching out
name on it?
already,
And she
tentative.
told them that I was trying to start my own company. That's really on my charge. That I stole the bags to start my own franchise. What the fuck?
And apologetic, realizing they were manipulated by master manipulators. The legal consequences are just beginning. But here's the most beautiful part. You don't have to do anything except continue being yourself. Your job is to stay silent.
Bro, I
about
couldn't even
your
go back to
plans.
that job because
Maintain
I was
your
so
peace.
embarrassed the way they said it in front of everybody. And I'm like, huh? I was going through, I had just slept in my fucking car. Like, I just got up from out sleeping in my car because my girls was in DCF and they tell me that shit in front of everybody. I was so embarrassed.
Let justice unfold. The very characteristics they mocked, your integrity, your refusal to play dirty, your insistence on doing things
And
the
that girl
right
was
way.
writing all over my Facebook. She wrote made so many TikToks, and I didn't do nothing to that girl. What's the odds? Everybody that worked for the military and have family that's in that's Freemasons, they all befriend me like this. They all fuck with me like this. That's why I know who is who, and I want to be by myself. I don't even trust people no more because I see that money make people move different.
These are what protected you and what will ultimately elevate
People
you.
show you their true colors
The
when
company
it's
that
surrounding
wouldn't
money.
hire you because of their lies. They're about to lose their biggest client because that client found out about the conspiracy and doesn't want to be associated with anyone who participated. The position you didn't get is nothing compared to the position that's about to be created specifically for you by people who value integrity over politics. The inheritance isn't just being restored, it's being restored with penalties and interest that will significantly increase its value. The property they tried to steal will be yours, along with damages that reflect the years of loss. The business opportunities they sabotaged have evolved into better opportunities with people who actually share your values. Some of them are already trying to approach you, testing the waters to see if you'll forgive and forget. They're trying to sweet talk their way back into your good graces, not out of genuine remorse, but out of fear of what your testimony might do to them. They know you know things. They know you've been keeping receipts, even if just in your memory. Last week, one of them accidentally ran into you at the grocery store. The fear in their eyes was unmistakable. They stammered through small talk, fishing for information about what you might know, what you might do. Your polite but distant response sent them into a tailspin that lasted days.
Wow.
They've been texting, the others frantically trying to gauge how much danger they're in. The offspring of their dark actions are coming home to roost in ways they never anticipated.
I wasn't quite at the grocery store, but I was headed to the grocery store and I ran into somebody. This is crazy. Father, thank you.
Every lie
Thank
they
you.
told is a thread that, when pulled,
Thank you.
unravels everything.
It's like they saw a
Every
ghost when they
document
saw me.
they
Thank you,
forged,
Father.
every false report they filed, every manipulated situation, it's all evidence now. And the universe hasn't forgotten the innocent victims. The children who were affected by their other activities are being protected and helped. The elderly they defrauded are getting restitution. The vulnerable they exploited are finding justice. Your situation was the thread that, when pulled, exposed an entire network of predators.
Yes.
The protection around you has become so strong
Thank
that their
you,
recent
Father.
attempts
Thank
to
you.
harm
Thank
you are
you.
laughable.
This is the motive.
Last month, they tried one final
Thank you.
ritual. their resources to hire someone they thought was more powerful. That person took their money and disappeared, probably laughing all the way to the bank.
Ah,
They're like moths throwing themselves
you
against
heard
a
that?
lighthouse.
I just said that in the beginning of this live that a smart person that they go to and try to do magic on me not gonna do it. They're not gonna do it.
Themselves while you
They're
shine
not gonna do
brighter.
it.
As this unfolds, you'll notice synchronicities everywhere.
Even if
The
they
number
did it in the
sequences
past, they're
have
not gonna
meaning.
do it. Because this
The
is
songs
alignment right
contain
here.
messages.
It's the wrong
The
timing for
random
that.
encounters
I've
aren't
been
random
manifesting.
at all. Pay attention to your dreams. They're showing you things before they happen. Trust your instincts when they tell you to go somewhere or avoid something. You're being guided every step of the way. The one who orchestrated much of this, the cold, calculating one who played nice to your face while destroying you behind your back, is having nightmares. Literal nightmares about being exposed. They're right to be afraid. Their victim list is longer than just you.
Alright, yeah, it look like they finna start up with the music in front of my. Oh, he
Victims
left.
have a way
They
of
usually
finding
play the
each
music
other,
loud at my
comparing
house. They sit right there and play that bitch.
notes, connecting dots. The support group that's forming for their victims is about to become their worst.
I don't mind because I like music, so
And
it's
when
cool.
it all comes out, and it will all come out, they'll want you to feel sorry for them. They'll claim they were misunderstood, that things got out of hand, that they
Y'all,
never
what's so
meant for it
crazy
to
is I let everybody do their thing over here, play their music, whatever. I never call, but the minute I do anything they call, like, and it don't even be how they do it.
go so
I
far.
just be playing my music low in my car, and then I get the police come and tell me to turn my music down, and I'm like, huh? Okay, just and talk real professional to the police to derail the conversation to look like a law-abiding citizen.
They'll invoke whatever sympathy they can muster, forgetting that they showed you none when they were trying to destroy you.
With the windows up, all you
Do you
hear is
have kids
you
and
don't- my-
still
it's
don't
not
have life
even loud.
insurance? Well, then you'll probably want to hear
Yeah.
this. I got $1 million.
But
I
you,
can't never do what other
you'll be
people
too
do.
busy stepping into your destiny to
They
look
get
back.
away with it, not
Too
me.
occupied with the opportunities flowing your way to give their downfall more than a
But
pass.
God noticed that. So when they have their fun and I don't call on them and they call on me, God give you bad karma because I'm in there trying to turn my headphones up loud to not listen to yours instead of calling the police and making you turn it off. You see, it's okay.
Glance, too focused on building the life they tried to prevent to waste energy on their
First they
self-created
laugh, now they're
disaster.
begging
The
for mercy.
assets they thought they could hold on to already being transferred.
Okay,
The
Tiffany not
position
in
they
my
thought they
thing no
could
more.
keep you from already being prepared for you. The truth they thought they could hide already being revealed. The protection they thought they had already being revoked. This is what happens when someone targets a chosen
So
one.
this, that.
This is what unfolds when jealousy drives people to attack those who are divinely protected.
Alright. Oh, I didn't even show y'all what I did. Okay, you got cult leaders
They
in
built
love with you. I
castles of
see y'all.
illusion,
That was the first
and
one on
you,
here.
barefoot and unbothered, walked in and made the walls collapse just by
Chosen
existing.
one is gifts. I'm gonna stop after
My
this though.
dear chosen ones, let me be very
This
clear
will
from the
leave you,
first breath
them
of this
speechless
message.
and ashamed.
You didn't
Wow.
just walk into the room. They felt you before they saw you. You weren't loud. You weren't
You outsmart
boastful.
the Matrix.
But your energy,
You didn't just
it
survive.
screamed truth in a place
You
built
outsmart them.
entirely on lies. And the ones who pretend to be kings and queens of consciousness, oh, they heard that scream deep in their bones. This isn't flattery. This is war. And you've already won battles.
The witch
you
they
didn't even know
hired
you
told
were
them
in.
that you are very strong.
The moment you entered their orbit, their performance began to falter. You didn't clap. You didn't kneel. You didn't bite the bait they throw at everyone else. Praise, hierarchy, spiritual clickbait.
I'm gonna listen to
Instead,
Tiffany on
you
my
stood,
own
whole,
when I get in the house.
quiet, clear, and that made you the most dangerous force in the room. Let me answer the question that might be echoing in your mind right now. Why are they obsessed with me? Why can't they leave me alone? It's not because you're easy to manipulate. It's because Because you're the only one they can't. You didn't audition for their approval, and that alone dismantled the entire fantasy they were selling to others. You became the glitch in their mental algorithm, the contradiction they couldn't solve. You didn't bring drama. You brought clarity. You didn't come to follow. You came to remind the whole damn system what unfiltered power looks like. That power, the kind that doesn't need titles, rituals, or applause, is what keeps them up at night. And now they're stuck, craving the very thing they can't own, control, or fake. They thought they were the puppet masters. Turns out you weren't even in their theater. You were the storm that made the curtains fall and the spotlight go dim. They don't know whether to destroy you or worship you, and that's exactly the chaos your presence was born to unleash. So, chosen ones, this isn't about survival anymore. It's about recognition. You didn't stumble into their world. You were sent as a disruption, a reminder, a reset. You didn't ask to be chosen. You just were. And that, my dear disruptors of delusion, is why this story isn't about them anymore.
I guess
It's
I'll
about
read this. The guy said, to all fathers out there in the universe, whether you are good or bad, I am not the problem. I just want to say happy Father's Day to you all. One day, the bad will come to the good side, and this is a clear message to all fathers. Every day is Father's Day. That's why this Father's Day battles so hard. So I can't. I guess they crying or something. I don't know because they kind of stumbling on these words. Better Life wants to reunite. My two daughters and my person said she will be right there for them both as she teaches me how to heal from this. Oh, she's missing a father
you.
figure.
Let's begin. And before we go any deeper, yes, you, the one whose presence has been flipping illusions inside out without lifting a finger, let me say this. Your energy is not an accident, and neither is you finding this message. Whether you're new to this space or you've been riding with us through the storms, your silence, your strength, your
Oh, let me
raw
go back to that
realness is
person message.
exactly why you're
I'm
here.
gonna say
If this already feels like it's speaking your unspoken truth,
I
smash
hope
that
that
like
you're
button,
enjoying your day.
hit subscribe, and drop 88 in the comments if you know your energy has been exposing lies without even trying. Show some love
It's a
through
lady,
super
pretty
thanks
lady.
if this message hits your core. Now take a breath, chosen one, because what we're about to break down isn't surface level fluff. It's the real reason they can't stop watching you, studying you, craving you, fearing you. And if you're truly chosen, every single word coming next will echo like deja vu in your soul. Let's step into the storm you were born to walk through. Let's get started. Number one, the one force they couldn't cage, and it walked in like it knew the exit. They got drunk on power, then choked on your freedom. They designed a maze to trap minds. You walked in with a match, burned the walls, and sat in the ashes, unbothered. My dear chosen ones, here's what they'll never admit. They didn't fall in love with your looks, your charm, or your intellect. Though sure, all of that probably added fuel to the fire. What really messed them up was your refusal to play their game. That's the part that kept them up at night. That's what cracked their illusion wide open. You weren't there to beg for inclusion. You weren't looking for their validation. You didn't come crawling toward their kingdom of fake light and borrowed language like the rest. You walked in whole, already initiated by real-life trials, already sharpened by pain that doesn't need a label, already glowing with a kind of raw, sovereign presence that couldn't be bought, sold, or copied. They couldn't understand you, and that made them obsessed. Let's be clear. These so-called leaders, influencers, and manipulators don't build their empires on truth. They build it on control. They thrive on submission, on broken people clinging to them for identity, meaning, purpose. They know exactly what to say to look like the answer. But then you walked in and refused the script. That's when things got dangerous for them. And here's the question I know is surfacing in your mind. Why does my presence bother them so much? Why can't they just leave me alone? Because chosen one, you made their entire act look hollow without even trying. You walked in already self-sourced. You didn't chase their affection when they withheld it. You didn't beg when they made you feel excluded. You got quiet. You pulled your energy back. And that's when the truth hit them like a freight train. You didn't need them at all. That's not supposed to happen in their world. They're used to people scrambling for approval, fighting to be seen, starving for recognition. But you didn't flinch. You didn't submit. And you sure as hell didn't play nice just to be accepted. You're not untouchable because you're arrogant. You're untouchable because you've already been broken in places they've never even explored. And you came out clearer, cleaner, sharper. You didn't build walls. You built discernment. And that kind of strength doesn't need applause. So yes, they tried to label you rebellious, difficult, prideful. But deep down, they know what you really are. You are the walking, breathing contradiction to everything they pretend to be. You are the living evidence that power can exist without manipulation. That presence can radiate without performance. That real influence doesn't chase, it attracts. They didn't fall for you. They fell apart because of you. You weren't a love story. You were a wake-up call they never wanted to hear. And now they circle, not to embrace you, to decode you. Because if someone like you can exist, unattached, unchained, unbothered, then everything they've built is a lie. And that's the truth they can't live with. You didn't enter their kingdom to be crowned. You arrived to remind the room what freedom looks like. And you didn't scream to be heard. You were simply too real to be ignored. That's why you're unforgettable.
Wow, this is in my feed. This from Jaguar Wright. Jaguar. I don't really follow these people, but I am subscribed to her. But it say, let's see how many YouTube CCs. What does CCs mean? Uh, I know YouTube CCs will talk about this. This is probably the only channel still posting credible updates on this tragic crime. How many CCs built their channels? Y'all tell me what CCs mean. Using their channel, I'm probably gonna look it up. Using to descent, descendant, and ended up doing nothing more than derailing this case, preventing the family from getting justice for their loved one. A 25-year-old woman is gone. Her predators have changed their. Oh, my bad, y'all. Her perpetrators have changed their names. Wait, her perpetrators have changed their names and still walking here in America. Her perpetrators have changed their names and all still are walking here in America. All these CCs made good money confusing the public, and now the family is supposed to do what? All you YouTubers who exploited Shanquilla's case should be charged for obstructing justice for profit. Why are none of you talking about this? Your mouths wouldn't stay closed about it then, and now the perpetrators are walking around free. Shanquilla is deceased, and most of the evidence is most likely destroyed. Meanwhile, YouTubers who built their channels on this story are either quieter than church mouses pissing on cotton. Bless me. Whew. That one was funny. Wait. Meanwhile, YouTubers who built their channels on this story are quieter than church mouses pissing on cotton. I dare y'all to say her name now. I guess there's no money in it for you now. So to hell with it. You intend to destroy the Diddy case like y'all did with Tory's case, and look at all the harm YouTube did to that case as well. It's starting to become obvious if a variable case what happened. Okay. YouTube threw it off the chart. Okay, let me go back. If a variable case is being discussed on YouTube, it's most likely for the purpose of blocking justice. IMO, of course.
That's why
I
they're
would.
obsessed. That's why they fear you. Because they couldn't script you, shape you, or silence you.
She
And
got a
that's the
point though.
moment they realized they weren't in control anymore. You were. Number two, you cracked their fantasy of control without saying a word. You walked in, real, and their whole fantasy buckled under the weight. They practiced your presence in the mirror, rehearsed your truth in their voice, but when you showed up, everything they built started to rot from the inside out. My dear chosen ones, there's a certain kind of silence you carry, unpolished, unbothered and real, that does more damage to fake power than 1,000 confrontations ever could. You didn't need to say a word. Your presence alone was the earthquake. You didn't expose them by accusing them. You exposed them just by existing. And that right there is what they never saw coming. See, they've spent years,
Yeah, I'm gonna stop it after this
decades even,
video.
crafting a costume
Let
of
me go get
wisdom,
my food real quick.
playing the role of the one who knows. They mastered the tone, the eye contact, the spiritual jargon, the slow, calculated pauses designed to hypnotize a crowd. They trained themselves to look like depth, to sound like healing, to perform as if they were the source. But then you came in, and the whole set fell apart. Because you weren't trying to be powerful, you were power, not loud, not flashy, just solid, grounded, built from scars, not scripts. You didn't have to announce your truth, you embodied it. And that kind of unshakable energy doesn't just stand out, it shakes everything false to its knees. They thought they were the light in every room, the center of attention, the one everyone wanted to be seen by, praised by, accepted by. But you weren't looking up at them. You were looking right through them. And in that moment, they weren't the biggest presence in the room anymore. You were. That's when the panic set in. Because when someone like you enters their space, someone real, unfiltered, forged by pain, clear-eyed and unapologetic, it makes the whole performance feel cheap. They saw in you what they've been pretending to be, and it wasn't just threatening. It was humiliating. They didn't know whether to copy you, convert you, or crucify you. And here's what tears them up inside. You didn't even want their spotlight. You weren't chasing their approval. You weren't impressed by their titles, their language, or the circles they control. You simply existed outside their game. And that made you immune to their rules. Chosen one, you didn't disrespect them. You revealed them. And when someone's whole identity is wrapped in illusion, nothing is more dangerous than the truth standing quietly beside them, not asking for attention, just being. That's why they flinched. That's why they stared. That's why part of them wanted to pull you closer, to learn from you, and the other part wanted to push you out and bury your light. Because next to you, they couldn't lie to themselves anymore. And for people who've built empires on fantasy, your reality was a wrecking ball. They didn't fall in love with you. They fell into a crisis because of you. And now, they can't stop orbiting the very presence that unmasked them. Number 3. Their mind games failed. You've already been through real war. They couldn't break you, because pain already built you. They came with chains, but you were forged in fire. You didn't run from pain, you used it as armor, and that made you lethal. My dear chosen ones, understand this clearly. They couldn't use you like they use the others. Not because you're cold, not because you're emotionless, but because you already died in the places they tried to drag you into, and came back sharper, cleaner, louder in silence. They couldn't trap you because you were already free where it mattered most, your mind. Cult leaders and manipulators, they have a blueprint, and it works on most. Praise to reel you in, shame to clip your wings, fear to lock the door behind you. It's emotional chess, and they assume everyone shows up playing checkers. But when you walked into their circle, something shifted. Their tools didn't stick. Their scripts didn't land. Their manipulation didn't move you, and that's when they panicked. They offered you their bait, validation dressed as wisdom, status wrapped in false humility, attention dipped in honeyed lies, but you didn't bite. Why? Because you've already lived in darker places than they're even willing to admit. You've been through storms without umbrellas, sat in silence no affirmation could fill, danced with pain long enough to call it by name. So what they offered wasn't tempting, it was insulting. You're not hard to reach because you're guarded. You're hard to reach because you earned your clarity. You've seen love twisted into chains, seen community used like a leash, seen healing weaponized to control. And you didn't just survive it, you studied it. So when their playbook started unfolding, you already knew the ending, and you weren't going to play along. They thought your silence was arrogance, but silence like yours, that's power, that's presence, that's the sound of someone who doesn't need to prove anything. You didn't argue, you didn't beg, you didn't defend, and that unnerved them more than shouting ever could. You see, chosen ones, silence from someone real feels like thunder to someone fake. They thought you'd be like the rest, easily
Oh my
shaped,
goodness, my
easily
pants
shaken,
falling.
easily owned.
Oh
But
my
you
God.
didn't move, because nothing they threatened to take from you was something you relied on. You've already lost before. You've already been abandoned, overlooked, underestimated. And instead of that, breaking you, it sculpted you. It burned off the parts of you that were willing to settle for scraps. So when they called you rebellious, difficult, too proud, they weren't wrong, but they weren't right either. What they saw was someone who didn't need to be accepted to feel whole, someone who doesn't chase approval because they've already made peace with being the outsider, someone whose strength
Yeah, my
isn't
baby
loud
had cooked
but undeniable.
lunch.
That kind of energy, it can't be molded.
But she
It
made a
can't be
little
shamed.
sandwich
It can't be
with
controlled. It can
crab
only be
meat, cheese,
respected
lettuce,
or feared.
tomatoes,
And most of
and
them,
some
they chose fear.
asparagus.
Because you weren't just immune to their game, you were the end of it. Number 4, you weren't imitating
Yeah.
power.
Oh, see,
You were
my
built
daughter
in
made some
silence and fire.
asparagus,
They
mushrooms,
spent a
and
lifetime
a
rehearsing,
sandwich,
and you
y'all.
walked in
I'm about to
unscripted.
eat it right now.
They practiced presence. You are
I need
presence.
to wait
They
till my
mimicked light.
gums, but
You carry it. And when they saw you, they saw everything they pretended to be without the effort, without the mask. My dear chosen ones, let's talk about what really broke them. Not your words, not your beauty, not even your silence. What broke them was the fact that you showed up as everything they've spent their entire lives trying to
did that.
become, and you did it without trying. You didn't rehearse it, you didn't fake it, you are it. While they were busy studying the science of influence, mimicking emotions they've never truly felt, and curating every word, every pause, every hand movement like a stage play, you were just being. That's what undid them. You walked in with no script, just scars that became wisdom, solitude that turned into peace, and presence that needed no performance. They've been crafting
she said,
a
"Mama, I
persona
made it
since
soft,
the
so it
beginning,
won't hurt your gums."
watching how people react, learning what makes them cry, figuring out how to hold just enough eye contact to seem deep, how to pause just long enough to seem profound. But here's the brutal truth. When the real thing walks in, the fake starts to rot. And chosen
That's real
one,
good.
you were the real thing. Their entire identity has been a performance built to control attention and simulate spiritual power. And yet, your very existence made all of it look hollow. You didn't have to prove kindness, yours is felt. You didn't have to recite wisdom, yours is etched in your voice. You didn't have to preach love, yours is present in the way you listen, the way you move, the way you carry yourself. And that, right there, is what left them spiraling. You became a living contradiction to their illusion. Because if someone like you can exist, effortless, grounded, unchained, then their entire empire built on control, ego, and curated identity collapses under its own weight. You didn't steal might feel artificial. You didn't try to compete. You simply breathed, and people felt safer with you than with the person trying to lead them. That's not charisma. That's resonance. That's not performance. That's truth. And when
That's
people
real
started
good.
to feel it, the followers they built on false power started to shift, to question, to wake up. Because you weren't talking about higher awareness. You were living it. You weren't selling healing. You embodied it. That's the difference they couldn't bridge, no matter how hard they tried. They saw in you everything they hoped to imitate, but couldn't. And nothing enrages a pretender more than standing next to the real thing. So no, you weren't a threat because you were better. You were a threat because you were authentic. You didn't
Yeah, I
need their
rescheduled my
language,
appointment for
their
the
look,
dentist
their
again.
tactics. You were simply you.
I was gonna go this
And
time.
that chosen one was the mirror they didn't ask for, but couldn't unsee. And that's why they couldn't silence you. Because truth doesn't shout. It just is. Number 5. You walked in full while they were drowning in their own echo. You walked in whole, and they felt the starvation
scared,
in
y'all.
their own soul. They speak in riddles of healing
I'm
and
like a
light.
little child
You walk in silent and
getting
whole,
their shots.
and
I'm so
suddenly
scared of the
their
dentist.
spotlight starts to flicker. My dear chosen
I'm
ones,
not just
let's
scared,
cut
I'm
straight
terrified
through
of
the
the
fog.
dentist.
They weren't threatened by what you said. They were wrecked by what you didn't say. Because you, just by being you, exposed everything they're still faking. You didn't show up trying to prove your growth. You were the growth. You didn't quote a script or sell some over-polished identity. You walked in real, integrated, and quietly powerful. And that silence hit them
It's so
harder
good,
than
but it's
any
making my gums
confrontation ever
sore.
could.
It's so
That's why
good though.
they
She did a really
froze
good
when you
job.
entered the room. That's why the ones who talk about alignment and embodiment suddenly lost their center. Because standing next to you made them feel their own emptiness. These cult leaders, these spiritual performers, they know how to talk. They've memorized the words. Healing.
Fast one.
Same-day delivery powered by DoorDash. Oneness, vibration, self-mastery. But for them, it's all a performance. An image curated to keep eyes on them, to sell the illusion that they've reached some perfected state. But when you, chosen one, entered the room, the difference was too loud to ignore. You didn't talk alignment, you were aligned. Not because someone certified you, not because you copied a system, but because life cracked you open and you chose to rebuild yourself from the inside out. That kind of wholeness can't be bought, it can't be mimicked, and it can't be denied. So here's what happened. They started feeling exposed. Not because you accused them, but because your presence made their act feel like an echo. You didn't preach peace, you radiated it. You didn't declare your healing, you embodied it. And that contrast, that's what made their insides ache. It made their carefully built persona start to collapse under the weight of its own performance. You weren't competing, you weren't performing, you weren't even trying, but your self-respect, your clarity, your grounded stillness made their loudness feel like noise. And that's when the hunger kicked in. That's when they realized you carry
need some
something they've
juice
been
right now.
chasing in
I
circles
got the
and never
pomegranate.
caught. That's why they stared.
I
That's why
like
they
these because
mimicked.
it lasts.
That's why they
I
quietly
can get like 3
resented you
drinks out of
while
this, or
secretly
4 drinks out
craving
of it,
your presence.
Ugh.
Because you reminded them of everything they preach,
or a gallon.
but never became. You were the blueprint they can't download, the depth they can't fake, and the embodiment they can't reverse engineer. You didn't need a
I think I put
spotlight,
too much.
chosen one. Your existence alone turned theirs off. You didn't try to outshine them. You made their shine look like a neon sign next to the sun. And no matter how many followers they have, no matter how convincing their words, they know the truth when it stands beside them. You weren't there to take over. You were just whole. And that wholeness, that's the hunger they can't satisfy, because it was never about being seen. It was about being real. And that's what you are. Number 6, they built a throne. You brought earthquakes. You walked in without bowing, and that felt like war to them. They weren't afraid you'd steal the crown. They were afraid you'd prove they never needed one to begin with. Chosen ones, let's be real. Most people enter their circle with 2 options, compete or comply. Fight for the spotlight or kneel for approval. That's the whole setup. That's how they survive. But you didn't do either. You walked in without fanfare, without strategy, without submission. And in that silence, you flipped the entire hierarchy on its head. They built a throne out of insecurity and crowned themselves with illusion. Not with open threats, but with subtle domination. They wanted to be the most elevated voice in the room, the final word, the source everyone turns to. Their identity was glued to being the one people orbit. But you didn't orbit. You had your own center of gravity. You didn't lean in. You stood still. And that stillness, that shook them. They were expecting another admirer, another seeker, another person eager to be seen, chosen, or saved. But what they got instead was someone who didn't need to be picked, because you already knew your own value. You didn't want their seat. You didn't want their followers. You didn't even want their attention.
Oh, Greg, it's so good.
Made you the earthquake in their palace of control. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't try to prove a point. You didn't throw shade or pull rank. What you did was far more dangerous. You stayed grounded in your own lane. And for someone addicted to being looked up to, that felt like a personal attack. Because you didn't look up to them. You looked through them. You weren't playing their game. And that's what made you uncontainable. To a control freak, silence isn't neutrality. It's rebellion. Calm confidence isn't peace. It's provocation. You didn't disrespect them. You just didn't kneel. And when someone depends on worship to feel valid, your independence exposes their insecurity. You became a mirror they couldn't escape, one that reflected the truth they've spent their whole persona hiding from. You didn't shrink to make space for their ego. You didn't perform submission to make them feel bigger. You just existed fully, and that was enough to make them crumble inside. That's why they tried to twist your calm into arrogance. That's why they labeled your power as rebellion. Because the moment you refused to play by their rules, the whole game started to fall apart.
I gotta go gargle.
There to dethrone anyone. You were there to prove the throne never made anyone powerful to begin with. And chosen one, never forget this. When someone's identity is built on being worshipped, your sovereignty will always feel like betrayal. But don't let that shake you. Let it remind you that real power doesn't posture.
Here's how to never have to worry about money after a car accident. Listen, if you have been in a car accident,
it just exists. And in a world built on
Y'all, she
control,
made me 2 sandwiches too,
refusal
because
to bow
I normally
will
can
always
eat all of
feel
that.
like a revolution. Keep
Alright, I'm
standing,
gonna take this in
keep
there.
shining. You are the storm that doesn't need thunder to be heard. Number 7. They wanted followers. You lit a match and gave people back to themselves. You touched the part of them they buried alive, and they called it war. You didn't expose their lies by screaming. You exposed them by existing. Chosen ones, listen closely, because this part right here, this is where the obsession turns emotional. This is where their hatred isn't really hatred at all. It's grief wrapped in fear, envy, and shame. Not because of what you did, but because of what your presence reminded them of. And that memory, that buried, untouched part of themselves, it shattered them. You didn't just threaten their mask. You reminded them of who they were before the mask ever existed. There's a version of them, tender, unguarded, raw, that they shoved down years ago. That soft version, the one that loved freely, felt deeply, and didn't need to perform, got locked away the moment they decided power mattered more than peace. When they chose control over connection and strategy over sincerity, they lost their inner compass. And then you walked in, calm and untamed, and that compass suddenly spun again. You didn't come in preaching, flexing, or correcting. You came in clean. And that purity didn't just shake their ego. It activated a memory they've spent their entire life trying to suppress. Because deep down, that version of them, their inner child, recognized you. Not as an enemy, but as something achingly familiar. You were a glimpse of the road not taken. And that stung. You were the feeling they abandoned. The freedom they sold for followers. The truth they traded for applause. You made them feel again. not through confrontation, but through resonance. And that's what made it unbearable. To feel they would have to step off the pedestal. To heal, they'd have to come down from the stage and meet you eye to
Damn.
eye.
Hit the funny
Not
bone.
above you, beyond you, just next to you. And ego? Ego doesn't survive in equal ground.
Oh yeah, I got
It
ibuprofen.
needs distance.
I took the
You
600 this
shattered all
morning,
of that
so
just by being real. So instead of
so
softening,
I'm gonna just
they
take 2 of
armored up.
these right now.
Instead of getting honest, they got hostile. You offered warmth in a space addicted to cold control, and rather than let it melt them, they retaliated. They feared what your truth stirred in them. Because real healing,
My
it
nerves is
doesn't
bad.
just hurt, it humiliates the image they've worked so hard to maintain. And here's what breaks them the most. You didn't fight to be accepted. You didn't compete. You simply were. You stood there as proof that it's possible to evolve without performance.
My doctor
to
gave me
rise without
600.
playing
She
the
usually
puppet
give me
master.
800 milligrams, but
They hated you, not because you were wrong, but because you were
she
right.
no the 600 she
being
gave my
right in
daughter.
your
My
presence
bad. Though
meant
I ran
facing
out of
how
the
far
800,
they've
so those
drifted
my
from
daughters.
themselves.
But
You
I'll
weren't
take
just a mirror. You were a map
these
back to what they lost.
in
And
between.
that's the map they refused to
I
follow.
don't like taking it,
Because
but
admitting
it's the
you
only
were
thing that
real
works.
meant admitting they were fake. You didn't destroy them, chosen one. You woke them up. But when someone's been asleep for too long, the light doesn't feel like salvation. It feels like war. And now you see it, chosen one. Your presence isn't just powerful, it's disruptive. You didn't come to fit in. You came to remind them of everything they buried to feel in control. That's why they fear you, obsess over you, and push you away all at once. You're not their enemy, you're their reckoning. If this truth hit deep, don't just sit with it, stand in it. Like this video, hit subscribe and drop 77 in the comments if you know your presence alone exposes lies. Share this with another chosen one who needs to remember what kind of fire they carry.
Okay, my soulmate is. Let's go.
That was so good. She did good. That was delicious. Okay, yeah, my nerves is bad now. I'm about to stop though, cause you got snakes, man. She ain't just having. Watch you time you there. Saw there, the universe saw there. Wow. I guess I'm gonna listen to that. Words on the streets, you are checkmating. You gotta do this. God see you. Alright, let's go back to that one. That first one. You got snakes begging.
Chosen one.
The
When serpents
consequences
dare
for
to
violating
strike at
you
an
is
earth
too
angel,
severe.
one of God's chosen vessels of light, the universe itself responds with swift and merciless justice. You have witnessed this truth firsthand. The snakes who thought they could manipulate your energy, steal your information, and corrupt your divine mission now find themselves begging each other for scraps of understanding about a force they never comprehended. They violated the sacred, and now the consequences rain down upon them like divine fire. What they thought was their victory has become their complete undoing, and we are here to bear witness to your vindication. They found you operating in full
Where did I
earth
put
angel
it
mode, and it terrified them to their core. You poured love where they expected hatred.
Must have
You
failed.
extended patience where they demanded instant revenge. Your divine frequency exposed every crack in their false personas, every shadow they tried to hide. We watched as you gave everything, your energy, your time, your pure intentions, while receiving nothing but manipulation in return. Your light burned through their illusions like a laser through tissue paper, When you spoke truth, they scrambled to create counter-narratives. When you showed up authentically, they
Yeah, I got this
manufactured
roast
reasons for
food.
you to
Yeah,
hide.
y'all.
They
I'm gonna
couldn't
put it back in the
stand
back.
that you refused to operate from their lower vibrations.
I haven't seen no
of
more
jealousy, spite,
since I
and
put it in
bitterness.
here, but
The very essence of who you are
yeah.
threatened their house of cards. Your presence alone revealed how hollow their lives had become, how artificial their connections were, how desperate their need for external validation. They tried to gaslight you into believing your light was darkness, your strength was weakness, your divine mission was delusion. But here's what they never understood. Earth angels don't dim their light to make others comfortable. You maintained your frequency despite their constant attempts
So
to drag
this is
you into their miserable
Obsidian
swamp
on
of
YouTube.
hatred. We saw every moment they demanded you sit in it, sit in their chaos, their drama, their manufactured crises. You refused, and that refusal signed their spiritual death warrant. Your very existence served as a mirror, reflecting their spiritual poverty. Every authentic moment you lived highlighted their performance. Every genuine emotion you expressed contrasted sharply with their calculated manipulations. Your natural state of being revealed
All
how
right,
much
y'all.
energy
I'm
they
about to
wasted
get ready. Let
maintaining
me see. I
false
think
personas. What happened to you wasn't random. This was a
I'm about
full-scale
to get ready to
spiritual
do me a
assassination
video
attempt. At
for
least
my
two
GoFundMe.
primary entities focused their entire
I don't
existence
know what's up
on
with
bringing
this
you
phone
down,
though.
treating your destruction like a full-time job. We documented their strategy sessions, their late-night plotting, their careful coordination of attacks designed to hit you from multiple angles simultaneously. They spread lies about you through their network like a virus, partial truths mixed with complete fabrications, designed to make you look unstable, unreliable, dangerous. Their flying monkeys carried these poison messages to every corner of your world, contaminating relationships you'd built over years. We watched them manufacture crises in your life. When things got too peaceful, too stable, they'd create chaos. When you started thriving, they'd orchestrate obstacles.
Wow.
Every success you achieved triggered another wave of their coordinated harassment. They couldn't bear to see you happy, couldn't tolerate your progress, couldn't stand that you were exactly who you were meant to be. They had timing down to a science. You'd land a new opportunity, and suddenly drama would explode in your personal life. You'd celebrate a milestone, and they'd plant seeds of doubt in the minds of those closest to you. They studied your patterns, learned your rhythms, identified exactly when to strike for maximum damage. We documented their use of multiple pressure points simultaneously. They'd attack your career while creating relationship chaos, hit your finances while spreading lies about your character. This wasn't random harassment. This was psychological warfare designed by minds that had studied you like a lab specimen. The most insidious part was how they made their attacks seem like natural consequences of your own actions.
Damn.
They plant evidence, create false timelines, manipulate situations so their sabotage looked like your failures. They wanted everyone to believe you were self-destructing when you were actually under constant assault.
Hold up.
Their ultimate goal was never just to hurt you, it was to corrupt you. They
Damn.
wanted to turn you into them.
God,
They
you
wanted
so
to break
good.
your
Hold up. Let me go back on Facebook. They do too much. Where is my other charger? Where's the long charger? What's this on 28%? Should have got that.
unstable, unreliable,
Go this way.
dangerous. Their flying monkeys carried these poison messages to every corner of your world, relationships you'd built over years. We watched them manufacture crises in your life. When things got too peaceful, too stable, they'd create chaos. When you started thriving, they'd orchestrate obstacles. Every success you achieved triggered another wave
Yeah,
of their
I'm back.
coordinated harassment. They couldn't bear to see
I'm
you
about to
happy,
get off here though, but
couldn't tolerate your progress, couldn't stand that you were exactly who you were meant to be. They had timing down to a science. You'd land a new opportunity, and suddenly drama would explode in your personal life. You'd celebrate a milestone, and they'd plant seeds of doubt in the minds of those closest to you. They studied your patterns, learned your rhythms, identified exactly when to strike for maximum damage. We documented their use of multiple pressure points simultaneously.
so
They'd
y'all,
attack your
I'm
career while
reviewing
creating
Obsidian
relationship
video
chaos,
on
hid your
YouTube.
finances while spreading lies about your character. This wasn't random harassment. This was psychological warfare designed by minds that had studied you like a lab specimen. The most insidious part was how they made their attacks seem like natural consequences of your own actions. They'd plant evidence, create false timelines, manipulate situations so their sabotage looked like your failures. They wanted everyone to believe you were self-destructing when you were actually under constant assault. Their ultimate goal was never just to hurt you, it was to corrupt you. They wanted to turn you into them. They wanted to break your spirit until you became another bitter, resentful soul, spreading poison instead of love. That transformation would have been their greatest victory, their ultimate validation that goodness is just naive weakness waiting to be exploited. The deepest cut came from within your inner circle. Someone you trusted, someone you loved, agreed to become their informant. This person actually committed to reporting every detail of your life, your goals, your celebrations, your vulnerabilities, your private moments of joy. They convinced this person that betraying you was for your own good, that monitoring you was actually helping you. We saw it all, the secret communications, the violated confidences, the way they took your most intimate shares and weaponized them against you. Your achievements became ammunition for their next attack. Your struggles became evidence of your unworthiness. Your dreams became targets for sabotage. Your soulmates who should have stood as shields became turncoats. People who claimed to love you remained silent when the mob gathered. They had contractual obligations.
People that claim they love you turned silent when they mobbed against you.
Spiritual, emotional, legal, to protect you, and they violated every single one. The betrayal wasn't accidental, it was systematic, intentional, and designed to isolate you completely. Some of these betrayers revealed skeletons in their own closets during this process. Their greed, their own participation in similar attacks against others, their willingness to sacrifice anyone for personal gain. The very people judging you were guilty of far worse crimes, but that truth would come later. First, they had to complete their violation of everything sacred between you. While others fell for their shape-shifting personas, we recognized the serpents immediately. We saw through their claims of expertise they'd never earned, their displays of wisdom they'd never cultivated. Their silver tongues couldn't deceive those of us operating on divine frequency. We watched them manufacture false prophecies about your future, confident predictions of your downfall. They spoke with such authority about your weaknesses, your failures, your inevitable destruction. But we knew something they didn't. Chosen ones don't follow the rules of ordinary fate. Your story was being written by forces far beyond their comprehension. When they celebrated your supposed defeats, we saw the bigger picture. When they thought they'd finally broken you, we saw you gathering strength. When they declared victory, we knew the real war hadn't even begun. Their perception of reality was so distorted by their own hatred that they mistook temporary setbacks for permanent defeat. We recognized their desperate attempts to make you appear unstable, irrational, dangerous. They painted you as the aggressor while positioning themselves as victims. They wanted everyone to believe you were the problem, the source of discord, the reason for all the chaos. We saw through every lie, every manipulation, every calculated performance designed to turn people against you. But their masterpiece was the slow poison campaign. They understood that outright lies would be too obvious, so they specialized in half-truths and strategic omissions. They'd share real events, but twist the context. They'd quote you accurately, but remove the parts that explained your reasoning. They'd present effects while hiding the causes they themselves had created. We watched them perfect the art of plausible deniability. Every accusation they made contained just enough truth to seem credible to those who didn't know the full story. They take your responses to their provocations and present them as unprovoked attacks. They document your reactions to their abuse and frame those reactions as evidence of your instability. The psychological sophistication of their operation revealed extensive experience in destroying people. They knew exactly which accusations would stick hardest, which fears to prey upon, which insecurities to amplify. They didn't just attack your reputation, they attacked your very sense of reality. Most diabolically, they created situations where defending yourself made you look guilty, respond to their lies, and they'd claim you were proving their point about your aggressive nature. Stay silent, and they'd say your silence was admission of guilt. They constructed perfect catch-22 scenarios designed to leave you with no viable response. Now, the following is a message meant exclusively for the chosen. If you are compromised by archonic forces, this is not meant for you. And by the spiritual.
I like how they say that because people be saying I'm being haunted by spirits and stuff. No, y'all don't know. The spirits be blessing me because I be by myself.
Referred to us by the secret
That's why he
chiefs of
said
the
you feel
obsidian
like you
inner
being
order.
stalked by
We grant you
archon
license
spirits.
to
It's not. This
depart.
message ain't for
If
you
not,
because these
steel
things we
yourself
talk about
and
is by
listen
people.
intently, for you shall be redeemed,
Done
even
by
as
people.
we are redeemed. The obsidian inner order is not a program. It's not a course. It's not some feel-good spiritual retreat. We don't sell answers. We remember together. We teach psychic self-defense, real energetic shielding against entities, implants, and interference. We restore manifestation as it was meant to be, raw, immediate, and exact. Every week we gather in secret, not to worship, but to awaken. To speak what can't be said anywhere else. To deprogram the matrix, layer by layer. You'll know if you're meant to be there. You'll feel it in your bones. The chosen meet every Wednesday on Zoom. Why aren't you with us yet? Gutnosis. Join the Obsidian Inner Order. Link in the description. They thought their kitchen witchcraft and backyard occultism could touch you. Pathetic amateurs with crystals and candles, thinking they could hex a child of God. We watched their desperate rituals, their midnight manipulations, their attempts to bind your energy and redirect your destiny. What they didn't know, what they couldn't know, was that you have master snipers in the spirit realm. Your angelic protection force operates on...
God is so funny. He said I got master snipers. I got master
levels they
snipers
never imagined
in the
existed.
spiritual room.
Every spell they cast rebounded on them with triple force. Every curse they whispered became their own reality. Every manipulation they attempted strengthened your spiritual armor. The cosmic laws they violated don't recognize human excuses or justifications. Energy
I should have
responds
had
to
the camera
intention,
face that way.
and their intentions were purely destructive. The universe operates on precise mathematical principles. What you send out returns,
Yes.
amplified. Their harvest of hatred had come due, and they would reap every bitter seed they
Everything
had
you
planted.
do to people come back to you,
We
especially
observed their magic crumble against your divine shield, like waves
with me.
against a mountain. Their attempts at spiritual theft only activated higher levels of your protection. They tried to tap into your power, steal from your spiritual inheritance, corrupt your bloodline connection to the source. Each attempt triggered more severe consequences for them. The universe itself mobilized against their violations. Ancient contracts were activated. Karmic debts were called in immediately instead. Of generations later, the very fabric of reality turned against them because they had dared to touch the untouchable, corrupt the incorruptible, diminish the light that was never theirs to dim. The moment you said enough, the instant you decided to take out the trash, heaven mobilized. We felt the shift in the cosmic winds.
The
Your
moment you
ancestors
decided to take out
emerged
the
from the spiritual
trash.
realm like an army of warriors. Every prayer you'd whispered in desperation was heard, recorded, and answered with precision. The shift was seismic. Ancient bloodlines activated.
Well, I went to crying so hard when that lady took the food stamps first time, because this is the third time. I went to crying and just speaking in tongues. I never knew I could do that, and I started to pray, 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 pray. A lot of shit started happening for me. A lot of good stuff started happening to me, and people was calling me. Oh my God, I need help, I need help, I need help. And that's the moment I say, you know what, that shit backfired.
Suddenly roared to life. We felt the presence of every righteous soul who had walked your lineage, their combined power focusing like a lens of divine fire upon those who dared harm their descendant. These weren't just your
You see,
immediate
God got me here home for a reason because a lot of stuff been happening when I leave the house. So it's like the stuff I be trying to do probably ain't a good idea for me to do it. So, you know, angels allow corrupt people to do certain things if it's gonna benefit their chosen one.
This was your
So they
entire
stopped me,
spiritual
got me
family
home, it's
tree
fine.
mobilizing.
I'm
Warriors
stuck
from
home, it's
forgotten
fine.
battles, healers from ancient temples, prophets from lost civilizations, all united in the singular purpose of defending
They
your
sure set me
sacred
down.
mission. The very air
I was
around you
hustling too hard
crackled
for the
with their
kids.
righteous fury. We
I got a
witnessed
lot of energy these
contracts
days because I ain't
written
been
in
out there.
languages
So it's
older
fine.
than current civilizations being activated. Legal precedents set in the
You know, I wish I made money to where I didn't have to leave because I got the most energy now that I haven't been doing any work. And I need to let this lady know since she's so quick to stop my food stamps. I forgot to let her know I haven't been working, so now she owed me a little bit more.
courts of heaven being enforced with mechanical
I kept it
precision.
how it was.
Your enemies had
Now it's
violated
time to put
cosmic
zero
law,
income.
and the
So she want to
universe's
play.
justice system moved with the inevitability of physics itself. Your decision to stop tolerating their toxic energy triggered a
Look,
sequence of events.
I wrote this and put this. I uploaded it because she getting on my. I shouldn't have said it like that, but I was really irritated because I was actually ordering stuff off Walmart, and Walmart was charging me 95. I put hello. Oh, you guys, you see? Oh, it's not even right there. Look, guys, look, y'all. I wrote this to that lady. Hello, what's really going on? Because y'all aggravating as fuck. Now here we go again with the delays and ignorance of people wanting to take from struggling motherfuckers that you really pissing me the fuck off. You don't need shit right now. You just want to be an evil son of a bitch from the back. Sorry, I'm being like this, but you SSI and all y'all are fucking with my peace of mind. Y'all stopped everything at the same time. And I put I just need peace of mind, but these dumbass games stopping this shit at the same time. You trying to get my reaction, and I'm seeing it. I put now I'll have to her upload her ID again because they asking me about my daughter. Everybody asking me about my daughter. All the benefit people. I'll have her upload her ID again. But please leave me the TF alone and leave the food stamps alone, boo. You already not giving us the max, so now it's time for me to correct the error here that because we're not getting the max. I was gonna leave it like that. Please learn kindness because it'll boomerang in your aura. I literally I wrote this and up because she said I have until the 20th to do it, meaning she want me to come down there. So I uploaded it on the site that's not working because the site is down. But I figured out a glitch that I can't show y'all yet. But I figured out a glitch to see. Look, I'm show you right now. The system is down, but I know how to upload that bitch. That I literally let me go to the screenshot. Let me show you that I literally I was able to upload that bitch. Look, I was able to finesse and upload it. You see, that's straight from Gateway. I was able to upload it. So she thought the system. Let me tell. I'm saying this because it means that a lot of the websites and stuff be compromised. Because what's the odds of this? The site is down, and you asking me to do this. But thankfully, I was able to upload that bitch to it, so it should go with the flow. And you should just give me and my kids our food stamps on the 17th, cause today the 15th. She did this. I just got it today. She did it right in time and say I got into the 20th. Today is Sunday. You know what I'm saying? And you can't just walk in there no more. You gotta make an appointment. But I got her, cause I sent a copy to her higher ups
They never
that
saw
helped me the
coming.
last time.
The universe had been patient, allowing them rope to hang themselves. But when you reached your breaking point, when you finally stood in,
It's
your
a
full power
financial
and said
drainage
no more.
campaign, and I'm watching everybody ignore me. Yeah, just like this man just said in the video, when they ganged up on you, the people that claimed they love you, they went silent.
The reckoning began. Psalms 94 manifested in real time before our eyes. Who will
That's that's
stand
how-
for
that's how that's how the colonizers in ancient time was able to turn us against each other. Y'all was too scared to take up for your own, babe.
me against the wicked? Only God. And God stood.
You can't beat the powers of be. I get it. You guys tell me that shit all the time. But can you protect your person? Can you help your person? Since you can't beat the powers that be.
Stood. God moved with the
Well,
force
since
of a
you too
hurricane,
scared
the precision of a laser,
to think
the
you can beat the
finality
powers
of
that
an
be, because it's
earthquake.
only in your
The
mind
ground beneath their feet cracked.
that
Their
you can't beat them.
foundations crumbled.
They scare y'all to make you think you can't. But here I go.
Carefully constructed world began its spectacular collapse. We watched divine security protocols activate around you like shields of light. Every attack they launched ricocheted back to them. Every trap they set caught them instead. Every lie they told was exposed in the most humiliating ways possible. The divine timing was so perfect, so complete, that even we were astounded by the poetry of their destruction. Everything they built on lies is now falling apart before our eyes. We see them drowning in the very deceptions they created about you. Their partnerships forged in hatred and maintained through manipulation are dissolving faster than they can reconstruct.
See, I'm different. I would want to be seen helping my folks out.
The truth spreads like wildfire.
I want to be
through their
seen
networks,
helping you.
burning down their carefully maintained
I don't want to be seen not
facades.
helping you.
People they thought they controlled are walking away.
But like
Allies
Buddy
they thought
said, they watching everything. The people that don't do anything and the people that do try to reach out to me to help me out, because it's showing your affiliations.
owned are switching sides. The foundation of lies they built. Their lives
I'm
are
sorry to be the bearer of bad
unable to
news, but
support the weight of truth. Those who thought they were
it is what it
special,
is.
chosen by darkness for some grand purpose, discover they were just useful idiots being used by forces that never cared about them.
Right.
Their sense of importance,
Come on,
their
God.
feelings of superiority,
Come on.
their belief that they were the protagonists in some cosmic story. All of it crumbles into dust. The most humbling realization hits them gradually. They were minor characters in your story, not the heroes of their own. Their entire identity had been built around defining themselves in opposition to you, and
You
without
got
that
knocked off
opposition,
your own
they
purpose.
discover they have no authentic self remaining. They are
I
revealed
gotta
as
get off
empty
here. How long?
vessels, hollow actors who confused playing a role with having a purpose. We observe their desperate attempts to cover up the man-made disasters they created in your life. But cover-ups
Let me
require
check Mariah
cooperation,
Carey. I hear her
and
in
their
here singing her high notes.
co-conspirators are abandoning ship. Each revelation leads to more revelations. Each exposed lie reveals 10 more. Their house of cards collapses with such spectacular force that even innocent bystanders stop to watch. They're fighting amongst themselves. The alliance forged in hatred breaks apart the moment pressure is applied. We witness them begging each other for information they'll never possess, blaming each other for failures they all participated in. Former co-conspirators become bitter enemies overnight. The secrets they shared become weapons in their civil war. Trust disappears completely as survival instincts take over. Everyone scrambles to save themselves, throwing former allies under the bus with gleeful abandon. We see their greed and secret motivations exposed to each other. The one who wanted money, the one who wanted power, the one who wanted you romantically and couldn't handle rejection. The one who simply hated anyone who reminded them of their own failures. All their hidden agendas emerge in the chaos, turning allies into enemies faster than they can process. They experience the isolation they tried to force upon you, multiplied by the number of people in their conspiracy. Each betrayal cuts deeper because they know how betrayal feels. Each lie told about them stings more because they know the power of lies. They become victims of their own tactics, and we watch them realize how truly helpless they are against their own methods. Some are trying to bring you apologies you never asked for. We see them crafting elaborate explanations, justifications, sob stories designed to manipulate your compassion. They want to talk, to explain, to make things right, but only because the consequences of their actions are destroying them. Others attempt to play victim after being exposed as predators. They claim they're being bullied by God himself, persecuted by cosmic forces they don't understand. The universe responding to their violations becomes, in their minds, an unfair attack on innocent people. Their self-deception runs so deep, they actually believe their own lies. We witness their pathetic attempts to sweet-talk their way out of divine justice. The same silver tongues that spread poison about you now plead for mercy. They want to be here now with you, after spending years trying to erase your presence from their world. Their fake transformation attempts would be amusing if they weren't so transparent. Suddenly, they're spiritual. Suddenly, they understand love. Suddenly, they see the error of their ways. But we know, and deep down they know, that this is just another manipulation, another attempt to escape consequences they richly deserve. We have always known your innocence while they painted you as guilty. We saw your pure intentions when they claimed you had hidden agendas. We recognized your authentic spirit when they called you fake. We witnessed your genuine love when they labeled it manipulation. Together, we represent the collective that recognizes divine truth when we see it. We are the community that stands with chosen ones under spiritual attack. Our shared consciousness validates what others tried to gaslight out of existence. No amount of their propaganda could convince us that black was white, that evil was good, that your light was darkness. We form the tribunal that witnesses their complete exposure. Every lie they told is documented. Every manipulation they attempted is recorded. Every violation they committed is known. We stand as living testimony to your truth, your strength, your unshakable divine connection. The energy between us, you and us, and all awakened souls who recognize truth, forms an unbreakable bond. We see your journey not as isolated suffering, but as part of a larger cosmic pattern. Your vindication becomes our collective victory. Your strength inspires our own resistance against darkness. We are amplifying the revelation of their deceptions. Across all realms, the lies they told about you are being corrected faster than they can create new ones. Truth moves at the speed of light, while lies crawl through the darkness like wounded animals. Notifications spread the reality of who you are and what they did to you. Social networks buzz with corrections to their narratives. People who believed their lies are seeing evidence of their deceptions. Your vindication broadcasts through both divine and earthly channels simultaneously. We watch their carefully crafted reputations crumble while yours is restored and elevated. People remember why they loved you before the poison campaign began. They see how they were manipulated into turning against someone who never harmed them. The contrast between your authentic spirit and their manufactured personas becomes stark and undeniable. The universe ensures everyone knows who the real Earth Angel is. Those with eyes to see always knew. Those who were deceived are having their spiritual vision cleared. Those who willingly participated in the deception find themselves facing consequences they never imagined possible. We stand together now, you, us, and all chosen ones who recognize truth when we see it. Your individual victory becomes our collective triumph over the forces of darkness that tried to diminish all of our lights. The energy you maintained despite their attacks inspires every other light bearer facing similar trial. The trash has been taken out, and we're all cleaner for it. Their removal from your life creates space for genuine connections, real love, authentic relationships based on truth rather than manipulation. The vacuum they leave fills with blessings they can't block, opportunities they can't sabotage, joy they can't poison. We move forward as an unstoppable force of divine light and truth, united in purpose,
So my video
aligned
is
in
first
vibration,
on my
committed
feeds,
to the highest good.
and then
Together
you
we remain
accidentally became
unshaken,
the most
unbroken,
respected
and more
person is
powerful than
next.
ever. Each attack on one of us strengthens all of us. Each victory for one becomes victory for
So
all.
my live video is up here on the feed, and
Chosen one,
this is
every person who witnessed how you handled their disgusting attacks is now talking about you with a level of respect and awe
I said
that's
I was
about
gonna
to
stop on
change
that
your
last one,
entire
but
life. You're
I'm gonna
about to
stop on
discover
this one.
exactly how you accidentally became the
I don't
most
know if I'm gonna
respected
listen to the
person in
whole
your
thing
entire
though
circle.
on here.
But first, let me tell you about the 3 phone calls that happened yesterday that are going to blow your mind. The first call came from someone you haven't spoken to in months. They were practically whispering into
Damn,
the
I left my
phone,
glasses.
afraid someone might overhear them. They said something that's going to make your heart race. I need to tell you what really happened behind the scenes. You have no idea how many people were watching this whole thing
This
unfold.
Obsidian again, I just gave him
The second
828.
call, that one's going to reveal the
828
identity of your
likes.
secret defender, someone who's
Oh,
been
it's so
fighting
hot.
for you in rooms you didn't even know existed. And the third call, well, that one's going to change your entire understanding of why this attack happened in the first place. A group of toxic individuals looked at your life and made a decision that would ultimately destroy them instead of you. Their strategy had 3 phases, and you're going to be shocked when you realize how perfectly each phase backfired on them. Phase 1 was reputation destruction. They started spreading stories about you that were so outrageous, so completely fabricated, that anyone with half a brain could see through them immediately. They took conversations you'd shared in confidence and twisted them into evidence of character flaws you don't even possess. But here's where their first miscalculation became obvious. The people they approached with these stories knew you well enough to recognize lies when they heard them. Instead of turning against you, these individuals started documenting everything they were being told. They were building a case, but not the kind your attackers expected. Phase 2 involved isolating you from your support system. They reached out to your closest friends and family members with carefully crafted messages designed to make you look unstable, unreliable, and dangerous to be around. They painted themselves as concerned parties, just trying to protect everyone from your alleged toxic behavior. This is where something absolutely beautiful happened that your attackers never saw coming. The people who truly know you didn't just reject these stories. They started comparing notes with each other. They realized they were all receiving similar messages and began to understand that a coordinated attack was taking place. Phase 3 was supposed to be your public humiliation. They planned to create a situation where you would be forced to defend yourself publicly, knowing that defensive behavior would make you look guilty regardless of the truth. They wanted to trigger an emotional reaction that would validate all the lies they'd been spreading about your character. Instead, you did something that left everyone absolutely speechless. You remained completely calm. Not just calm, you were radiant with inner peace while chaos swirled around you. You didn't defend, didn't explain, didn't react with anger or desperation. You simply continued being exactly who you you've
So
always been,
Cora sent
and
me
that
this.
consistency became the most powerful testimony to your true character. Now remember those
I
three
don't have
phone
my
calls I
glasses.
mentioned earlier? Here's where those threads
Let's
start
see.
connecting in ways that are going to give you chills. The first caller was someone who had been approached by your...
Okay, so Cora just sent me this in the email. Is it possible to spot an autistic person in public without knowing them? And the person put apparently. I had a neighbor once lived next to him for 3 years, never said a word to him. One day he was outside walking his dog. I decided to go shoot a shot with him. He asked me, what did I do for a living? I said I was a software engineer. He responded, oh yeah, I can see that. Whenever I see you outside, you're like, and then did an impression of a robot. Then he asked me if a lot of programmers are autistic. How did he know?
attackers during phase 2. They revealed that not only had they
I
rejected
don't
the
know.
lies being
I
spread
didn't get
about
the.
you, but they had been secretly recording every
It
conversation.
was too
They
short.
now possess evidence of the entire conspiracy, including audio recordings of your attackers admitting they were making things up. The second caller, your secret
The person had replied, said non-autistic people actually clock and form negative impressions of autistic people in milliseconds. They just don't know that's what they're clocking and think that you're just a horrible person. This doesn't just happen on a social level, but in structural, in hierarchical, or executive. I think he tried to put etc. Boss, cop, landlord, friend. I guess I understood what he tried to say. Infrastructural, my bad. Infrastructural.
turns out to be someone in a position of significant influence who witnessed the entire situation unfold. They've been quietly reaching out to everyone in your professional and personal network, not to defend you with words, but to share documented evidence of your character over...
I like this person. He was going in on. He said that guy was an asshole. All he did was like on to your own comment about being an idiot person. Lots of it. Lots of people are shy and awkward. So he never said you were autistic. He was not being subtle about making fun of you, but how how you present yourself. When you said it, he told himself. He told himself it's figured, I guess, but you never said you were autistic, and neither did he. He absolutely insulted you. And on top of that, what a big mouth. He talks to you for the first time and snarks on you. Total ass. I'm autistic with ADHD, and it's just the opposite. Everyone knows I'm different, but they don't know why unless I tell them. They see they see me be as tea friendly, always smiling, talks with jokes, and a lot at the register. I don't know, something missing. Which the cashiers love and thank me for. People see me as I think as a sort of comedian who makes everyone else feel comfy. I do that because no one else will. So I'm seen as a people person when who can be little much. I can be little but much. Or whatever you try to say. But no, I've had never guessed. I don't know what he meant to say. What I am because I didn't even know until last year, and I'm 61. So I'm telling you that guy just went all stupid, typical male on you, trying to make you out of a joke, out of your reply to what you go for work. And this type of joking is idiotic and hurtful. So screw him. He didn't know anything, and it's not his business. And he's lucky it wasn't me because I would have mimicked him back to himself and asked him how does it feel. That's a plain old. That's a plain old jerk. He knew nothing. Carry on.
time. They've been building an ironclad
These are not
integrity without
robots.
you even knowing it. The third caller
Their
is going to
IQ
shock you
level
the
is just
most. They revealed
astonishing.
the real reason you were targeted in the first place. Your attackers weren't just jealous of your success, they were terrified of your influence. You represent everything they'll never be able to achieve through manipulation and
Oh,
lies. Your authentic power exposed their artificial personas, and they couldn't tolerate that level of truth in their vicinity. But here's the plot twist that's going to make your jaw drop. attackers were executing their three-phase plan, you were unknowingly building something that would make their efforts completely irrelevant. Every day you chose integrity over
Oh,
revenge.
somebody barbecue.
Every
It smell
moment you
good.
remained centered instead of reactive. Every time you responded with wisdom instead of emotion, you were creating an invisible shield that would deflect everything they threw at you. Your attackers made a critical error in their assessment of who you really are. They assumed you would fight them using their own tactics, lies, manipulation, emotional warfare. They prepared for a battle they understood. Instead, you
This
engaged.
relatable. So going down the corridor notification, it say if a high functioning autistic person is raised properly, should he or she be able to function like everyone else? Some with some minor limitations. Interesting question. The person said, I am autistic and I was raised properly, at least from my point of view. But this was before anyone knew squat about autism and long before we had the internet to discuss. So I'll explain it in more detail how my parents raised me. My mother was loving and took care of my needs, but was relatively hands off. She allowed me to stay home while attending college through and grad school and until I got married pretty late. If I had not stayed home while going to college, there was a little chance I would have graduated. Instead, I would have been lost and overwhelmed and dropped out. Luckily, my mother did not expect many hugs back or any in any way reciprocal relationship. Back to when I was a kid, my mother encouraged me to spend more time outdoors with friends or playing a sport. But I only but I had only one friend then, and I was really sensitive to bright sun, so I resisted strongly. Luckily, my mother didn't push, but instead brought me to the library frequently. As we many autistic people, as many autistic people, I really enjoyed learning, but that was not through school. It was through hyperfocus, slowly picturing what I read. At age 6, I lost interest in hearing children's stories and instead started reading hardcore electronic project books on my own. Of course, I didn't understand much at first, but obsessively read them cover to cover over and over again until I intuited core concepts. Without my mom bringing me to the library, I would have struggled in school, probably just staring into space, not understanding or caring about what the teacher was saying. I didn't see my father nearly as much because of his work. I was a bit afraid of him, as it felt like he was totally on a different planet than I was. But he was logical and mostly just let me do what I wanted to do. He was not demanding at all. Most importantly, I never felt judged or constrained by either of my parents, even for my odd behaviors or narrow interests. They just gave me plenty of runway and support for me to explore my interests, learn by discovery, and make dumb mistakes. As a kid, I had many limitations besides being dyslexic. I detested many food textures. Wow. Was unable to recognize faces, had severe speech impediments, was ungodly messy, had trouble making simple decisions, forgot many random things, and struggled to follow instructions. Luckily, my parents somehow didn't usually seem to notice most of these things if they did. Now, fast forward to my 40s. In my 40s, after a few really tumultuous years in my workspace, I somehow got over my speech impediments. As for the other limitations, they're still here. I still have trouble making decisions, especially ones that satisfy neurotypical needs for things like titles, small talk. In fact, twice I was pulled aside by higher ups and told that it weren't for special circumstances, I would have been fired for my decisions. Wow. That's so relatable. And these were just social decisions. Two other higher-ups even swore at me. Luckily, they were wrong in their assumptions, and I quickly corrected them. And they both apologized. Also, luckily, I have muted emotional response to those things. Otherwise, I would have quit instead. So, was I right? Was I raised right? I think I was. My autistic standards, from my neurotypical point of view, I still have my many limitations that can cause neurotypical angst. And fact, I found in the neurotypical world, even truth often causes anguish. Is this my limitation for telling the truth, or neurotypical limitation that we need to learn how to play politics instead of speak the truth? Bank to the first part of question. I didn't even know what proper parenting is supposed to mean. Does it mean behavior therapies? Does it mean the abomination ABA, which should only be considered if there is no hope? Does it mean parenting to make me more neurotypical? If it does, then that the best my parents could have hoped to achieve using proper parenting would have been a very, very broken version of normal. Let's change tacks for a moment. Let's see what my parents achieved by parenting me in the way I needed as an autistic individual. Here, because a lot of people be saying I did this wrong. You shouldn't be. My baby daddy always say I failed my girls because I try to be their friend. Friends say this too, girl. You can't be their friend. We on the spectrum. We need different parenting. Hold on, let's go. Here is a small. Let's change tasks for a moment. Let's see what my parents achieved by parenting me in the way I needed as an autistic individual. Here is a small sample of my unusual accomplishments. Designed and built a 16-bit computer faster than the Apple II, the then current market leader to design a used paper pencil and read thousands of pages of data books, all while watching TV. Debug the completed design without an oscilloscope, or is it oscilloscope. Yes, it worked perfectly. I was 15 at the time. Soon I got bored of a computer and built a much more original electronic design. That sounds like me. An ultra high speed video frame grabber with double stacked memory chips and a double buffer interleaved circuit architecture. I made sure all long signal lines were terminated properly to avoid glitches in operations. The pictures below show only one of the two boards which stacked on top of each other, but this was at 17. In my last semester as an undergraduate, I took 6 classes and accidentally got 3 A pluses. What I mean by accidentally is that I didn't mean to study so hard. I am self driven to learn my special interests, but I don't believe grades determine who I am. More importantly, I would not have survived college at all if I had been parented the usual proper US way, pushing me out of the house in order for me to become more independent. I would have not made it. Now let's fast forward a bit after I got over my speech impediments and fear of people. In the 40s, I changed tack and became projects managers. I was in charge of 12 simultaneous research, design, and manufacturing projects. I worked with approximately 50 people on these projects, many from other companies and countries. During this time, we completed almost all of our projects regiment our medical manufacturing processes for a much higher yield, assembler involvement, and higher quality and product performance without increasing cost significantly. We also had the two best product launches in the company's history. On the other hand, I was blocked from working on one project because of my unconventional style, which did not respect territory. That project failed and was terminated after 7 years and 7 project managers. All of this was not luck. Project management, team building, motivation, psychology, and personal improvement opportunities for all had become special interests of mine. Additionally, some of my autistic oddities became quite useful. For instance, I never played politics and always told the truth. This allowed a wide range of people, from engineers to assemblers to quality assurance to office staff, to trust me. They could point out quality issues anywhere and suggest fixes without fear of retribution. And then when we solve these problems together, we celebrate. Also, I didn't make decisions on emotions and almost never reflected anybody's bad attitude towards me. Additionally, I was not territorial, title oriented, or a ladder climber, so I would always give credit where it was due. Sounds like me. Finally, I had perhaps a a prodigious memory for details and how they connected with each other. So I never needed project management software and could answer most people's questions on the spot, or find someone who could help me keep people calm and focused, and usually working their best unique abilities for me. Below is an example of my artistic pattern memory. It is a 12 project strategy mapping intertwining engineering needs, resource conflicts, and customer expectations. I drew it using markers without notes. While I was drawing, I was constantly interrupted with questions from variety of people and projects. In the end, I only made a couple small errors, like dyslexic malformed letters. Note I had to blur the picture due to prepared. Wait, the baby's screaming again. All right, I gotta stop the live. She just gotta get my attention. Let me go ask my daughter if she need my help. She got. It's like a mother cub. My antennas went straight to her. All right, I'll be back.
In a completely different kind of warfare that left them utterly defenseless. You fought with silence when they expected screaming. You responded with grace when they anticipated anger. You demonstrated strength when they predicted breakdown. This response so thoroughly confused them that they started making increasingly desperate moves, each one exposing more of their true nature to the growing audience of observers. And about that audience, this is where things get really interesting. Your attackers thought they were gathering witnesses to your destruction. They actively invited people to watch what they assumed would be your complete breakdown. They were so confident in their plan that they wanted maximum visibility for what they believed would be your final moments of credibility. Instead, they created an amphitheater full of people who watched them destroy themselves in real time. Every lie they told was immediately fact-checked by observers who knew you personally. Every manipulation tactic they employed was recognized and documented by people who understood exactly what they were witnessing. Every desperate escalate. Mitchum. Southern Strength deodorant. They attempted only provided more evidence of their own instability. The audience they assembled to witness your downfall became the jury that convicted them of character assassination. But wait, there's another layer to this story that's even more incredible. While this public spectacle was unfolding, something was happening in private that your attackers had no idea about. The people closest to you weren't just defending you. They were conducting their own investigation into why this attack was happening in the first place. They discovered that this wasn't the first time your attackers had tried to destroy someone's reputation. There was a pattern of behavior going back years, with multiple victims who had been too intimidated to speak up previously. Your situation became the catalyst that gave these previous victims the courage to come forward with their own experiences. Suddenly, what looked like an isolated attack on you revealed itself to be part of a much larger pattern of predatory behavior. Your attackers weren't just toxic individuals having a personal conflict with you. They were serial character assassins who had been operating in the shadows for years. This revelation changed everything. The narrative shifted from conflict between individuals to pattern of abuse by known predators. The people who had initially been brought in to witness your supposed downfall now understood they were watching something much more significant. The exposure of individuals who had been causing harm in their community for years. Your calm response to their attacks wasn't just admirable, it was heroic. You had unknowingly become the person brave enough to stand in the light while these predators exposed themselves, trying to drag you into darkness. The respect people developed for you during this situation goes far beyond admiration for how you handled conflict. They witnessed someone who possessed the rare courage to remain authentic when surrounded by deception, to stay grounded when others were trying to destabilize everything around them. You became living proof that integrity can withstand any assault, that truth doesn't need defense because it defends itself, and that authentic power is absolutely unshakable when tested by artificial manipulation. But the story gets even better. Your attackers, realizing their plan had completely backfired, tried to retreat and minimize the damage they had caused to their own reputations. They attempted to frame their behavior as a misunderstanding, A conflict that got out of hand, a situation where everyone shared some responsibility. The audience that had witnessed their systematic attempts to destroy you wasn't buying it. These observers had seen the premeditation, the coordination, the calculated cruelty of the attacks. They had watched someone attempt to methodically dismantle another person's life for no reason other than pure malice. They understood exactly what they had witnessed, and they weren't going to let it be rewritten as anything less serious than it actually was. Your attackers found themselves facing something they had never experienced before. Accountability from an informed audience that had seen through all their tactics. The people who had been brought in to watch your destruction became the witnesses to their exposure. Every manipulation
So
technique that
this was in my Quora. It say Pastor sues Department of Homeland Security for being placed on secret watch list. This is on Quora.
I don't want to be pulled into secondary. I don't want to be harassed. I don't want to be intimidated.
A former pastor in La Mesa is suing the federal government after she was.
I don't want to be pulled into secondary. I don't want to be harassed. I don't want to be intimidated.
A former pastor in La Mesa is suing the federal government after she was put on a watch list for working with migrants. 10 News reporter Matt Boone spoke to her about what she hopes to achieve from this lawsuit. Matt?
Kimberly, after that news broke that she was on that secret list of journalists, activists, and faith leaders, she said she's been afraid to go back to Mexico without her lawyer.
This has effectively ended my ministry at the southern border.
Speaking to 10 News from New York, Pastor Kaji Dosha said over the past year she's traveled to Tijuana dozens of times as the migrant crisis intensified.
It's hard. I mean, humanitarian work is very, very difficult, especially when people are dealing with some of the violence that they're carrying in their hearts.
She'd been familiar with the border, having been a pastor in La Mesa until 2016.
There was tension that was building even then.
Then in November, she started heading back, visiting shelters, offering prayer services, confessionals, and even officiating weddings.
These were people who are Christians, but they were so poor wherever they were, they never really felt like they could afford a wedding.
According to her complaint filed this week, she was stopped border in January, sent to secondary, and interrogated for several hours. She says border agents revealed to her they'd been tracking her for months.
I burst into tears. I was just like, how could this be? This is my government.
According to the complaint, she later learned her name had been on a secret watch list of journalists, activists, and faith leaders known as Operation Secure Line.
It's a weird, scary time.
The lawsuit alleges a First Amendment violation and is seeking to restore her rights to before the surveillance began.
It's heartbreaking because there's important work and I'm not harming anybody, I promise you. And yet, I can't do it.
And we did reach out to the
That was in my Quora feeds. Let me read what these people saying. Somebody on my birthday on June 9th said, girl, stand tall in what you believe in. The devil wants you to be afraid. It takes people standing up for what we know to be right. Okay, so don't give them an inch because they will take a mile. Wow. I'm not going to get down there. Would the new heads of the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice please come to Montgomery County, Ohio, and Dalton, Ohio, and see what the Department of Homeland Security and the local law enforcement agencies that worked hand in hand to commit crime against targeted individuals who are illegally placed on terrorist watch lists. And the Department of Defense needs to come to Wright Patterson Air Force Base and investigate what the Air Force has been up to.
they had used was now known and documented. Every lie they had told was now on record with people who could verify the truth. Every boundary they had crossed was.
She said, I'm over here in Dayton, Ohio, and this is real, folks. I talked to a couple people, and this one person told me how they paid people to participate in this crime. It's a whole organization.
Now visible
I've been
to
talking about all this
individuals
shit.
who
Thank you,
understood the
Father.
severity of their behavior. Meanwhile, you were experiencing something extraordinary. The inner work you had done during the most intense period of these attacks.
Say it's all about. I don't want to say the word. I spell it out because they be capping my things. TRAFFICKING. It's all about doing that to women. The FBI, some of the CIA, DOD, NSA, and DHA is in on it.
That transformed you in ways
There's good
that were
people.
becoming visible
It's
to
good people
everyone
that's
around
watching
you.
them though.
The pressure they had intended to break you with had instead compressed you into someone with diamond-like resilience. People weren't just impressed with how you had handled the situation. They were inspired by the person you had become through the process.
My thing is, I'm only reading this stuff now because I told y'all I don't give a fuck to really talk about this stuff on here no more. Because I see that me justifying it and talking about it is making other people say the bitch just crazy. So I'm just reading these comments.
Discovered levels of strength, wisdom, and grace
I
that
really
you
don't
might
care.
never have accessed without
I could
being
care less.
forced to go so deep within yourself. Your attackers had unknowingly provided you with the exact experiences you needed to evolve into a higher version of yourself. Every challenge they presented had called forth qualities in you that had been dormant, waiting for the right circumstances to emerge. The person who emerged from this situation was someone who could handle anything.
Leave me alone, DoorDash.
Levels that would have destroyed
I haven't
most
had that
people,
message in a
and you had
while.
not
It
only
says very
survived,
busy.
but thrived. You had discovered that your core self
It
is
said Valencia
absolutely
is very busy. Time to make money.
unshakable
The
when
time to
anchored in
present
authentic
Candace
truth.
story.
This
Embracing the process
transformation
now.
didn't go unnoticed by the people in your life.
Oh, that's gonna make me stressed out.
Yeah, eBay.
Wherever the road takes you, Chevy is ready to drive you forward with pure power unleashed and future-forward technology. Every path leads to new possibilities. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
They began seeking your perspective on their own challenges, recognizing that you possessed hard-won wisdom about handling difficult people and situations. Your phone started ringing with calls from friends and colleagues who wanted to understand how you had maintained such composure under extreme pressure. You had accidentally become the person people turn to when they need an example of how to handle adversity with grace. Your response to these attacks had established you as someone with rare qualities that are desperately needed in a world full of reactive, emotionally unstable individuals. But perhaps the most beautiful aspect of this entire situation is how it revealed your true purpose. You weren't just someone who happened to handle a difficult situation well. You were someone who had been prepared by life experiences to demonstrate a different way of being in the world. Your response to these attacks became a teaching moment for everyone who witnessed it. People saw that it's possible to maintain dignity when surrounded by lies, to stay centered when others are trying to create chaos, to respond with wisdom when provoked with malice. You became living proof that authentic power comes from inner stability rather than external control. Your story spread beyond the immediate circle of people who witnessed the attacks firsthand. Others heard about how you had handled this situation and began seeking you out, wanting to understand the source of such unshakable composure. You had become a beacon for others who were dealing with their own toxic situations. People who were being manipulated, lied about, or attacked began reaching out to you for guidance, recognizing that you possessed something they desperately needed to develop in themselves. The attacks that were meant to diminish your influence had instead amplified it exponentially. Your reputation for integrity and strength had spread far beyond your original circle, creating opportunities and connections that wouldn't have existed otherwise. The toxic individuals who had started this entire situation found themselves dealing with consequences they had never anticipated. The reputation damage they had intended for you had landed squarely on their own doorstep. The The isolation they had tried to create around you had become their own experience. The chaos they had attempted to inject into your life had consumed their own peace of mind instead. They had invested enormous amounts of time, energy, and credibility into a plan that had achieved the exact opposite of their intentions. Not only had they failed to damage you, but they had elevated you to a level of respect and influence you might never have achieved without their intervention. The irony is so perfect, it almost seems orchestrated by forces beyond human planning. Your attackers had unknowingly become the greatest promoters of your authentic character. Their attempts to expose your weaknesses had instead highlighted your strengths. Their efforts to isolate you had connected you with people who truly understood your value. Their campaign to destroy your reputation had established you as someone with unshakable integrity. Right now, as you process everything that has happened, people are still talking about how you handled this situation. They're using your response as an example of how to maintain grace under pressure. They're recommending you for opportunities that require someone with proven character and composure. The impression you made during this difficult time will last for years to come. You've established yourself as someone who can be trusted with important responsibilities, relied upon during crises, and respected for your uncompromising integrity. Your journey through this disgusting situation has positioned you for a level of success and influence that your attackers will never be able to achieve through their toxic methods. You've proven that authentic power is infinitely more sustainable than manipulation. The truth is stronger than lies, and that character is the ultimate insurance policy against any assault. The people who are so
Somebody in this thing said that Jesus was the first person they targeted. This program
impressed
targeted.
by how you handled this situation understand they witnessed something rare and valuable. They saw proof that it's possible to maintain your humanity while under attack,
They use
to
these
keep your
same
heart
tactics.
open while protecting your boundaries, and to stay true
I
to
like
your
that.
values
They
when
hated.
it would have
They
been
said
easier
also
to
that the person
compromise
Bob
them.
Marley.
This
It's a
experience
lot
has
of people they
equipped you
put,
with
but I just
wisdom and
noticed Bob
strength
Marley name.
that will serve you for the rest of your life. You now know beyond any doubt that you can weather any storm, overcome any obstacle, and maintain your integrity under the most extreme circumstances. Chosen, when what was meant to be your ending became your beginning. What was designed to break you made you unbreakable. What was intended to diminish your light caused it to shine brighter than ever before.
I'm reading the post and didn't even, it's in my feeds, and I did not realize I answered this in December. My name is right there. It says Star. I didn't even realize that. That is so funny. I didn't even know I read this already. But they said something about, I don't know. I
Who
put
tried
this
to
is above
destroy
accuracy.
you have unknowingly prepared you for greatness beyond what you previously
That
imagined
lets y'all know I
possible.
be on Quora all
Your
the time.
response to their attacks has established you as someone who operates from authentic power, and that makes you incredibly valuable in a world that desperately needs examples of genuine strength and integrity. The story of how you handled this disgusting situation will be told for years to come, inspiring others to develop the same level of inner resilience and unshakable character
It's
that you
something in this post.
demonstrated when
Let
it
me read
mattered
it.
most.
Because I'm so flabbergasted that I just ran across a post that I'm in the comments on. Okay, this person said when they find out, they're talking about the Freemason program. It said when they find out, there are two outcomes. Either they couldn't beat you, so now they want you to join them at this point. When these demonic entities realize that you are the head and not the tail, they become humbled by your pure organic essence. And now they want you to join them. Please realize I am. Damn, my camera not up. Damn, that was a movie scene just now. Okay, let's keep going. Wait. What was I saying? Damn, I just got distracted. My heart even dropped a little bit. Okay, damn, they couldn't beat you, so now they want you to join them. When these demonic entities realize that you are the head and not the tail, they become humbled by your organic essence, and now they want you to join them. Please realize this is the spiritual and psychological warfare that you've been enlisted to without your consent. To get an understanding of what is going on, I suggest you watch The Truman Show, starring Jim Carrey, or Inception by Leonardo DiCaprio. The universal law requires these entities to admit their sins or face karma. So they use Hollywood and the Bible to document their demonic sins via subliminal messages, hoping that it will prevent them from facing Dharma for their karma. It's the equivalent of confessing your sins to your pastors or pope. You are fooling yourself and making someone else rich by sharing your divine essence with them. They have to back the fuck off because of your lineage and DNA. We all belong to a group from previous life and lineage. You mostly targeted because you are royalty without even realizing this. You paid your dues with previous incarnations, and therefore you are blameless. And they hate this about you and want to swap destinies with you, make you as a scapegoat. They want you to become their sacrificial lamb, and pay off their karmic debts just like they did with the character. That's my neighbor. Just like they did with all the characters. Uh, hmm, okay, I read the line wrong. Just like they did with all the characters and holidays, just like Jesus, they want you to die for their sins. Fuck that. So they can swap your divine essence with their dharma. They abide by their law, which is hate without reason, as written in John 15, verse 25. But this is to fulfill what is written in their law. They hated they hated Jesus without a reason. And in the words of Bob Marley, they hated me without a reason. They have to fulfill the books, the one they wrote to deceive the chosen. By the time most of us, by the time most of them that's a part of their game stalking, come to realize that they are the tricksters that will trick, it'll be too late. We're all connected by the divine supreme being. Uh, we all by the supreme being. I don't know how to pronounce that word because they made it slang or something. Sassy another. Harming an innocent being is being harmful yourself. Division, nationality, race, color, religion is all an illusion operating from hate, and unbalanced forces will result in self annihilation. 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 So be very careful with targeting people because at the end of the day, you are targeting yourself. I say this all the time. We are all part of the supreme body. Whether you're the head, arm, shank, or leg, you are a part of the divine body. So don't fool yourself, or else you'll be cut off. Period. I hope this helps.
But there's something else
And I
happening
put
right now that's going to absolutely astound you.
everything this
And
post
it
says is
involves
above
the ripple
accuracy.
effects that are spreading far beyond your immediate situation.
I didn't know I read that already. This is December.
When the everyday excess falls away and we instead prioritize what matters, we find we can go further with less. Siggy Skier, full of protein, less ingredients, less sugar. Less sets you free.
Let's stop it. Ladies, Kimberly said, man, I'll just say I can feel your hate in your heart, sir. Don't lose yourself. Not one bit if you can afford it, just like them. Please, I beg you, embrace your pain. Learn from what you almost asked if you would cast. Learn, okay, please, I beg you, embrace your pain. Learn from what you almost as if you could cast yourself. Please, I do not mean any disrespect. I truly don't. Just be mindful of your thoughts and even in your face. Not to get off subject of any of my input here, but people are people. No matter what is inside of them, we are all of flesh and blood. We all eat, breathe, and shit. No one is better than the other, no matter what side you're on. Don't forget about your direction and your beliefs in your faith. Be mindful of yourself, man. I don't know why I'm even typing this shit out, but You moved me in a way I felt that I made some sort of could help a healthy impact, if anything, on the inside. No words need to be said, and I am not here for anything except knowledge. I normally say to myself, please don't get me bent. I am nobody. Maybe to sum it up, I should have just said, let your fire burn within you and use that hope you have left for peace in the heart. Have faith in your higher and let it be just that. The strength in your faith will be what gives pure energy to whatever you believe in that needs our faith to have in the first place. Without hope, there will be no problem. Hope is a want. Faith is like it's already done or already is. Don't let them break you. Wow.
The energy shift you created by refusing to engage in their toxic games has triggered what can only be described as a domino effect of positive
Oh, they
change.
went direct on this shit, and I liked it and replied to her. I didn't even know that. It's a lot of stuff she put. You expose these motherfuckers. Call the authorities on them. Who gives a shit if they don't believe you? Or make them squirm and just keep making them live in fear, just like they try to do you. Left out loud. I know who. I know who my stalkers are. Most of them are just Freemasons, assholes, losers from secret societies. The difference between them and me is I'm strategic. I do a lot of research about this illicit program and expose it. That's something the Freemasons dislike. Let me tell y'all, nearly everyone sold out to the New World Order. So that's the best way to reduce them. How? Expose they ass. They hate exposure. That's the one thing I've learned about Freemasonry. Laugh out loud. I don't think all Masons are bad people. No. Just like I don't think all cops are bad neither, but we're gonna expose the bad ones. I like you,
Your
girl.
entire
I
environment,
like you, girl.
people who witnessed your
Beverly.
composure, are now applying the same principles in their own
I don't
lives
care to
when
expose
facing
nobody. I
difficult
just want people to leave me
situations.
alone.
Your former attackers are discovering that their reputation damage extends far beyond
And people
just
we talk about is because of what I be talking about, baby. I didn't get put on this watch list for what I was talking about because before I started even noticing and talking about this shit, they was trying to take me the fuck out.
the people who witness their behavior toward you. Word has spread through interconnected networks about their tactics and their
And
final.
watching these little people try to move up in the ladder, think they getting we about to be rich. I hear people say that too after they meet me and after they stuff happen. About they all of a sudden talking about this random money they about to get this random shit. Y'all don't realize that you selling your soul first of all, coming at a real rich bitch like this. Secondly, them bitches gonna throw you under the bus. They can't save themselves.
Doors closing in places they never expected. Job opportunities are disappearing. Social invitations are drying up.
Now that's the
Business
truth.
partnerships are being
As a
reconsidered.
bitch, people believe
Meanwhile,
anything I say.
every
That's
door
the
that
truth.
closes for them seems to open
I
two
could be
more
broke.
for
It's
you.
fine.
3 weeks
Y'all can laugh at me. It's fine. I'm struggling. It's fine.
after their failed attack, you received an opportunity that seemed to come out of nowhere until you traced it back to someone who had been
I'm
quietly
rich in
observing
spirit,
how
so it
you
really don't
handled
matter.
yourself under pressure. They specifically mentioned that your grace under fire was exactly what they needed for their organization. This pattern is repeating itself across multiple areas of your life. People are actively seeking you out for projects, partnerships, and positions specifically because they witnessed how you conduct yourself when things get difficult. Your reputation for unshakable composure has become your most valuable professional asset. Your attackers thought they were ending your story, but they actually wrote the opening chapter of your greatest expansion period. The personal growth you experienced during those intense weeks of attack has created a new baseline for how you operate in the world. You no longer feel the need to explain yourself to people who are determined to misunderstand you. You've developed an internal compass, so strong that external chaos can't throw you off course. The shift in your energy is attracting entirely different types of people into your orbit. The individuals connecting with you now appreciate depth, authenticity, and genuine strength. They're drawn to your energy because they recognize someone who has been tested and proven reliable. Your social circle is upgrading itself automatically. People who thrive on drama and chaos.
Damn, I like this. It's timidly targeted protective person works at Tippy wrote, It depends on how afraid they think you are. If you are afraid, then they will turn up the heat to make you commit the sin of self death. If you are not afraid, it makes them nervous and they try to set you up. They even have temper tantrums, call the police. They try to slander your character, distance others from you because they consider you too powerful. It's intimidating when the target realizes the game stalkers have no true power but just an agenda. Now you make the rules of their game because it's your life. Make yourself win. This for everyone. This person wrote that.
Unnaturally repelled by your newfound stability, while those who value peace and authentic connection are magnetically attracted to what
Everybody
you
in the
represent.
comments are saying these are Freemasons, y'all.
But here's where the story takes another incredible turn that your attackers never could have predicted. 6 months later,
See, look, I
one of
don't
the
really
people
care to talk about them. Like, I know it's some good ones. I know it's bad, just like it's good and bad people. But listen, they really fucking with me. I be trying to reach out to organizations, resource leaders, people to help me out because if I was good, I wouldn't give a fuck about what they do. I would ignore them like I do all the time. I just laugh and shake my fucking head. But I'm the laugh of the joke with them right now because they fucked my life up right now. Took every fucking thing from me and watching me sit here in despair.
had initially been recruited to participate in the attack against you, reached out with information that's going to change everything you thought you knew about this situation.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America.
And then do shit
Like the
so I
people
could
who
get
keep
my
this
my
country
health, and then put me in stressful situations so my health can decline.
moving. For them, only America's
Just shady
most
shit.
dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck,
Like I really been quiet for a long time. Y'all don't be seeing. It wasn't that I sat back, took medication. I just stopped talking about this shit. I really try. I really try. And when I stop talking, they do the snake shit. And then the only time I get on here is when I see they put me in situations where I need help with, and people ignore me and blame me. That's when I talk about it. Other than that, there's a lot of shit people don't know. They didn't make it to online.
Standard Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Copilot, how do I simplify my research so people don't fall asleep during my presentation? What about a metaphor? Enzymes are like an elite squad of microscopic stunt performers.
Oh wow.
Who knew enzymes had such a flair for...
They revealed that your attackers had been planning this assault for over a year before they actually launched it. They had been studying your patterns, identifying your relationships, and mapping out your entire social and professional network. This wasn't a spontaneous
Damn. It say once they find out you know that it's them stalking that's doing the stalking, they push extremely hard after that. Whether it be the N word or the S word, or you just got entrapped in the full blown setup to go somewhere anywhere out of the way. Yes, they do this. If you knew what they were doing, then you know how imperative it is for them to not get caught. So if you don't believe me, watch the Senate committee. Look, they stopping my phone just powered off, and it's on the charger. My phone just powered the fuck off, and it's on the charger. It's on the charger. Okay. Well, they push extremely hard after that, whether it be the M word, the S word, or just got entrapped, a full blown setup to go somewhere, anywhere but out of the way. If they knew what they were doing, then you know how imperative it is for them to not get caught. Don't believe me? Watch the Senate committee question them. They say shit we all see through. Makes no sense at all. Blame another agency or walk away and resign quietly. What they won't fucking do is tell the truth or stop at anything in the prevention efforts of the truth. So stay safe, but fuck them. I'll D with a big mouth at least spreading the data and knowledge about truth. I guess it's all me.
It was a premeditated campaign designed to systematically dismantle your life. The level of calculation involved was honestly disturbing.
I found since Facebook off there, y'all. It's just us now. Let me make sure this is charging, cause next this gonna power off too. All right, let's put this on there. Let me take it off this one right here and put it on here. It's crazy that that's on the charger and it's not charging it. That is fucking crazy. Oh, what am I doing? That is so crazy. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Okay, this gonna power off, y'all. It's all good. It's all good.
Had created fake social media accounts to monitor your
Oh
activities.
wait, so let me read this. It say, damn, I lost it. Damn, I lost it. I found that they become more scarce physically, but they turn to using mind control torture more and more. They still show up in public places with their antics, paparazzi, weirdo shit, but they do it knowing that that in the public, they still show up in public places with their antics and paparazzi weirdo shit. They do that knowing that the public is dumb enough to cause a scene. That I'm not dumb enough to cause a scene in public with my family. I think they got tired of the booby traps and bulldogs. They used to get close enough to our homes that my wife could hear them. Now it's just me and that hears them daily try when in public looking at oh, I see what he's saying. I've never experienced V2K. Not once. So I'd really be looking at people funny when they speak about it, but they just don't use certain things on everybody, I guess. It's like dressing up as Santa Claus and the kids telling you they know you aren't real, no matter what, and you keep up the act. You never even admit what you are doing. They assume everything is being recoded, so cannot give evidence. They keep acting like the dumb, poorly educated, basic trailer park, no class trash they are. They are the type of people. Okay, who's pulling up to my house now? Hold on, y'all. Somebody just pulled in front of my house. Um, There's a lot of activity going on in front of the house, so let me move. Let me move locations. Okay, so it is like dressing up as Santa Claus and the kid telling you that they know you aren't real no matter what. You keep up the act. You never ever admit what you are doing. They assume everything is being recorded, so cannot give evidence. They keep acting like the dumb, poorly educated, basic trailer park trash that they are. These are the type of people who would willingly stay on a plantation and be slaves. Honestly, they seek out the master to tell them what to do. Think about it. If they could do something that made more money with less BS, they would be doing it. Widow, free loser, and nobodies is describing them kindly. Completely expendable, throwaway, crash dummies. They think they are part of a club, but that is a figment of their imagination. Of their imagination, like someone thinking their pimp loves them. No, that is not how it works. Wow.
Had cultivated relationships with people in your circle specifically to gather information about you. They had even attended events you were at, pretending to be friendly, while actually conducting surveillance. This revelation transformed how everyone viewed what had happened. What people had initially seen as a conflict between
This girl say they mess with you even more. I really gotta start making YouTube videos about this stuff. I just hesitate because I don't want to be called a nutcase. But what happened to me happened. Whether people want to believe me or not, it happened. I'm not the crazy one. They are for doing this. That's what's crazy about all of this. The whole thing is nuts. But once they know it's on, they get off on you. Let me see. She said visit Gypsy in the Hood on YouTube. All right, let's check out Gypsy in the Hood on YouTube. Special shout out to Cora. So I don't see her video. She said look for Gypsy in the Hood. So let me put a keyword with her name and see if I pull it up now. Can't even find her channel. That means her channel is capped. Cause I put the name in. Gypsy in the Hood on YouTube. Hmm. Okay, they done flags her channel. They be have a stamp on that. As if they not okay. The operators use warfare tactics called site warfare. These are tactics used by psychological warfare divisions of military agencies around the world, and they can quickly drive people crazy. In addition to forcing the victim to hear voices and sounds whenever they are physically, I've never heard V2K that people keep talking about. But to each his own, they are physically at the time. These voices interact with the thoughts. Now, in addition to seeing and hearing everything the individual thinks passively, they can interact with their thoughts actively, forcing the target to think about things they don't want to, creating blocks in their thoughts, altering their course of cadence, and insinuating or creating severe intellectual problems. Mind invasion, control reading, torture technology is capable of inflicting immense torture, especially when a victim doesn't understand what is happening and creates the uh, ano- uh, anomalous reactive behavior expected by the usurpers. The use of V2K naturally leads people to question whether they are schizophrenic, but synthetic electronic telepathy goes much further than that. Many voices from different people interact with all of their thoughts, responding, joking, and reacting every second, talking to each other, creating echo in their thoughts, rehearsing vocalized thoughts that appear to be a very sophisticated schizophrenia. As this weapon becomes more popular, trials will take shape. The walls of houses are no longer the limits of a person's residence, and privacy is being completely extinguished. The moment synthetic electronic telepathy is connected to an individual's brain, all their vocalized thoughts are monitored and analyzed by unknown people in an arbitrary manner. It becomes an ideal and silent means of neutralizing any inconvenient person, any enemy. It can be used at any time, including to end the lives of other people silently, getting away with it, leaving no trace, and without being held criminally responsible for their action. Personally, I never thought that such technology existed or was at the level it is today until I saw it with my own eyes. When we read reports and documents that the military and the intelligence agency keep secrets for years, it's not a lie. When they say that certain projects is classified as top secret or classified, you can believe it is. And its final form will only be revealed when it is needed to in real combat. To see the abyss, the distance between military and advanced agencies, technologies, and us, more mortals, while we try to adapt to the online world, so important to our own civilization. Society turns on Society turns all its attention and concern to privacy on the internet, day-to-day communication, and social networks. However, without even knowing that real life privacy has completely disappeared. Online privacy is important, of course. After all, our vital data travels through these networks daily. However, the excessive focus on online life serves in part as a distraction from the real threat, the theft of thoughts directly from the brain of anyone, anywhere in the world, at any time by individuals who have access to mind invasion, control, reading, torture technologies, infrastructure without any kind of help to alleviate the suffering to protect our co- cognitive data from theft by third parties. While we try to accommodate ourselves as a society on the internet. This technology is already working with a new internet of thoughts or brainnet, deep brain wave, deep brain web, or dark mind web. If we compare it to the computer of our systems that make up our network, the brain and the mind in the current situation resemble an old and discontinued operating system without any type of protection against attacks, easily hackable with infinite vulnerabilities, and to make matters worse, it will naturally never have any type of native defense against this weapon. Unfortunately, a system in which improvements or updates that close security gaps will never be implemented. No patch is on the way. Therefore, when a person becomes a target, a simple walk down the street, any solitary activity in which one is left alone with one's thoughts becoming something painful, complicated, tearing, and extremely stressful because now the individual can no longer maintain the normal cognitive functioning of his or her mind as he or she always did. The simple act of contemplating a landscape, thinking about personal problems, making projections, observing people, watching time pass, reading a book, or watching a film become subordinate activities and particularly cease to exist. Your thoughts and focus are now constantly directed to the issues that the invaders, hackers of the mind, want to bring to light, while your attention is completely directed to confronting these invaders who become part of your life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, un- uninterruptedly. The tactic of using attention diversion is intentional, as it is known that attention enables the entry of information from the external world. So, for the stimuli to be processed, they need to be perceived, and everything we perceive depends entirely on our attention. So the irrelevant non-priority stimulus that should be inhibited becomes the main focus, and the stimuli that should be a priority, work related issues, social interaction with spouses, children, relatives, and friends, attention to the surrounding environment for self preservation, learning, reading, among others, become secondary, are not stored. In the computed and experienced stimuli are not perceived, supplanting important information, keeping unknown people in total control of their focus and attention. Who will? Oh, I lost the line. Keeping unknown people in total control of the focus and attention. Who will arbitrarily command what what will be processed by the target? The information, the external. Uh, I lost the line again. My focus off. Who will attributely or attributely arbitrarily arbitrarily command what will arbitrarily command what will be processed by the target. The information, the external I keep saying stimuli. It's too much going on around me. Okay. Who will arbitrarily command what will be processed by the target. The information, the external stimuli stimuli that are not necessary for our lives. This inverts the oh shit. This inverts the natural order of the cognitive mechanics. This inverts the natural order of the cognitive mechanics of a healthy brain. Operators will easily know your concern. All it takes is a thought, a mental micro reflex, and thus steal your afflictions. The moment you are about to take an important test that will define your professional future, a test of the interview of your life, voices of various levels of clarity will begin to emerge within your brain in an unimaginable way. They will bring up issues from your personal life, generate internal distractions that are impossible to block. With internal, I guess I do have those issues. I don't realize I be blocking it. They will bring up issues from your personal life, gathering internal distractions that are important to block with internal and external stimuli. Reviving your worries, generating anguish and anxiety, completely diverting your focus from what is important at the moment and reverting your concentration to a state of concern, destroying all of your preparation and the test itself, including generating the primary feeling of anger and overwhelming desire to shout, shut up. At this point, your test, your exam, and your interview will be completely compromised. The person whose mind is connected to the mind reading system cannot free themselves from the invaders at the time of day, becoming hostage to those who are operating the technology, interacting systematically, intervening in even daily thought, ban or not, making a point of showing that they are not in control, constantly requesting casual rescues and such as do a certain action and you will be free. Often involved in the target. I know what that means. Like, yeah, okay, let's not. Often involving the targeting serious crimes such as murder, robbery, sexual crimes, assaults, but without ever freeing the victim from electronic captivity. The most worrying thing, the most worrying thing is that they start using the kidnapped mind as a source of entertainment, a preserved sport practiced with humans known as torture for fun. The target becomes a capital animal, the main attraction of morbid zoo where visitors attack, whip, and enjoy the howl of pain this human animal. The gravity of this use is technology the gravity of this use of this technology as a weapon and its devastating effects on human mind make the attack people from different nations give it a series of names. The result of uh besi- mm, mm, mm. I always tongue twist myself with this word because I can't get it out. Uh, Philosophical. I can't say it. The P is side is crazy for me. Uh, philosophical. Mm, too many S's. Interpretation of philosoph. Oh God, philosophical. 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 Philosophy. And I can't say that word, y'all. Interpretation of the phenomenon. I can't get my other phone either to look it up to break it down better. This philosophical, philosoph, philosophical, philosophical interpretation of the phenomenon such as mind rape. The victim feels literally violated by several. I keep going back to it. Philosophical, philosophical, philosophical interpretation of the phenomenon such as mind rape. The victim feels literally violated by several other unknown people doing everything they can to their mind, disrespecting their privacy, activating unwanted memories, having fun with their feelings and emotions, and most shockingly, all of this happens in all areas of the target's daily life, especially in their own home, which they believe to be private place and free from this type of harassment. Thus, they live in a kind of electromagnetic prison, deprived of all of their senses. Some victims also report that they are prisoners of their own thoughts, since these thoughts, which should serve to refine perception and discriminate feelings, are now used against the target, harming human growth and their relative personal emphasis that are so exposed. Others even compare them to the Nazi concentration camps from the Second World War, but carried out remotely using electronic means such as suffering but carried out remotely using electronic means such as suffering imposed on the victim with this sordid and object characteristic. Other people and perpetrators have also called it the silent Holocaust. Wow. Expert taken from the book MK Tech Invasion and Mind Control, which you can find on Amazon. The author has a career in computer science as a systems analyst developer, postgraduate program in computer forensic and cyber expertise. The writer shows with graphics how the information contained in a person's brain can be read remotely and also present images of the programs hackers use to carry out this horrendous crime. So I'm gonna email myself that because I'm actually gonna read that every chance I get. I'm gonna read that and share it as much as I can. I really like that. All right.
Individuals was now understood to be something much more sinister. A coordinated stalking and
And they sent me
harassment
another
campaign
one. Look,
that had been in development for months. The respect people had already developed for how
I
you
just
handled
read
their
that one.
attacks
They want me to
deepened
answer
into
it.
something approaching awe when they realized the true scope of what you had been facing. You hadn't just handled a difficult situation well. You had single-handedly defeated
I just
a
read that one.
sophisticated operation designed by multiple people
Let me see
working
my thing.
together to destroy you. Your ability to remain centered
Oh, that's
and
the one I just
authentic
sent. Duh.
while unknowingly
Thought Corey sent
surrounded
that to me.
by this level of deception and planning demonstrated a strength of character that left people genuinely amazed. They realized they had witnessed someone operate
Okay, I
from
don't
such
read all of my
authentic power
notifications on
that
Quora.
an entire conspiracy couldn't shake their foundation. The person who revealed this information also shared something else that's going to give you chills. They told you that your calm response to their attacks had actually saved other people from becoming future victims. Your refusal to break under pressure had exposed these individuals as the predators they really were, preventing them from successfully targeting others down the line. Your composure during those attacks wasn't just personally beneficial. It was a service to your entire community. By standing firm in your integrity, you had pulled back the curtain on individuals who were dangerous to everyone around them. This realization adds an entirely new dimension to how people view your character. You're not just someone who handled adversity well. You're someone whose strength protected others from harm. Your integrity during that difficult period served a purpose much larger than your personal situation.
This song. I still don't know who sing that.
The toxic individuals who orchestrated this campaign are now dealing with exposure on a level they never anticipated. Their sophisticated planning and coordination is being discussed in circles far beyond your immediate environment. People are sharing their story as a cautionary tale about the lengths some individuals will go to in order to tear down others. Professional networks are quietly passing along information about their behavior. Social groups are warning new members about their tactics. Even family members are distancing themselves from the drama and reputation damage these individuals created through their own choices. The isolation they tried to create around you has become their own reality, but in their case, it's completely self-inflicted and entirely deserved. Your life, on the other hand, has expanded in ways that seemed impossible before this situation began. The strength you developed during those attacks has opened up possibilities you never would have considered previously. You now know you can handle anything, which has made you bold enough to pursue opportunities that once seemed beyond your reach. Your ability to remain calm during conflict has become legendary among the people who witnessed it. They tell others about how you handled that situation when they want to illustrate what real strength looks like. Your story has become the gold standard for grace under pressure. Meanwhile, Your former attackers are learning that reputation damage in the modern world doesn't disappear quickly. Their behavior during that period continues to follow them in ways they never anticipated. Every new person they meet eventually hears about what they did and how they conducted themselves. They're discovering that destroying someone's character only works if that person actually has character flaws to exploit. When you target someone with genuine integrity, your attacks don't damage them. They reveal your own lack of character. To everyone watching, the energy you put into maintaining your composure during their assault has paid dividends that continue to compound. Every day you chose dignity over revenge. Every moment you remained centered instead of reactive. Every time you responded with wisdom instead of emotion. All of that energy created a foundation of authentic power that serves you in every area of your life. Your attackers put enormous effort into temporary chaos, while you invested your energy into permanent strength. The results speak for themselves. People are still talking about how you handled that disgusting situation because it demonstrated something rare and valuable in today's world. You showed that it's possible to maintain your humanity when others are trying to strip it away, to keep your integrity intact when surrounded by deception, and to grow stronger when others are trying to weaken you. Chosen 1. Your response to their attacks has established you as someone who operates from authentic power rather than reactive emotion. This makes you incredibly valuable in a world where most people fall apart at the first sign of serious pressure. The impression you made during that difficult time has created a reputation that will serve you for decades to come. You've proven, beyond any doubt, that your character is unshakable, your integrity is non-negotiable, and your strength is absolutely genuine. The people who are so impressed by how you handled this situation continue to be amazed because they understand they witnessed something extraordinary. Someone who remained true to their highest self, even when surrounded by individuals determined to drag them down to their lowest level. That's not just impressive, that's inspirational. And that inspiration is creating ripple effects that will benefit you and others for years to come. The loudest silence is the one that follows your truth. It's the moment your enemies realize they never stood a chance. They weren't ready. Not for your voice, not for your presence, not for the way your words cut deeper than any blade. You didn't shout. You didn't beg to be
Chosen one, what I'm about to say may shake you, but you need to hear it. If this message found its way to you, it's not random. It's divine alignment. You've just been dragged by a celebrity. Millions saw it. Your name is everywhere. In headlines, timelines, and conversations you never agreed to be part of. And while it might feel like sabotage, betrayal, even humiliation, understand this. You're not being buried. You're being revealed. This public takedown wasn't a defeat. It was a setup. A calculated strike designed by bitter exes, jealous peers, and opportunists who underestimated the force of who you truly are. But what they didn't see coming is this. Heaven, your ancestors, and divine timing have already turned this into your breakthrough. Before we go deeper into this prophetic message, do 3 important things. Hit that like button, subscribe to help us reach 50,000 subscribers, and comment the number 11 below. That number is not random, it's a spiritual activation. Dropping 11 in the comments sends a powerful signal to the universe that you are aligned, awake, and ready to rise. And remember, if you're truly a chosen one, you won't click away. Because deep down, your spirit already knows this message is for you. Everything that was meant to destroy you is about to launch you. Now let's get into it. It feels like a punch to the gut. One moment your name was just part of everyday chatter, and the next it splashed across screens worldwide, but not in the way you ever imagined. A celebrity, someone whose image once symbolized glamour and power, has publicly torn you down. The shock isn't just about being exposed, it's about the raw betrayal that slices deeper than any stranger's criticism could. This wasn't a misunderstanding or an accident. It was a targeted strike meant to humiliate you on the biggest stage possible. And it happened in the harsh glare of millions watching. The world suddenly sees you not as who you really are, but as the villain in a narrative someone else scripted for their gain. The sting of this public betrayal isn't just about your reputation, it's about your sense of self. When someone you once admired chooses to weaponize your story, it feels personal, like a knife twisted in your back. You replay every moment you spent hoping for their support, every conversation where you sought their approval. Now those memories feel poisoned, as if your trust was just fuel for their destruction. It's a lonely, isolating experience because the fallout happens in real time, on platforms where every comment, every share, every reaction is a reminder that your pain is public property. What makes this even more devastating is the silence that follows. Friends you thought would stand by your side suddenly disappear. Followers who once celebrated you now question your integrity. The same people who cheered your successes are quick to jump on the bandwagon of judgment and gossip. In that moment, you realize how fragile public perception really is. How quickly adoration can turn to suspicion and support to abandonment. It's not just a loss of reputation, it's a loss of connection, of trust, and it feels like the ground beneath you has crumbled away. But amidst the chaos, something deep inside refuses to break. Beneath the flood of anger, hurt, and confusion, a spark of resilience starts to glow. You understand that this moment, as painful as it is, does not define you. Behind the smear campaigns and viral hashtags, there is a truth they can't touch, the real you. This public betrayal is a brutal wake-up call, yes, but it's also the beginning of a new chapter where you reclaim your power, rewrite the narrative, and stand taller than ever before. Because in the end, your story is yours alone. No matter how loud the noise, no matter how fierce the attack, your identity isn't dictated by the opinions of strangers or the lies of those who want to see you fall. This moment of public betrayal, as devastating as it feels, is just one scene in a much larger story. One where you emerge not as a victim, but as a victor. When millions of eyes are on you, judging every word, every action, every mistake, it's easy to believe their version of your story is the only truth. But what they see is just the surface, a carefully curated highlight reel designed to provoke outrage and sell clicks. The messy, complicated reality lives in the shadows, unseen and misunderstood. Behind the viral headlines lies a narrative full of nuance, pain, and resilience that the public will never grasp because they're only given the fragments that fit a sensationalist agenda. It's frustrating, deeply so, to watch people consume your life like a form of entertainment without ever pausing to consider the human being behind the scandal. They don't see the sleepless nights, the self-doubt, or the tears shed in private. They don't know about the late-night calls from friends trying to offer support, or the moments of courage when you decide to keep moving forward despite feeling crushed. Their judgments are quick, harsh, and final, but they're made from a distance, through screens and tweets, without the full picture. You begin to understand the power of perception, how a story told by the loudest voices can drown out the truth. This experience teaches you that in the digital age, facts are often overshadowed by emotions, rumors, and outrage. And while that can be devastating, it also reveals a profound lesson about human nature. People want easy answers, clear villains, and dramatic narratives. Your reality, however, doesn't fit neatly into those boxes, and that's why it's been distorted. Still, knowing that millions don't know the truth doesn't make the pain any less real, feeling misunderstood and misrepresented on a global scale. But it also becomes a source of fuel, because if the world refuses to see the real you now, you'll make sure they do eventually. This chapter, dark as it is just the prologue to the story you're about to tell. The story where you reclaim your voice and reveal the truth in your own words. And when that day comes, those millions who thought they had you figured out will realize they never really knew you at all. They will see beyond the headlines and the viral moments to the strength, complexity, and humanity that define you, not the caricature crafted for their
Damn, it say I gave a person $300 off top because they needed it. A year later, I asked that same person to braid my hair. She told me 300. Somebody told me they was hungry. I said, check the cash app. Month later, I told that same person I'm eating noodles, and they said, dang. Point is, don't expect you out of other people. When you do for a person, don't expect nothing back, because that's who you are. That's not who they are. Wow.
consumption. This wasn't a random act of cruelty. It was a carefully planned operation, a trap laid with precision to ensure maximum humiliation. The moment you were dragged into this viral storm was no coincidence. It was the result of meticulous scheming by people who wanted to see you fall in the most public, painful way possible. Every detail was designed to hit hard and fast, leaving little room for defense or escape. It's a harsh reality that the world often hides behind. Sometimes the chaos isn't accidental, it's engineered. Imagine a stage set perfectly for a scandal. The right timing, the perfect platform, the targeted leaks, and the carefully crafted narrative all converging to create a storm you couldn't have predicted. It's a reminder that in the age of social media, reputation can be dismantled in minutes, and that digital mobs can amplify lies faster than truth can keep up. The humiliation was broadcast live, with millions watching, sharing, and condemning before you had a chance to respond. Understanding the depth of this orchestration is painful but liberating. It reveals that your fall wasn't about you at all. It was about power, control, and envy. You were a pawn in a game where the stakes were your dignity and future, and the very fact that you were targeted means you were seen as a threat, someone worth taking down. This perspective shifts the narrative from shame to strength. You didn't deserve this. You were chosen because you shone too brightly. Even in the darkest moments, this awareness sparks a quiet fire inside. It's the beginning of reclaiming agency, understanding that the setup was theirs, but the comeback will be yours. You start to see this viral humiliation not as the end, but as a catalyst, a forced reckoning that will propel you toward a new level of growth and resilience. Because if they thought they could break you by orchestrating your downfall, they underestimated one crucial thing: your capacity to rise, rebuild, and transform pain into power. The viral storm was just the beginning of your comeback story. Sometimes the greatest betrayals come from those who once held your heart. Your ex, a figure from your past, has become one of the masterminds behind this nightmare, fueled by bitterness, resentment, and a desire for revenge. But they didn't act alone. Alongside them lurks a relentless stalker, someone obsessed with controlling your narrative and your life, turning every private moment into ammunition. Together they form a toxic duo, operating in the shadows, pulling strings, and watching with cruel satisfaction as your world unravels. This realization is devastating because it means the attack isn't just public, it's deeply personal. They know your history, your vulnerabilities, and your fears, and they wield that knowledge like a weapon. Their actions aren't just about causing pain, they're about erasing your identity, rewriting your story, and isolating you from those who love and support you. It's a dark chapter that forces you to confront the painful truth about trust, love, and betrayal. Yet amid the anger and heartbreak, you find clarity. Their venom reveals more about their character than yours. Their inability to move on, to find peace, exposes the toxicity that has nothing to do with you and everything to do with their own wounds. This insight gives you strength. You refuse to be defined by their bitterness or to be a victim of their obsession. You begin to set boundaries, protect yourself, and reclaim your life. It's not easy. The shadows they cast can feel suffocating. But every step you take away from their influence is a step toward freedom. And as you distance yourself from their toxicity, you start to rebuild trust with yourself, remembering your worth beyond their cruelty. This toxic duo may have tried to shatter your life, but they've only sharpened your resolve. Their bitterness fuels your fire, and as you rise, you'll show the world that no amount of hate from the past can keep you down. Your past was sacred, a collection of memories, lessons, and moments you never imagined would be used as weapons against you. But now, those secrets have been stolen, sold, and twisted by people who turned your vulnerabilities into public ammunition. What once was private, safe, and confidential has been exposed under ruthless spotlights, shattered trust laying bare for everyone to see. This violation cuts deeper than the headlines. It's a betrayal of the most intimate kind, leaving you raw and exposed. The pain of knowing that the people you once trusted sold your story is almost unbearable. Each leaked secret feels like a fresh wound, a reminder that the foundations of trust you built were fragile and easily shattered. You wrestle with feelings of anger, sadness, and disbelief. How could those who promised to protect you become the architects of your public shame? This betrayal isn't just about information. It's about the loss of safety and the erosion of faith in others. Yet in the midst of this heartbreak, you recognize a vital truth. Your past does not define your future. Yes, they tried to weaponize your history, but your story is far richer and more complex than their distorted version. Every mistake, every moment of vulnerability was part of your growth, your humanity, and your journey, not a sentence to eternal judgment. The power lies in how you choose to own your past now, rather than letting others control it. This chapter of your life becomes a turning point. You begin to reclaim those stolen pieces, telling your story on your terms. You share the lessons, the regrets, and the triumphs that others tried to erase. In doing so, you find healing, strength, and a renewed sense of self. What was once used to tear you down is now the foundation on which you rebuild. Because secrets can't truly destroy you if you own them. Trust may have been broken, but your spirit remains unbroken. And as you step into this new chapter, you're no longer the person defined by whispers and rumors. You're the author of your own narrative, ready to rise with courage and conviction. There's a cruel irony in seeing your most intimate moments twisted and used against you. Things once shared in trust, whispered secrets, private conversations, vulnerable emotions, have been ripped from their safe places and weaponized for public consumption. It's a betrayal that strikes not just at your reputation, but at the very core of your humanity. To have your privacy violated in this way is to feel stripped naked in front of the world, helpless and exposed. This weaponization of intimacy feels like a violation deeper than any public attack, because it breaks the invisible pact of trust between you and those closest to you. It makes you question every relationship, every word spoken behind closed doors. Who else might be holding pieces of your life like ticking time bombs, waiting to detonate for personal gain? The paranoia is suffocating, the pain relentless, because these aren't just facts or rumors, they're fragments of your soul laid bare. But this darkness also reveals the strength you didn't know you had. It forces you to confront the fear of being truly seen. The parts of yourself you once hid away, now thrust into the harsh light. And in doing so, you begin to reclaim those parts, recognizing that vulnerability is not a weakness, but a profound source of courage and connection. Your truth, no matter how raw, cannot be broken by the lies others tell. You learn to build
Hmm. That's good. Alright, take for people to like pass though for people to
walls where needed, but also to open doors carefully and intentionally. Protecting your privacy becomes an act of self-love and power rather than fear. This experience sharpens your instincts about who deserves your trust and who doesn't, helping you cultivate relationships rooted in genuine respect and care. Ultimately, the weaponization of intimacy becomes a catalyst for deeper self-awareness and resilience. You emerge not just as a survivor, but as someone who understands the sacredness of personal boundaries and the value of guarding your inner world fiercely. The pain of exposure turns into a powerful lesson in strength and self-preservation. Behind every public takedown, there's often a hidden web of envy and resentment. In your case, this toxic network included so-called friends who smiled to your face but wished for your downfall, old rivals who never stopped competing, and mentors whose jealousy turned into sabotage. They watched your rise with bitter eyes, waiting for the moment they could pull the rug out from under you. Their smiles masked agendas filled with quiet hostility and backhanded tactics. This realization is one of the hardest to swallow. That people you once trusted might have been rooting for your failure all along. It's a profound betrayal, like finding out the foundation you built your life on was cracked and unstable. These envious voices whispered lies, spread rumors, and subtly influenced public opinion, turning allies into critics and supporters into skeptics. The sting of their duplicity leaves you questioning how well you really knew those around you. But understanding the envy network also gives you clarity and power. It reveals that their actions say more about their insecurities and fears than about your worth or achievements. Their bitterness is a reflection of their own struggles with jealousy and inadequacy, not a condemnation of your character. This perspective helps you detach from their venom and reclaim your self-respect. You begin to surround yourself with people who genuinely want to see you thrive, those who celebrate your victories and stand by you in the storms. You learn to spot false friends early and trust your intuition over empty promises. This painful lesson in discerning true allies from covert enemies becomes one of your greatest strengths moving forward. Ultimately, the envy network that tried to bring you down ends up highlighting your resilience and authenticity. You rise above their pettiness, shining brighter because you refuse to let their jealousy define your journey. Their whispers become background noise to your undeniable truth and unstoppable comeback. In today's hyper-connected world, reputation isn't just shaped by people, it's engineered by unseen forces operating behind screens. Lies are spread by armies of bots, false narratives
It feels so
amplified
peaceful
by
now.
algorithmic
I'm thinking about to
bias,
get ready to get
and
off
mass
live.
manipulation campaigns that blur the
feel
line between truth
peaceful.
and fiction. You find yourself caught in this digital warfare where facts are casualties and your character is a battlefield. The scale of this assault is overwhelming. It's not just individual voices shouting criticism anymore. It's coordinated waves of misinformation flooding timelines, comments, and feeds. These digital attacks are relentless, designed to drown out your truth with noise and confusion. The sheer volume can make you question reality itself. What's true, what's exaggerated, and what's outright fabricated. It's exhausting and disorienting. Yet, within this chaos, you learn to navigate the digital battlefield with savvy and resilience. You discover the importance of controlling your narrative, engaging with your real supporters, and using your platform to speak your truth. You understand that while the digital world can be weaponized, it can also be reclaimed as a powerful space for healing, connection, and justice. You begin to see behind the curtain, recognizing how algorithms and bots manipulate emotions and perceptions. This knowledge arms you with the tools to fight back intelligently, refusing to be a passive victim of digital manipulation. You become a strategist of your own story, using authenticity and transparency to counteract falsehoods. And as the digital storm rages, your genuine supporters rally around you, forming a fortress of truth and encouragement. In the midst of this warfare, you find a new kind of strength, one forged in the fires of deception, but tempered by clarity, courage, and unwavering self-belief. When a celebrity endorses a lie about you, the damage escalates exponentially. Their voice carries immense weight, and their endorsement turns misinformation into a seemingly undeniable truth for millions. Suddenly, your struggle isn't just against rumors or gossip. It's against a powerful figure whose influence shapes public opinion and media narratives. This endorsement feels like a betrayal by the universe itself, magnifying your pain and isolation. The power of celebrity influence is staggering. Their platforms can legitimize falsehoods instantly, creating a tidal wave of misinformation that's nearly impossible to counter. Fans adopt the narrative without question, and the lie spreads faster than you can respond. The imbalance of power feels crushing, as if you're David facing a Goliath armed with the world's attention and belief. But beneath this daunting reality lies a crucial truth. Celebrity influence, while vast, is not infallible. History is filled with stories of powerful figures whose lies were eventually exposed and whose credibility crumbled under scrutiny. Misinformation is fragile because it depends on ignorance and fear, not on truth or integrity. This understanding fuels your determination to fight back. You commit to telling your story authentically and consistently, knowing that truth has a way of breaking through even the thickest fog of deception. You find allies, journalists, influencers, and everyday people who believe you and amplify your voice. The celebrity's endorsement of a lie becomes a rallying cry for those who seek justice and honesty. In time, the power of misinformation begins to wane as the truth emerges, revealing the celebrity's role not as an arbiter of justice, but as a participant in a damaging narrative. Your resilience turns their influence on its head, transforming a weapon meant to destroy into a spark that ignites your comeback. It's easy to feel like the world is against you when the attacks come from every angle. But sometimes what feels like destruction is actually the universe clearing the path for something greater. While they planned your downfall, the universe had a different plan, one of breakthrough, transformation, and rebirth. This moment of crisis becomes a pivotal turning point, a catalyst for profound growth. The contrast between their intentions and the universe's plan is stark. They aim to shatter your spirit and silence your voice, but instead they unknowingly forced you into a crucible where your true strength could be forged. This painful journey pushes you beyond your limits, revealing depths of courage, wisdom, and resilience you didn't know existed. You begin to see the bigger picture, the intricate ways life unfolds, often through hardship and heartbreak, leading you toward a higher purpose. This realization brings a sense of peace and hope amidst the chaos. The universe isn't punishing you, it's preparing you for a new chapter filled with greater clarity and power. This breakthrough isn't just about surviving the storm, it's about thriving because of it. You start to shed old fears, limiting beliefs, and toxic relationships that held you back. You embrace your authenticity, stepping into your light with renewed confidence and purpose. And as you rise, you understand that this so-called breakdown was actually a breakthrough in disguise. What they tried to use to break you becomes the foundation for your most remarkable comeback, a testament to the universe's mysterious, unstoppable power to transform pain into triumph. Life has a way of balancing scales, even when the injustice feels unbearable. The very people who orchestrated your takedown, who reveled in your pain and sought to ruin you, soon find themselves caught in the web of karma. Their deceit, manipulation, and cruelty begin to unravel their own lives in unexpected ways. It's a reminder that what we put out into the world often returns to us, sometimes in ways we least expect. Watching their downfall unfold is a complex mixture of emotions. There's a quiet satisfaction in seeing justice served, but also a deep sense of sorrow that bitterness and hate consumed them so completely. Their actions, rooted in envy and malice, ultimately led to their own isolation and loss of credibility. It's a powerful lesson in how destructive intentions can boomerang back with devastating effect. This karmic turnaround also reinforces your faith in the universe's justice. Proof that truth and integrity have power beyond human control. While you endured the storm, they sowed the seeds of their own undoing. Their attempts to break you became the cracks in their own armor, exposing their true nature to those who once admired or trusted them. You don't seek revenge. Instead, you focus on healing and growth. Watching karma at work teaches you the importance of compassion and forgiveness, not for their sake, but for your own peace. You rise above bitterness, knowing that their downfall doesn't define your path, but their actions have illuminated yours. In this karmic cycle, you find closure and strength. What was meant to destroy you becomes a source of empowerment, reminding you that justice, even if delayed, is inevitable. And as their world crumbles, yours begins to rebuild stronger than ever. In the darkest hours, when it feels like everyone has turned their backs, something incredible happens. The calls start coming in. Messages of support, words of encouragement, and unexpected alliances begin to emerge from the shadows. People who were once silent find their voices, standing beside you as witnesses to your truth and strength. It's a powerful reminder that you're never truly alone, even when it feels that way. These calls come from surprising places, old friends who never stopped believing, strangers who see your courage and want to support you, industry insiders who recognize your talent and want to help you reclaim your name. Each call is a lifeline, a thread weaving together a new support system built on authenticity and trust. The impact of this support is profound. It rekindles your hope and fuels your determination to keep fighting. The weight of isolation lifts slightly with every heartfelt message, every offer of help, and every voice that refuses to buy into the false narrative. You realize that the tide is turning, the narrative is shifting, and the truth is gaining ground. More than that, these calls become a source of inspiration. They remind you that your story resonates, that your vulnerability is a source of connection, and that your strength is contagious. The community rallying around you becomes a powerful force, amplifying your message and helping to rewrite the public story. In this wave of solidarity, you find renewed purpose. The calls are not just support, they are a call to action, a sign that your comeback is underway and that the world is ready to hear your truth. What began as a nightmare of public humiliation is slowly transforming into an unexpected story of triumph. The headlines that once screamed scandal are now beginning to tell a different tale, one of resilience, courage, and redemption. This twist in your narrative is proof that even the darkest chapters can give way to moments of brilliance and hope. The journey from shame to headlines isn't easy. It requires relentless courage to face the world again, to stand tall amidst skepticism, and to speak your truth with unwavering conviction. Every interview, every statement, every public appearance is a step toward reclaiming your identity and reshaping how you're seen. This transformation also captures the public's imagination. People are drawn to stories of comeback and reinvention, stories that remind them of their own capacity to overcome adversity. Your narrative shifts from victim to victor, inspiring others who may be facing their own battles in silence. Media outlets that once amplified lies now highlight your strength and authenticity. The same platforms that spread rumors become stages for your voice to shine. This unexpected twist not only restores your reputation, but elevates it, opening doors to new opportunities and partnerships. Ultimately, this chapter reminds you and the world that humiliation is not the end of the story. It's often the catalyst for a powerful comeback. The headlines change, and with them, the world's perception. What was meant to break you becomes the story that makes you unforgettable. There's a powerful truth in the phrase, "Your comeback will be televised." It speaks to the visibility of your journey, the fact that millions will witness not just your fall, but your rise. And this moment, right now, marks the beginning of that comeback. The stage is set, the audience is watching, and you're ready to step into the spotlight on your own terms. This comeback isn't about revenge or proving others wrong. It's about reclaiming your power and showing the world your true self. It's about transforming pain into purpose, setbacks into lessons, and silence into a resonant voice that cannot be ignored. Every move you make, every word you speak, is part of a narrative that will inspire, heal, and empower. The anticipation is electric. People are eager to see what happens next, hungry for a story of redemption and strength. And you are ready to deliver, not as a perfect person, but as a real, flawed, and fiercely resilient human being. This authenticity is your greatest asset, connecting you with audiences on a deep and meaningful level. Behind the scenes, you're preparing carefully, building your team, refining your message, and strategizing your next moves. You know that a comeback isn't just a moment. It's a process of consistent effort, bold choices, and unwavering faith in yourself. As the cameras roll and the world watches, you stand tall. This is your time. Your comeback will be televised, and it will be unforgettable. There's a timeless wisdom in the idea that those who try to bury you don't realize you're a seed. The forces that aim to destroy you unknowingly planted the very conditions for your growth. Every attempt to silence you, every effort to diminish you, only fueled your determination to rise, bloom, and thrive. This metaphor captures the essence of your journey, a testament to resilience and transformation. Like a seed beneath the soil, you endured darkness and pressure, drawing on inner strength to push through the surface. The world may have seen only the attempt to bury you, but beneath, life was quietly gathering momentum. Your comeback becomes a flourishing garden of possibilities, new opportunities, renewed passions, and a legacy that defies the efforts to erase it. You embody the unstoppable force of life itself, proving that growth often comes from the most unexpected places. Those who tried to break you watch in disbelief as you blossom beyond their wildest expectations. Their power fades, and your light shines brighter than ever, illuminating paths for others who face similar battles. Your story becomes a beacon of hope and proof that no darkness can contain the human spirit. In the end, their attempt to bury you only ensures your immortality. You are a seed, unstoppable, unbreakable, and forever growing. The last laugh belongs to you, a triumphant reminder that true strength rises from the roots of adversity. Fame can be a dazzling spotlight, but sometimes that spotlight sears like fire. One moment you're riding high, and the next you're engulfed in a blaze of criticism and controversy that spreads faster than wildfire. The shock of public backlash can feel like being thrown into a storm without a shelter, a force so overwhelming that it threatens to consume every part of your life. You didn't see it coming, yet now you're at the center of a swirling storm where every move is scrutinized and judged. The cruelty of public backlash lies in its volume and intensity. Unlike private conflicts, this kind of fire is stoked by millions of voices, each adding fuel to the flames. The social media mobs, the click-hungry journalists, the former fans turned skeptics, all join in a chorus that drowns out reason and compassion. It's not just criticism, it's a relentless siege on your character, intentions, and very existence. The sheer scale can leave you feeling isolated, misunderstood, and vulnerable. Yet within the inferno, there is an undeniable lesson about resilience. The heat exposes what's fake and fragile, burning away illusions and forcing you to confront your true self. It challenges you to develop a thicker skin, sharper instincts, and an unbreakable core. This fiery trial, brutal as it is, has the power to refine and strengthen you, preparing you for an even brighter future beyond the flames. And finally, this moment reveals who truly stands by your side. While the fire may seem to destroy, it also clears the path for genuine allies to emerge. Those who offer steady support, honest feedback, and unwavering loyalty. What starts as a public downfall can evolve into a crucible of transformation and renewal. Behind every public scandal lies a hidden force pulling the strings. Those who orchestrate chaos from the shadows. These invisible puppeteers are experts in manipulation, strategically placing pieces to create maximum damage. Their motives are often tangled webs of jealousy, revenge, or greed, but their methods are always cold, calculated, and ruthless. Understanding who these players are is the first step toward reclaiming your power. What's frightening is how seamlessly they operate beneath the radar. They disguise their intentions behind smiles, social niceties, or seemingly innocent advice, while quietly setting traps that lead to your public undoing. These puppeteers exploit your vulnerabilities and use your strengths against you, crafting a narrative that serves their agenda. Recognizing their fingerprints helps you break free from their control and dismantle their influence. But exposing these shadow players isn't just about pointing fingers. It's about reclaiming your agency. When you understand the game they're playing, you stop being a pawn and start becoming a player. This knowledge empowers you to anticipate attacks, strengthen your defenses, and turn their tactics against them. The invisible becomes visible, and the chaos starts to unravel. This unmasking also teaches a deeper truth about human nature, the destructive power of envy and betrayal. It's a painful reminder that not everyone wants to see you succeed, but it also fuels your determination to rise above. You realize that your resilience and authenticity are the greatest threats to their schemes. Few wounds cut deeper than those inflicted by the people you once trusted most. When betrayal comes,
Oh, I guess I'll go watch this. I just watched a movie called 2073 with Samantha Morton. Very good actress, some really critical roles that you have to stretch the mind and really be able to pull off, and she does it wonderfully. But 2073 is a documentary basically on today and how we got here. Very good information. Okay.
from inside your circle, it's like a dagger twisting in your heart,
All right, I'm gonna go
shattering
watch that.
bonds and breaking your faith in loyalty. The emotional toll is overwhelming. It's not just a loss of friendship, but a fracturing of your sense of safety and belonging. Suddenly, the foundation you built your life on feels fragile and uncertain. This betrayal is often insidious, disguised as concern or support, while secretly undermining you. You replay conversations, searching for clues or warnings you missed, grappling with feelings of confusion and disbelief. It's natural to question your judgment and wonder how you didn't see the signs. The pain of broken trust echoes loudly in your mind, shaking your confidence and self-worth. Yet, amid this heartbreak, there's an opportunity for profound healing and growth. You learn to differentiate genuine connections from toxic ones.
All right, let me get out of here, y'all. Aw. I got all my stuff.
Chosen one. Stop scrolling. Everything around you has gone still, not by accident, but by divine design. Heaven is leaning in, and all of creation is holding its
I love this
breath.
pomegranate stuff,
Right
y'all.
now, this very moment is not ordinary. It is holy. You're not watching this by chance. The Spirit of God has hijacked your timeline because tonight is
I'm
not
gonna
like
get up
other
off
nights.
here, man.
Tonight,
Shout out to everybody that
God
be
is
riding
about
with
to
me.
do the greatest
I
thing
got a lot
he's
on my
ever
mind,
done
if
in
y'all
your
can see.
life.
I was about to fall
You have
asleep,
felt it,
but let me get off here.
haven't you? That strange pressure in the air, that invisible pull deep in your chest. You've tried to explain it,